Superman the Warworld saga begins with the Chainsmen of the Hordes of Warworld offering their iron in service to Mongul, Master of Warworld. The legless Chiatel says that many have served Mongul and many have come to swear fealty to him, but all of them were traitors who sang the same song, so why should Mongul trust these people when he couldn't trust others? The Chainsmen say that only Mongul's boot is the one upon their neck and Mongul's hand holds their chains. Chiatel is pleased, demanding they cry fealty to Mongul, as the voice says that they shouldn't bother, as the hooded man steps out from the shadows, saying that in this Mongul, the people only see a willful child who killed his father. Chiatel is enraged at the person disturbing their meeting, so the being reveals that they just came to give a gift. He tips out a bag of heads, saying that he offers up the heads of all of Mongul's sons. Mongul's court calls him a traitor, demanding they flay the stranger, but the master quiets them, saying that this is a worthy gift, knowing no one can usurp him like the other Mongols before him now. Mongul knows that this was said to be the first gift, wondering what the others the man has, so the hooded being says that he doesn't possess the other gifts just yet, but Mongul will help him claim it since Warworld isn't what he thinks, and its secrets run deep, and the key to mastering them is from one who lives far away. On Earth, Superman speeds across the ocean, taking down a few Seeker drones before confronting more robots, told where they are thanks to Batman, who wants him to pick up the speed. Clark thinks that he's nervous, but Batman says he isn't, something Clark is happy to hear. Batman says that Clark is running out of time, so Superman says he's just finishing up, battling a giant mech, smashing it to pieces with a single punch. Batman records the time, telling the hero to come back home, so the hero heads back to the Batcave, where Ray Palmer asks Clark how he felt and if he was giving it his all. Clark says he was, asking about the numbers, but Batman isn't happy with them, since Superman's energy output is increased, but the speed and levels of force he was using were diminishing slightly due to some cellular decay happening. Ray thinks the powers are just fluctuating with ordinary solar cycles, but Batman disagrees, since the decay is constant with radiation poisoning, something Bruce thinks he obtained while closing the breach from the alien invaders just a few weeks ago. Ray thinks it's premature to be concerned about this, since even with the decay, his powers are going through the roof, and it's not the will and testament situation yet, something Batman doesn't agree with. Superman knows it's fine, reminding them this information remains between them and he can't afford to lose a little steam, since he feels fine and he's still doing the job, but if someone like Luthor or Darkseid or someone else found out, it could be bad. He asks about John's progress as well, learning from Batman he's getting stronger and potentially will be stronger than Clark or Kara. He thinks Clark should talk to John about the League, just in case something was to happen to him, since the world will always need a Superman. Elsewhere, John catches up with Damian, who tells him that he's eating the food they share wrong. John asks why Damian is in this part of the world anyway, wondering if everything is fine with him and his father. Damian says that it's complicated and he doesn't want to get into it, but John knows complicated as things with his father are complicated at the moment as well, and he's worried about his father. Damian wants to know why, so John talks about how in the future so much is known about their fathers and every bad guy they ever fought or adventure they went on, and the whole idea of the Legion is based on them, but any day now the stories about his father just stop. Damian knows that could mean he dies, but John isn't sure what it could be, but knows what else could it be. He tells Robin about the breach they dealt with a few weeks ago, but he knows that in the future the breach was the last documented event Superman was a part of, and after there's conflicting news, with reports of Superman being killed in the breach, or one about an alien armada attacking Atlantis, or a professor theorizing that Cersei banished Superman to another dimension. John however says there is one he keeps thinking of, one where Superman was burned or poisoned in a fight, and right before he died, a ship of Kryptonians came to take him home. John says that he knows how it sounds, but it sounded like the truest of them all, but he's not ready to lose his father now since he can't be Superman. Damian says that's not up to him, and it's not up to his father. Damian explains that he doesn't want Superman to die either, and he's sorry John feels messed up from this, but unlike Superman, John was literally born to do this, and he will fill his father's shoes someday, and no one can stop it, not even him. After a moment of sharing the sunset, John asks Damian if he wants to talk about his own father's problems, since he totally can. In Kandor, Lois Lane marvels at the wonders of the city, knowing instead of searching for resources or technology and wars, the people of Krypton's cultures came together in a marriage of arts and sciences, and everyone became artists in their own right. Clark soon comes to join his wife, who tells him this place is unbelievable and she should have started writing her book years ago. Clark knows that he should have brought her there when the Kryptonians still lived in Kandor, but now now they are all gone, and he feels drawn there now. Clark hugs his wife, who asks how his thing went, knowing Bruce wouldn't like the numbers. Clark says that Bruce thinks that John should maybe replace him and he's considering it, but Lois doesn't seem worried. Lois says she isn't worried about him, but if she knew he would actually die, she would never be okay with it. But they have been there so many times, and even actual death didn't kill Superman before, so whatever happens with his powers, he will beat this like always, since that's the one constant in the universe. Clark and Lois are taken out of Kandor from an alert by Kelex, who says a group of armed ships is approaching Earth above the North Atlantic Ocean. Kelex confirms that he definitely meant many vessels, as the giant boat-like spaceship and its smaller fighters breach the atmosphere. Superman races towards it, telling Kelex to alert the League and fill them in. He calls for John, Kara, or Connor, and whoever hears them to come and help. His son suddenly appears next to him in an instant, told to slow the lead ship while he disarms the gunships around it. John wonders who they are, and Clark knows that these ships are from Warworld and have been sent by Mongul. John thinks that he would get sick of getting his ass kicked, prompted to watch his language by his father, as Superman notices the missiles from the gunships aren't being fired at him, they're being shot at the larger ship. Not able to see through the ship's hull, he uses his super hearing to hear the whispers of the crew, hearing a phrase which shocks him since he's never heard those words spoken before, but he has seen them written down, knowing that they are an ancient prayer. Ripping open the ship's hull, Superman knows that the prayer was a dead Kryptonian language, as he is confronted by a sword-wielding Kryptonian prisoner. Superman speaks Kryptonian to the refugee, telling her his name is Clark and no harm will come to her or her people today. Superman races off to find John, telling him the people on board are refugees, so Superboy needs to clear the hull of the Warzoons and try and land it somewhere safe. John wonders where his father is going as Superman battles the gunships, only thinking about Kandor and the lives lost and the few Kryptonians that are left now, not knowing if these refugees are Kryptonian, but their heartbeats sound weak. Warworld's forces soon board the ship as Superman continues to destroy the gunships, knowing that they can't and won't die today. The ship begins falling apart, so John tells his father he can't hold it together any longer, causing Superman to blow through the ship and collect the people from the command deck as the ship crashes hard into the ocean. The gunships turn around and leave, with John thinking that they should follow, but Superman knows that the villains will suffer Mongul's wrath for failing him, while the Warzoons who were left behind are going to be rounded up by the Atlanteans who are en route. Superman wants to get to the fortress with the people, as John can tell his father is shaken up about this. Superman says that he heard one of the people say something before, but he can't be sure as he sees that one of them has the House of El symbol branded into their hand. At the fortress, the Superman family learn that Kelex is doing what he can to save them, but the people are suffering from malnourishment, parasites, black lung, and much more. Clark knows these people have endured unspeakable conditions, as Supergirl says the woman said something to Clark, so Clark tells her what the woman said, which shocks Kara. Lois wants to know what the language means, learning that it was a Kryptonian prayer, and it's possible that these are Kryptonian, but Clark doesn't know yet, only knowing that their symbol is branded onto the woman's palm, so he intends to find out more. Later on, Superman meets with Aquaman, Volko, and Commander Merc, who says that they haven't salvaged much from the ship, but it was falling apart before it even hit the water. However, their engineers have found the ship was patched together at least 100 times before, using tech from a dozen different worlds. Arthur wonders what Mongul wanted to achieve by sending this junk to their world, but Superman says Mongul didn't send it. It was used as a getaway vehicle for some of his prisoners. Volko wants to know what's so important about the refugees on board that Warzoons were sent after it, but Superman hoped that they had found something about that. Volko says that while they haven't found anything about that, he did find something of great value. The heroes go and take a look at the power supply of the ship, made up of an element they have never seen, and that's not all, as inside the containment shield is a tablet of some type. Superman wants to take it back to the fortress to scan it, but Commander Merc says they won't be taking anything since the fragment is too valuable to let go, and it could help Atlantis' future greatly. Merc wants Superman to take some of the savages they found in the wreckage, however. Superman asks what the state of the Warzoons are in, but Merc says that they're a nuisance, not promising that they'll still be breathing tomorrow. Aquaman and the others lead Superman to them, and Volko says that he doesn't want any surfaces to know about the fragment just yet, and he was allowed to see this as a courtesy courtesy to Arthur, believing that they can learn much from the fragment. Superman goes to see the prisoners, knowing the chains are unnecessary, but he learns that they were already wearing the chains when they came, and they don't want them removed. The beings only utter Superman's name in broken English, as Volko thinks their leader wants to fight Superman. Clark knows that wouldn't be a very good idea, as he wants to speak with them, entering the bubble, trying to talk with them, but the Warzone only speaks in an alien language, as his friends come to attack. Superman merely waves them out of the way, knowing that he won't fight them, telling them that they don't need their chains and he wants to remove them and help them. The being flies into a rage, smashing Superman with its fists and head, but all it ends up doing is ripping its own head open and arm off, as it continues to speak in its broken alien language. Supergirl, Superboy, and Lois meanwhile dig through the records of Kandor, but can't find anyone else who left Krypton leading up to its destruction. Superboy doesn't think the refugees are Kryptonians, since one look at their cellular structure proves that they aren't, and they don't even react to solar radiation at all. Kara says that their cells barely have absorbed any radiation like theirs have, so they don't know what they will react to yet. She knows the language they spoke is from Krypton, as well as it being a dead language called Valkyrie, someone no one other than a Kryptonian would know, and even then, many of them don't, since it's not been used for thousands of years. Lois thinks that they are time travelers, but Kara doesn't think so, since the girl used the name Thalkis, asking for the person to protect them. And Kara knows that Thalkis was a Kryptonian scientist who was executed for her devotion to what she thought was the truth. Kara compares her to Socrates or Galileo of Earth, as John thinks that Mongul is playing them, and it's all part of some trap to lure Superman to him. Kara says that the refugees are dying and they can't fake that, but Superboy leaves, saying that he doesn't trust them. Kara knows that was a very un-John thing to do, so Lois plans on talking to him later as she fetches another book, having her own theory on who these people are. Elsewhere, the refugee awakens, finding her hands are unchained before quickly grabbing her clothes, wrapping her chain around her arms as Kelex arrives, assuring her that she is safe. The woman destroys Kelex as Mongul says that they are the lowest of the low, even more wretched than the carrion birds that pick at the bones of the dead, and although he chose to rescue her and her kind, she chose to wear the mark of the enemy. Mongul says that this is the reason her kind suffers, and it's not his hand that burns them, it's hers, as he uses the House of Elbrand to sear the symbol into the prisoners' chests. Mongul says that his mercy is without end, and she was chosen as an instrument of his judgment, since he will send the woman and her people to the one who wears the symbol, and what she does next will determine the fate of all her kind. Lois meanwhile tells Supergirl about the fringe Kryptonian science colony she read about, called the Felosians, a group who were completely shunned by society, and they actually left Krypton thousands of years ago, but no one knew what happened to them, and now Clark has found humanoid refugees that speak their ancient dead language, making her think that these are the descendants of the Felosians. They enter a chamber to find Clark signaling that they have to stay back as they happen upon the destroyed Kelex. Superman tells them to stay back as he confronts the scared woman. Lois hopes that the interpreter matrix is still working, but Clark isn't so sure since Kelex controlled the eye matrix. Superman tells her not to be afraid and they are her friends. He wants to know what the woman's name is as she remembers playing with a Superman toy and having the House of El symbol burned into her palm. She says her name is Thal-La and she asks where Superman was since there were thousands of them and he never came. The woman says that when Mongul who was took their parents and the blood priest took her brother away, he was not there. She tells him that Mongul who is burns and flays those who hid Superman's mark, and still she said he would come, but he didn't. She asks why he didn't, as Superman reassures her that Mongul won't hurt her again. He wants to take her chains off of her, but the woman screams for him to stay back, hitting Superman with an optical blast. Thal says that she didn't mean to do that, as Lois comforts her, reassuring her that she will be fine, and that she can keep the chain until she is ready to take it off. Below the oceans, Volko learns the fragment they found from the ship has been named Genesis by their scientists, since it's older than their tests can recognize, and doesn't match any known substance on Earth, meaning it's older than Atlantis. The scientist says that the energy it holds is equal to that of a star, and the energy they have converted from it already is enough to power Poseidon tiredness for years. The man knows, as well as energy, it gives people visions of a sleeping god. Volko knows that Mark doesn't look well as there is an explosion, with Volko asking what lies beneath them, learning it's an isopod burrow, and the beasts below must hear the sounds as well. Volko asks what he hears, learning that Mark can hear the god's dreams and he's been sleeping for so long, and he now dreams of them. Mark transforms into a mutant monster as he screams that they are whispers within his dreams. Kara meanwhile reboots Kelex as Lois notes her husband is awfully quiet. Clark says that he hates seeing these chains on Thal La, but he shouldn't have tried to take them since they need her to trust them. Lois knows all she knows is violence and abuse and doesn't understand kindness, but she will come around. Clark knows Lois connected with her, so Thal will trust her first. Lois knows that she will stay with the woman, as Clark knows he thinks Mongul is dead, thanks to what Thal La said about a Mongul who was and one who is. He also remembers how there was something more in the Warzoon's voices, like there was more devotion and fear, maybe meaning they answer to someone else now. Superboy wonders about the timing of this, since Kandor is attacked and suddenly a handful of refugees come to their doorstep with stories of enslaved Kryptonians on Warworld. Clark had considered it, knowing it could very well be a trap, but what if the Phalosians are what they seem and there are more enslaved on Warworld, wondering if it matters if it's a trap at all. Clark knows that it doesn't, so later he goes to see Batman in Gotham, talking with Bruce as the hero takes down some bank robbers. Clark says he's there since the League are needed on Warworld, since Mongul has been overthrown and they are enslaved Kryptonian refugees there. Batman knows all about the refugees, not needing Clark to tell him things like that. Batman says that it's obviously a trap and the refugees are part of it, but wants to imagine if they're not, since if this new Mongul can subjugate Kryptonians, it means they aren't powered. Superman says that the refugees' cellular structure isn't Kryptonian exactly, but it's similar enough since one of them did manifest powers. Batman thinks that something on Warworld is dampening their powers or radiation, and that should concern Superman. As Batman finishes off with the criminals in the car, he says that Arthur is hailing the League off the coast of Florida. Superman wants the League with him on Warworld, so they will talk soon, as in Florida, a kaiju assaults the seaside cities. As Superman finds Arthur battling some monsters, saying he has no control over them and they are getting bigger. Superman flies at the largest, smashing it in the face, but it manages to blast him back. Merc doesn't think the Man of Steel is anything special, as Arthur says that he always gets it done, as Superman flies into the maw of the beast, heading into its stomach. Soon a voice says that the last Superman of Earth has arrived. Superman finds himself confronting a large city-like structure made out of the same material as the fragment found on the refugee ship. The voice says that he has awaited Superman's coming since before the stars were lit in the sky. Superman learns that the city is called Necropolis, a place where Superman will be soon. Superman notices some familiar markings on the buildings, learning that they tell the story of one who is gone but must return, and he whose vision was only matched by his madness and strength and wrath. Superman asks who the voice is and why he is seeing this, learning the voice is just in his dreams, as are the monsters he's fighting, and someone is awaiting the Superman of Earth, and few will play a great role in his story. Superman doesn't know what any of this means, but knows this isn't real as he is snapped out of the illusion, using his ice breath to freeze the monster from within. With the monster dealt with, Aquaman calls all his forces to drive the smaller creatures back into the ocean, as Superman flies out of the beast's mouth, telling Arthur that the fragment did this, and it's more than an energy source. Before Superman can tell him they need to take it elsewhere, Steve Trevor and the US military arrive, demanding the Atlanteans hand over the dangerous materials they took from the ships that crashed. Merc says that Arthur is no longer the ruler of Atlantis, and humans don't rule them either. Steve says without Superman's help, thousands of American lives will be lost, so whatever they have down in the depths, they need to contain or control it, since the ships crashed in US waters. Superman tries to tell him that no side has the means to contain this fragment, but Arthur meets Steve's threats head on, saying that US waters might mean something to others, but not to Atlanteans. Steve says that he has the authority to collect the fragment and the government expects Aquaman to comply. But Arthur again says he no longer rules Atlantis, but he is confident that his feelings will mirror the Atlanteans. So the fragment stays with Atlantis, and any attempt to take it will be treated as an act of war. Meanwhile below, 2 camouflage beings sneak into the wreckage guarded by the Atlanteans, tranquilizing the guards as they make their way into the central room where the Genesis fragment is being held. One of the beings notes how this is powering the whole ship, and they want to take the piece with them, despite that not being their mission, knowing when Amanda Waller finds out how small this thing that powers the entire ship is and how easy it was to get it out of there, she won't be happy if they didn't take it. The beings are suddenly captured in an energy net by Commander Merc as he says that their masters will not be happy. Later, the Justice League meet, knowing the Atlantean situation is going to get worse now thanks to Task Force X agents infiltrating the wreckage of the Genesis fragment, and the Atlanteans are upset about it and are describing it as an act of war by the US, causing unrest across the United Nations, and Atlantis has now blocked all shipping routes in the area. Black Canary knows that Waller isn't the US government, but Arthur knows that Atlantis doesn't see the difference and will assume some level of coordination between her and the government. Batman knows that Atlantis saw what the Genesis fragment is capable of and they cannot control it, and he wonders if Arthur didn't expect a response. Aquaman knows he didn't expect to be robbed by their so-called allies. As Batman and Aquaman argue, Superman cuts them off, saying that they are missing the larger question, since the fragment came from Warworld in a ship flown by an escaped slave, and Warworld should be the situation they are addressing. Hippolyta knows if Warworld is a world of slaves, then this is why the League exists. Batman knows that they cannot leave Earth right now since Atlantis is the threat now, and Warworld didn't bring the Genesis fragment as part of a super weapon or anything. They lost it, and had they known what they had, they would be weaponizing it. Arthur says that the fragment is under control and they won't give it up under threats of violence. Batman knows then it's an arms race as Superman demands they all stop, since he wasn't done talking. The League falls silent as Superman says that he didn't come to settle an international dispute or decide an allocation of someone else's resources. He came because of the 3 runaway slaves in his home. Their bones are broken and their lungs are ruined thanks to what they have endured. He knows that they risked their lives to find them, and he knows that they are trying to avoid a war, and he knows that they are afraid and knows the threat the Genesis fragment poses to Earth. But he is asking them to look past that and ask themselves how many more slaves are up there bleeding and starving, praying for someone to save them. Clark knows that he and his family won't let lives be lost over a piece of rock, and they will fix this, and when it's over, he is going to liberate Warworld and he wants the Justice League to join him. Meanwhile in the fortress, Thal-La trains against some dummies, wondering when her friends are going to awaken. Lois knows that they are doing everything they can to help them, but they are very sick. John says that she killed their medical droids, so Thal-La asks if her friends will have powers when they wake, but Lois doesn't know. But Clark is curious about where she comes from, and he won't let them live in slavery. John knows that that's why they came there, but Thal-La says that he who holds the chains is a mighty enemy, so they need to be careful. John leaves, saying his father is calling, as Thal knows that John doesn't like her and she doesn't like him either, but Lois knows he's afraid they're going to take his father away. Lois explains that John spent some time in the future and learned around this time some people come to Earth and take Superman away. Lois asks if they are going to do that, as Thal asks if she fears this as well. Lois says she doesn't, since nothing could take Clark away from them forever, even if they tried, but John is young and he doesn't understand that. Lois shows Thal a small child's toy from Krypton, which Clark saw on Kandor, and he made one for his son when John was born. Lois thought that maybe Thal-La recognizes it, but the woman smacks it from her hand, smashing it on the ground, saying that she isn't a child and the chains she wears aren't that of a child. Lois never called her a child, knowing that she doesn't have to wear the chains. She asks why she continues to wear them, wanting to understand, so Thal-La says that after every battle on Warworld, the loser must give iron to the victor, and this way, the victor's reach grows while the loser's lessens, and the weight of the chains makes one stronger while the loser grows weaker. She says her iron is a gift to her and it's made her stronger, and it tells her enemies that each link is an enemy that fears her, and soon they will fear her as well. She knows that Lois doesn't have any chains, and that tells her everything she needs to know about the woman. Mongul meanwhile spies on Thal-La in the fortress, with his underlings knowing that she forgets her purpose and fails Mongul. The advisors know that the path they have set her on has been deviated from, and the girl requires some guidance. Mongul orders his box to be awakened, as in the Atlantean prison cells, one of the minions hears the call of the orphan. The others call him the son of Warworld as they restrain him, ripping open his chest to reveal a device from the innards of the alien, chanting, "He he who holds the chains. Above the prison cells, multiple cargo ships await for the Atlantean blockade to drop as the military demand Atlantis cease all hostilities or they will be fired upon. Merc welcomes the attack as a voice demands everyone stop, and anyone who fires on anyone else will answer to the Superman family. Superman says that the agents who invaded Atlantean waters had nothing to do with anyone there and they were Amanda Waller's doing. Mer wants those responsible delivered to him immediately as the military says that the shipping routes are vital and they will have no choice but to fire if this isn't ended, but Superman refuses to accept that since there has to be another solution. Merc says that if a single ship enters their waters, he will send it to the bottom of the ocean. Thal-La meanwhile picks up the Kryptonian toy, telling her unconscious friends that everything is so strange on Earth and Superman isn't like how she imagined. He is so powerful, but he hardly looks like a warrior and he doesn't act like one at all, and when he speaks, everything becomes quieter. Thal knows that Lois gave her a gift and she didn't mean to break it, she was just confused at the time, wishing her friends were there since she can't do this alone, but she knows what will happen if she doesn't. A portal opens up behind her as suddenly she is attacked by the recently freed Warzoons, who say that Mongul believes that she has forgotten what will happen and he has sent them to remind her. Lois returns to the medbay but stops as she hears voices inside, spying on the group as Thal-La says that they aren't there and she has done what Mongul bids. The aliens know that she lies since Mongul has been keeping an eye on her, knowing the moment she felt luxuries like cooked meat and cloth, she fell right out. Lois escapes the bay as the Warzoons intend on rekindling Thal-La's actual purpose. They intend on killing the unconscious slaves as Thal-La's powers begin to flare up, confusing the Warzoons as to what's happening with her eyes. Suddenly, they are shot in the back by Lois, who has returned with an energy rifle, demanding the Warzoons leave, not caring what sent Thal-La there, since she's one of them now, and when they pick a fight with one of them, they pick a fight with all of them. Lois stands her ground against the Warzoon monsters, telling them to get away from the refugees, knowing that that's the only warning they are going to get. The Warzoons know that she thinks Superman is coming, but neither his sight or hearing can penetrate the orphan box they have sealed them in, and they are alone, and when Superman eventually does come, all he will find are their corpses. Thal-La attacks, telling them not to worry about Superman and to worry about them. One of the monsters slaps Lois out of the way, but she continues firing with her energy rifle. Thal-La defends herself from the Warzoon, who demands to know how she has grown so strong. The woman says that she is strong because her dead fight alongside her, but the Warzoon knows the dead have fed the worms and it's Mongul who makes her strong, and he and the orphan has made him strong also, having blessed him with his mighty gift. The villain activates the orb he pulled from one of his brothers, smashing the woman in the face to remind her of her duty. Lois and Thal are knocked out as the Warzoons approach the other Thalosians, with one saying that he begged Mongul for this task that Thal-La got, but Mongul refused him since this was to be Thal-La's punishment for taking the mark of Superman. He says that Mongul told him to come when she failed and punish her, but he thought that she would need punishment since who dares betray he who holds all chains even when they are across the stars from him. Thal-La pleads for the villain to stop, but he says that he has come to do Mongul's bidding and she is to look and see the cost of her weakness. The Warzoon beats the refugees' heads together as in anger, Thal-La unleashes her eye-beams, obliterating the Warzoons. She finds that her friends have been killed as Lois says that she doesn't know what to do as Thal-La apologizes, knowing she doesn't have a choice as she turns on Lois. Superman meanwhile tries to get Atlantis and the US military to stand down, telling them that this doesn't need to get worse. The military knows the shipping routes the Atlanteans are blocking are vital and the blockade needs to end, and they will not let Atlantis keep the fragment. Merc knows that time for diplomacy has ended and anyone who enters their waters will never leave. Superman asks if there is some sort of tariff they could agree on, or maybe even Atlantean escorts to ensure there is no further trespass. The military call for Superman to go home since he isn't his concern. Clark knows that they won't leave while guns are pointed at each other's heads. John wonders what they'll do now as Merc calls for an answer to his question, will the military leave or not? Superman tells him to stand down as the military attack. Superman stops the missiles though, but Merc orders his men to return fire. The Superman family quickly take down the Atlantean missiles as Superman shouts for this all to stop, speeding down to the water and using his freeze breath to freeze the ocean into two ice walls separating the armies. Clark heads down into the water and to the Warworld shipwreck to get the fragment. Aquaman confronts him, thinking that it was going to be Bruce that takes the fragment, and while he might not be able to stop Clark, this will change things between them if he goes ahead with it. After a moment, Superman returns to the surface with the fragment, telling both sides that this is what they were fighting for, telling them it came from Warworld and they don't know what it is or what it can do, but it holds a destructive power. He knows he rarely interferes in matters of governance or politics, but he will not let Warworld bring conflict and death to their home, so he is taking the fragment, and they are not to come looking for it. Supergirl and John catch up to Clark as he leaves, telling him that that was a mistake, but Clark doesn't know what else he should have done. Kara doesn't know either, understanding why he did it since the people were making a mistake, but it's not their place to decide what the fragment is worth, and this won't stop them. Clark says that normally he would agree, but without the fragment, they have no reason to kill one another. Kara knows there will be consequences as John alerts his father to the fortress, knowing he can't hear anything, no talking or machines working or even heartbeats, knowing something is either blocking them or something has happened to Lois and Thowler. The family race towards the fortress, finding the Phalosians have been killed. Superman calls for Lois as John knows they can't hear anything. Clark thinks it's some type of interference, not knowing where it is coming from, when suddenly John is blasted by Thowler's eye beams. Finding the woman has Lois by the throat. She says that she didn't want to have to do this, but Mongul has the rest of her people. She says that she wanted to be like Superman someday, hoping he can forgive her as she attacks Jonathan. The two Kryptonians begin fighting so hard the fortress begins shaking apart around them as Superman gets Lois out of the area. Clark asks what happened, so Lois says that Mongul happened as he drops Lois to safety, knowing he should have never left her with Thowler alone. Lois tells her husband that Mongul is holding Thowler's entire race hostage and she needs their help, but Clark knows that she's not the only one as he goes and aids his son, trying to stop the out-of-control Thelosian, but is blasted back by her heat vision as the woman says that she doesn't want to do this since Superman was her hero, but it's also why she was sent to kill his loved ones. Thowler's device tells her to kill Superman since Mongul is watching, but the girl doesn't know what to do. Superman wants her to come back to Warworld with him and together they can free every slave. The woman can't trust him, but Superman tells her not to, instead telling her to trust herself. The woman rips free from her chains and in return, Mongul's power is unleashed on her through the device as the voice says that her death will serve her as well as theirs. Thowler begs Superman to save them, so the hero grabs the device, taking the power onto himself and projecting all the way to Warworld, where Mongul demands to know who the hero stands before. Superman says very soon only one of them will be standing as he destroys the device, cutting the connection. 2 days later, the Superman family bury the two refugees Mongul killed, with Superman delivering the eulogy, knowing that he will find the people who will remember them and ask them to tell them about stories for these people, so he can record their stories and never be forgotten. Thowler is sealed in a stasis chamber as Superman knows that they will make her well again and show her life without chains, and will bring her people home, and only then he'll ask them to forgive him. John alerts Clark to someone outside the fortress, so going outside, Clark confronts the Justice League. He reassures Oliver he is okay as Naomi asks if there is anything they can do now that he's not part of the League, but the others know that he will always be part of the League. Hippolyta, however, knows to do the League's work, they have to work with the world's governments like Atlantis and the US and the EU, all who have a stake in the Genesis fragment Superman took. Superman knows the League won't be coming with him to Warworld because of this, and while Hawkgirl and Black Canary know they want to, they can't yet, and can't afford to leave Earth with things the way they are, wondering if he could wait for them. Superman says that he's not waiting one more day, thanking the League for coming and he won't be gone longer than he needs to be. Black Adam shakes his hand, promising to look after the world as Hippolyta bids Superman a fond farewell. The League leave, but Batman stays behind, wanting to know where the Genesis fragment is, but Clark knows it's secure, reminding him the warning he gave the governments of the world extends to Bruce as well. Batman thinks this is reckless of him, not sure how he's masking it, but they both know his power levels are dropping and Warworld is obviously a trap. Superman doesn't have a choice, so Batman warns him to at least find out what he's dealing with first so they can back him up when they can. Superman tells Bruce to say what he really means, so Batman asks about this other team he has in place, wanting to know about them. Later on, John tells his father that he should be going with him, but Clark tells him that Earth needs him more, and besides, he has a team coming with him, and the League might approach John for membership. John is surprised that they would after kicking Clark out, but Clark knows it was right of them to do that. John shouts that if Bruce ever comes to ask him to join, he's going to punch him in his stupid head. Clark knows that he doesn't have to join the League and wants his son to do what he knows is right. John reminds him of the future he saw and how Clark doesn't come back alive, but Clark knows he thinks that's what the future believes. But certain death is something they all face at all times, and he wants his son to believe in him, and himself most of all, since he always comes back. Later on, Clark meets with Lois, who reminds him to see Crypto, and Ray Palmer has beefed up the security upgrades to the fortress, but Clark merely asks his wife to come fly with him. As they fly above the city, Clark reassures her that he will come back, and she knows that. But she also knows that something doesn't feel right about this one, since Mongul sent monsters to kill people in his own home, and he didn't try to kill Superman. He tried to kill those he loved, all to provoke Superman into going up there after him. Clark knows it doesn't matter what Mongul wants or thinks is going to happen, since a trap doesn't change anything, and this only ends one way, with Mongul in chains and every slave on Warworld free, and him coming home to his wife, and in every universe, that is the future. Lois knows that he seems pretty sure of himself, and Clark knows it's because his love for her is the strongest thing there is. Lois wants him to prove it, kissing her husband as they take to the moonlit skies. Later that night, Clark kisses Lois goodbye as she sleeps, meeting with the authority outside, knowing if anyone wants out, now is the time. Midnighter knows they've all been waiting for this, as Lightray thinks that maybe they should have a catchphrase for them, and Nat comes up with one, saying up up and away as Enchantress teleports them to the far-off Warworld. Decades before, in Washington, D.C., in the year 1963, JFK tells Superman that the world is waiting for him to come out of the shadows and show himself, and he is what America needs. Superman doesn't understand why he was brought to the White House, wondering if he needs protection in Dallas. But JFK says that he doesn't need that sort of stuff, but what he does need Superman to do is more important, because the hero represents progress, hope, and the future, since he's the man of tomorrow. He says the wartime JSA tried to make a difference where the law couldn't, and the Mystery Men played their part in ending World War II, but Superman and his kind should stand tall and end war itself and take them to the stars. Superman says he'll see what he can do about that, and Jack knows that he will, since he knows what the hero is capable of. He says he himself is committed to putting an American on Mars by the end of the 1960s without Superman's help, since he wants human ingenuity to lead the way. But if something were to go wrong or to happen to him, he hopes that Superman can be counted on and people like him, wanting to trust in him that he'll make it so that future generations won't have to fight for a finer world. Superman agrees with him, promising the president, who tells him to call him Jack. As Superman helps train astronauts on the moon, JFK is assassinated in Dallas. Decades later, Manchester Black is woken from his drug-fueled slumber by the police, who have his building surrounded. Lighting a cigarette and having a drink, Manchester listens as he is given one more warning. He coughs thanks to the drink, finding himself feeling a lot better as gas is thrown into the building, making him wish that they would have just rang the bell. The teams below want to be let off the leash as they notice that their commander isn't wearing his psi blocker and has become infected by Black's powers, making him see a sci-fi insect robot hell, causing him to panic and freak out. He wants to know where his team's psi blocker helmets are, but the team say that he's the one not wearing one. In the chaos, Manchester Black leaves the building, knowing that everyone there is in shambles, and the boys in the guns and the choppers really think that he gives a damn. He flips off the choppers above him as he dares them to kill him, if they have the chance. One of the soldiers let loose on the man, hitting him several times as he falls to the ground, knowing that the rebels always end up defeating the Empire or there'd be no story. Soon he's electrocuted as a being slams into the ground nearby, telling the men that he'll take over from here. Manchester Black passes out as a voice says that he wonders when did the idea come to him, and when did they decide to go through with this. The voice says that it must have been in the winter of 1963 when he had been lost in time, and they vowed to find others, and somehow together they could pool their resources to make Earth a better place. The voice says that maybe it wasn't going to work on this planet, but he made a promise to the doomed Jack Kennedy that he would try. Manchester awakens in the Fortress of Solitude, stuck in a chair, as a voice says that he forgot what it meant as Black recognizes his unmistakable Midwestern drawl. The voice says that after JFK's death, death, the dominoes begun to fall, from Bobby Kennedy to MLK, the space race, Intergang, Darkseid, and Doomsday. The voice says he's losing the power of flight, but he keeps himself active by levitating 3 inches from the ground 6 times a day. He says that him and the Justice League looked up to find that they had run out of time to deliver on their promises, and they made it all about them with their enemies and deaths and rebirths and crises. Manchester Black calls the man a monster, who is mocking them with his perfection, wondering how happy Superman is now that he is broken. The older Superman says that he is running out of time to fix the world, and that he needs to set things right, whatever it takes, and he thinks Manchester Black can help. Black thinks that he is in hell and being punished, and he had hoped Superman had finally done the decent thing and killed himself, wanting it on record that he is only listening to the hero because he cannot run away. He wonders if this is some type of revenge for what he has done to the hero over the years, knowing crippling him is finishing him off as a human being. He asks what he's meant to do now, wondering if Superman will make him some disabled professor for a new mentally ill super team. Superman says that he actually saved the man, and he'll only need the hover chair for another hour or so until the nanoids get done repairing his back so he can calm down. Black says that he's got chronic back pain, but Clark knows that's a good thing since his spine was injured and he shouldn't actually feel anything, and he had internal bleeding, so he saved the man with some heat vision spinal surgery. The man says that he was barely anesthetized during it, knowing Superman was always some type of sadist and tyrant. Superman says he saved him from a life of paraplegia, but Black doesn't care since he tried to kill Superman and his loved ones more than once, and he led his own super team, and he's a wanted man, or so his Wikipedia will say. He demands to know why Superman would save him, since no matter what happens, he's going to let the hero down on purpose, and if Superman can't see that, then he's really losing it. Superman takes Black into a room where he says from there he can see everything in the world, and thanks to his super senses failing, he used Kryptonian science to take their place. Black says that he doesn't really seem to care about privacy, knowing the world rejected him for rummaging around their underwear drawers with his X-ray vision. Superman says that privacy isn't a thing anymore really, since in his experience most people are so keen to share every moment of their lives online. Black asks what the flashing orb in the room is, so Superman says it's an alarm connected to the Phantom Zone, and when Kryptonian scientists first discovered it, they sent in some exploratory probes that were robots, and these machines have now gone rogue, and they will soon learn how to crack the zone portal locks in 12 minutes, and that's how long he's got to convince Manchester Black to help him. Manchester demands to know how long he's had criminals locked in his jail, wondering if it's because they littered or didn't pay their space taxes. Superman says that they are sociopathic supermaniacs, and they have each attempted to overthrow or destroy Earth when they break loose. Manchester Black says that there are a lot of people jumping on the hate bandwagon for Superman now, but he was the first to ever do it, and he could spot a trend a mile off, and even these people called him a supermaniac as well. Black begins to stand from the chair as he continues his rant about what Superman is doing is hate speech. He notices he's standing now as Superman says the nano frame seems to have done its job faster than expected. Superman says that his powers aren't what they used to be, and if he can't stop the Zonodroids, they'll cause untold havoc, and right now, Manchester Black could make a difference. Clark tells the villain that if he is trying to appeal to the supermaniac in him, he would say that his crimes are as long as Plastic Man's arm, and he's looking for gifted people forced to live beyond the law and consensus, and people who have something to offer and want to make a difference. People who can duplicate the powers that he lost and stand in for him. He knows that Black has nowhere to go and nothing to live for, but he could stay there and stop running and they could do some good. Black thinks that he's being intimidated, telling Superman to go to hell, but the hero says that hell is coming for them as the Phantom Zone incursion is happening right now, and the world could use another hero. Manchester, however, leaves the fortress as Superman faces the Zonodroids himself, viciously fighting with the robots, but they soon overwhelm him. Manchester, meanwhile, out in the cold, fights with himself about whether to come back or not, as the Zonodroids proclaim that they will kill the son of El. Superman wonders if this is all they've got, wanting them to try a bit harder as a thought beast attacks the droids, but they know it's not real, returning to killing Superman. Manchester Black says that that's his line. Realizing his illusions don't work on AIs, he decides to try his telekinesis instead, blowing apart the droids as Superman smashes them up as well, making them them head back into the Phantom Zone. He thanks Black for saving him, hoping that he would come back. Superman knows that he could reprogram the droid that was left behind to map the Phantom Zone for him, as Manchester Black says that he's been thinking about what he said, saying that if Superman and the Justice League had done something about it when they had the chance, the world wouldn't have turned out like this, since he was at his peak in the day. Clark knows they all made a fatal mistake, knowing that they thought they didn't have to try. He wants Black to never take anything or anyone for granted, as in Earth's orbit, a being says that for decades they have been waiting for this day, and Superman is weak, and now the being is strong. The being says that his oldest enemy is exactly where they want him, and he lied about his secret life and about his son and the truth about Kryptonite, and now only they will know how to destroy him. Manchester Black agrees to help Superman, who shows him King Arthur's round table, something Black can't believe he actually has. Superman says he fought side by side with a few different King Arthurs, having saved this table from the second fall of Camelot. Manchester Black wonders what Arthur told Clark, so the hero says that it was the same as JFK. He wanted him to resurrect the spirit of the collective action in his own time, and that's the real reason he brought him there, to succeed where he and the League failed. Manchester, however, is only interested in about the law being taken off his back, so Clark says if he's willing to make himself less conspicuous, he can do that. But he tells the man that there are a few people in his life he instinctively and viscerally dislikes, and he's always been one of them, but he knows Black can help him save the world for real this time. Later on, Manchester Black finishes assembling his anti-hero team, knowing he's got 2 A-listers on the team as well that will give their answer after their mission. Superman thinks that he should feel privileged, but Black says that a lot of people still want to work with him, not really understanding why, but knowing if he were the hero, he would want to get revenge on the whole world that rejected him, all because he told the truth about who he is inside. Superman asks why he would do that as he pours him and Black a drink. Black says that it would probably feel great to get even, but Superman disagrees, knowing that he thinks differently. He toasts to Manchester Black and to a finer world, as Manchester drinks the glass full of liquid, quickly spitting it out after finding it's just mineral water. Black says that he has a pre-existing medical condition where if he doesn't consume any alcohol on an hourly basis, he will go into shock and die. The man begins spasming, throwing himself over one of Superman's globes and vomiting, as Superman knows that this is indeed a finer world. Superman's robots begin cleaning up Manchester Black's vomit, as the man demands the cigarette he's smoking finally kill him, but he knows they don't have the nuts to do that. Superman meanwhile tests out his strength and speed by bench pressing and running on a treadmill. Manchester knows that his scores are rubbish compared to what they used to be, and Superman agrees, knowing that he's the samurai in Autumn now. Black says that he could lift the huge weights just by thinking about them, knowing it's brain over brawn. He demonstrates, knowing that even if he couldn't lift them, he could make Superman think he was lifting them, and he wouldn't even know what was real and what wasn't. Clark says that he knows there's only one thing he needs from the man, asking about the group. Black says that he's had responses and the band is coming together, weirdo by weirdo, and in the meantime, one of his team members has got herself into a little bit of trouble in downtown Metropolis. Superman is willing to trust Manchester Black, wanting to begin their recruitment. At Steelworks, John Henry Irons tells Natasha to stay back as a computer fire breaks out, saying that he was exploring the data cosmos and this happened, knowing that it's a hostile digital life form at large now. She puts out the fire with a fire extinguisher, asking how this happened, so John Henry says that the Wi-Fi consciousness unfolded from the network, using him as a bridge, and Femtotech begun hacking the structure of matter itself. He knows he'll do what he can to shut it down there, but if they can't stop it, it will get into everything. An alarm begins to ring as Natasha armors up, knowing ADHD is a superpower of hers as well, and sometimes you gotta use it. Outside, the internet is made physical, with killer robots hunting down the population with spam bots in downtown Metropolis. Nat confronts them, smashing up the spam bots, but more anti-scientific clickbait is made in front of her, and they just keep coming. On top of the drones, actual trolls also appear, berating Nat for her looks as she smashes them in the face with her hammer, saying that they are blocked. The other trolls run off, however, as she is confronted by the Edgelords Eternal, who say that girls cannot be superheroes, among other foul-mouthed things. Natasha, however, knows that this is just some kind of emergent network awareness, wanting to see its real self. The AI shows itself, saying that it's scared of people thanks to everything it's consumed. Natasha can see why it's reacting the way it is, and it's declaring independence using what it's learned from them in a literal way. Natasha knows it picked up some bad habits along the way, but she tells it the smartest way to make first contact and wanting help is only if it agrees to stop rampaging and tell her how it got the femtotech. Superman meanwhile is glad to know Metropolis is in good hands, as Manchester Black wonders if he really thought the world would miss Superman. He knows that John Henry brought Nat up idolizing him, and there is no surprise that she agreed to join the minute Manchester Black contacted her, but he thinks that she's desperate for coverage. Clark, however, knows that Nat was always a great kid, and it was actually him who reached out to tell her, since he knew Black had no hand in recruiting Natasha Irons, hoping the man plans to redeem himself. Clark asks what's next, so Black says that they now have an armored tech genius thanks to Superman, but he managed to score a powerhouse pair in the form of a flying brick and a black leather death machine. Black is extremely pleased with himself after getting these next two, since they have proper VIP credentials and they have all of the important diversity flags covered. He talks about his own super team, the Elite, from back in the day when he was evil, but they were a cheap knockoff of the real deal, and he highly recommends these guys. Superman says if it's who he thinks he is, he's impressed, complimenting Black on the good work. Black says that he wished he could put it down to personal charm, since all he had to do was mention Superman's name and they were there. Soon they come to the Supermobile, which Black thinks is some Batman envy in Superman, but Superman says he can say what he likes, but the Supermobile will get them where they need to go. In Yemen, Midnighter and Apollo look over an installation, as Lucas knows that there is something wrong, since Apollo hasn't said a word since Athens. Apollo says that it's nothing, but both of them don't smoke, yet he found matches in the apartment. Lucas says that no one smokes these days, they all vape. Apollo changes the subject to Midnighter cheating on him with a vampire choir boy, but Lucas says that he's paranoid and they will deal with this later since he's found the missing telekinetic orphans and it's not a cool situation. Apollo reminds Midnighter it's their anniversary, but Midnighter says that they truly have lived the dream, wanting Apollo to look at something down in the valley, as he says the kids were traded as components and they built their own Frankenstein monster using spare child parts and a pro wrestler. Midnighter plans on relishing in physically dismantling the bastards behind the operation, as Apollo knows that they can do so much better than this, and they are great in a team context. Midnighter, however, leaves, confronting the scientists and their creation, as he says he's already anticipated all of their moves and every conceivable combat scenario. He says he is the face of their inevitable end, and he is the death that has always been waiting for them, since that's how they made him. He smashes through the men like they are nothing, as the giant comes for him, grabbing him thanks to its chained together brains, which allow it to think faster than he does. It begins crushing his ribs as Apollo arrives, knowing it's not right, that this is the only way, and that's to kill them. Yet again, they were turned into murderers. He knows that they are better than this as he blows the brains up, telling Midnighter he's still upset about before. Midnighter says that they stopped them going into mass production, having run every variant on how this would play out, so he knew Apollo would ruin the moment with some self-pity, which is when he would counter with what he was trying to say earlier, and that he loved the man, not forgetting their anniversary, and he got Apollo something very special, putting him on a team with Superman. Not the next gen one, but what Apollo calls the sexy dad one. Apollo stops his muttering of black leather roses and drag race t-shirts when he realizes that Lucas mentions Superman. Manchester Black meanwhile says it's ironic since Apollo has looked up Superman since he came out of the vat he was birthed from and ended up killing people in the name of liberal ideas. Superman says that it was liberal idealists who dropped the atomic bomb on Japan, and when push comes to shove, maybe don't mess with those guys. He knows that their challenge as heroes is to think of more constructive ways to affect change. Manchester knows that Daddy knows best then, asking if getting wasted counts. Superman knows he's been trying to intoxicate himself ever since he woke back up, but it never takes. Really impressed with Black again since he came through this time. The two go and meet Midnighter and Apollo, who says that when he was younger, he only ever wanted to be like Superman, and while he forged his own voice and identity, it started with Superman. Midnighter says that he never knew the hero existed until he met Apollo, who was a big fanboy, asking about the Supermobile, as Superman says it's great to meet both of them again. Black says that it's the world's gayest now, and he can say that since he's 48% gay on his mother's side. He knows it's time to find their next recruit, knowing that they will be a handful thanks to their mental health, among other issues. He tells Superman where they are on their way to, as at Hilltop Hotel, June Moon is taken to the hotel by Alan, her boyfriend, who thinks that maybe this will help perk her up. June feels some sense of deja vu as they are welcomed in by the old butler Toombs, who leads them into the grand estate as June asks if there's a place to change for the costume party. Toombs says that the masquerade and the change that's coming is waiting for them as he shows them a room with a red covered mirror. June asks if this is a joke, so Alan says it's time to come clean, revealing that he's really there for Satanism, and June has pledged herself and her soul to entities who were there long before Satan, and he promised Zamor of the Purple Plateau that June would be his. Showing June the mirror, she sees Enchantress in it, who asks how long it's been since she was trapped in there. Enchantress tells Alan to hurry since Zamor's minions are almost there. June struggles with Alan, so he throws her down, revealing that he's been having an affair with June's alter ego, and Enchantress is everything the timid June would never dare be. June wonders where this is now, since her heart is on the wrong side of her chest, and everything is reversed as she is confronted by Zamor, who welcomes her innocence and goodness to his world. Alan meanwhile welcomes June to hell as Enchantress says that she's the one Alan really wants, just as Zamor wants June. June pleads for this not to happen, but Enchantress tells her to embrace evil since it's so much fun as June races through the Hilltop Sanatorium. In reality, June is strapped to a table in the asylum, telling Alan not to let them into her mind again. Alan, however, says she's terribly unwell and it's why they're having their baby in a haunted mental hospital. Dr. Toombs says that she's too far gone and they need to give her a frontal lobotomy, getting his tools ready as Superman and his team arrive outside, finding the area covered in space-time damage along with heavy matter intrusion. Apollo wonders if this is where they are keeping June, but Black knows that this is where she's keeping herself. Inside the abandoned asylum, June wonders what she's supposed to say since she has a dark, angry side and she lost her baby and mind. Zamor says that her only sin was being vulnerable and God is dead and no power on earth exists that can stop him now. Superman, however, punches the giant head, disagreeing with him as Zamor smashes through multiple brick walls. June is brought out of her daze by Superman, who tells her that she is in hell. June asks what happened since this is all her fault. Superman knows that none of that matters, wanting her to take his hands so they can go and get out of there. Sometime later, June Moon awakens in Fort Superman, where she is led through the many trophy rooms to join Superman and his eclectic team, but seeing them makes her realize her terrifying Eldritch-fueled dream wasn't a dream at all. Sometime before, Superman and the Authority combat Enchantress and the gross monster Zamor that has claimed June as his wife. Thanks to Steele's readings, Superman learns that June is creating all of this in her mind with her magic, calming the woman and getting her to promise it's up to her to get them out of all of this. June, however, can't see anything past the monstrous being Zamor. Superman knows he can't reach her thanks to the magic, so it's up to Manchester Black to do the heavy lifting for a change. Black wants to give June a good kick up the ass, so while Superman distracts Zamor by engaging him in some good old-fashioned talking to understand his plans, Black makes it to June, telling her to get over herself and her woes, and embrace her darkness and Enchantress. The plan actually ends up working, with June merging back with Enchantress and unleashing her true power to free herself from the monster's greedy grasp. In the present, June realizes she's completely sane and has all her powers back as well, turning into an Enchantress and trying to leave, but Black informs her that this is a deal with a get-out-of-jail-free card attached to it, and one from Superman. Taken in by the prospect of working with Superman, June joins the team and they get to work recruiting Light Ray, the final member of the band, but before they do, Superman wants to remind them that there is a no-kill policy in place. Black isn't too pleased with Clark's views on their generation, but Clark says that people like his son are more responsible and serious about social issues than they ever were, and he wants them to use their powers with their imaginations in order to avoid casualties, since an opponent can't learn a lesson if they are dead. After telling June her magical powers and Apollo's immunity are needed to get around Light Ray's house and defenses, Midnighter wonders why she is so important, but Superman will only say she is a connecting figure to the bigger picture, and he has yet to reveal that to him, but maybe he knows the time is now. Above Earth, Ultra Humanite's team has been chosen and they are all in position, with Superman not suspecting a thing, but he is warned not to underestimate his brute cunning. The villain knows that Superman has reassessed his effectiveness of of his methods on the world thanks to how the world is still filled with inequality and it's consuming itself at a suicidal rate. The Ultrahumanite's mind begins assimilating into its automato forms as his army of robots are woken up, proclaiming that they are all Ultrahumanite. Superman meanwhile talks with Nat about his shrink ray and how he has to use it to shrink down drone cameras to do a lot of the heavy lifting in Kandor thanks to his aging eyes not being able to keep up with it. Nat voices her displeasure of working with Manchester Black, but if Superman and John Henry trust him, then she does as well. Kelex warns Clark of something in Dubai as the team assemble and head out, with Superman telling the group that they are having a baptism by fire and they better get some team experience quick. Back in August 2001, a woman gives birth on Mars when suddenly their base is hit by a cosmic ray as the woman Celeste knows her husband has been having an affair and this baby she is giving birth to isn't his. Light Ray meanwhile watches the show about her life and how she was rocketed to Earth from a parallel world and was the first girl born on Mars, and one who will bring positivity and hope and illuminate the darkness. The hero sadly sits alone in the darkness and wonders if she can ever do that as Eclipso approaches her, wanting to show her how cool the darkness is, as Apollo arrives, immediately attacked by OMAC. Superman and the others meanwhile deal with the mass-produced missile men who are bombarding Dubai. Midnighter knows that they are just cover fire as Black takes offense to Lucas trying to command the team, reminding the man that he is in charge. The heroes all begin doing their own things as Manchester Black tries to get them all to listen to him. He's tasered by the arrival of Fleur de Lis, Coldcast, Iron Cross and Civ, who confront the team readying for a battle. Superman meanwhile is ambushed in Fort Superman by Ultrahumanite, managing to get into the Supermobile and combat the villain back, noting how he thought that he would be dead after the last tussle he and Batman had with him. The villain spouts all sorts of ultra-violent ways he's going to stop the aged hero, take his body, kill his family, and then take Jonathan's body for himself. But before he does all of that, he needs to go to a place where the surgical equipment is indestructible, dragging the tired and defeated Superman towards the bottled city of Kandor so he can put his brain in Superman's body. Ultrahumanite takes Superman to Kandor, where the villain knows before Lex Luthor or the Parasite there was him, and he and Superman fought well before all of that, with his purple plague or invisible car and multiple bodies, and with Superman's magnificent strength and humanistic creed. Humanite knows that that's all gone now and he has the hero in his power one last time. He tells Superman he's going to cut the top of his head off and replace his brain with his own, and they'll remake the future together. Superman awakens, grabbing the villain's buzzsaw as he tells him that despite the villain knowing he should be powerless in Kandor, he never once noticed that the Kryptonian environment was offline. He smashes the villain away, knowing that he has all the strength to handle the villain. Humanite refuses to surrender as Clark tells his wife to set the K-rifle to setting 5. Lois Lane reveals herself, blasting the villain with white kryptonite, which disrupts his powers. Superman knows the Ultrahumanite walked right into their trap, and all it took was a few carefully placed prompts. Superman grabs the villain, apologizing as he rips the villain's head off, destroying the Solomon Grundy body he was using. He thanks his wife for the save, telling her that Solomon Grundy will regrow, free from the Humanite's control, but for now they need to scan the head in the microscanner. Superman tells Lois that the Ultrahumanite was one of the first of his superhuman foes, but it's an upgraded version since the cloning and transplant tech the being is using is now centuries beyond his capabilities. Clark finds a product code of sorts inside the being, getting his teleband to link himself to the Kryptonian AI network, and in an instant he finds out that Brainiac was the one who requisitioned the villain. Brainiac at that moment begins talking with Superman, hoping that he understands since the ecosystem of Earth is being attacked by an omni-predator, the Homo sapien, and he wishes to wipe them out as per his directives, but Superman keeps stopping him and his elimination remains the inevitable endgame. Superman wants to know what he promised Ultrahumanite since he failed yet again, but Brainiac says that he supplied the Humanite with the tech and they supplied the motive and the muscle. Another Humanite clone tells Brainiac to tell Superman that they are Legion, and however many bodies it takes, he will win. In Dubai, Midnighter and Natasha battle a living fog as well as a group of robots who demand that the G7 summit there stop pretending to care and either kill the world or hand it over to them since they'll make things better. Midnighter knows that there is something deeply fake about all of this as Iron Cross, an indestructible white supremacist, confronts the heroes, knowing that his free speech always goes one way and he has the right to speak his prophecy about the return of baby Hitler. Midnighter knows that this idiot is a free gift to him as Manchester Black stops playing possum, multiplying himself and surrounding Iron Cross, knowing that some serious scraping of the barrel went into this operation, and the villain is a wall of meat with a thumb for a brain. Natasha smashes Iron Cross in the head, knocking him down for Midnighter to kick the man's head off with his steel-toe boots. Civ suddenly attacks Natasha as Fleur-de-Lis kicks Midnighter in the back. Brainiac tells Superman how when Civ arrived on Earth as a refugee from her planet, she and her people inadvertently destroyed a small town in California and ever since has faced persecution by the humans. Natasha's suit begins to fail, so she ejects out of it, but Superman knows Brainiac forgets Natasha Irons is more than just her suit, as she reactivates her second suit, looking not to hurt Civ but to help her. Manchester meanwhile reunites with his former elite team member Coldcast, who begins crushing his head with ice, all so he can bring him to justice and rebuild his reputation. Black reminds him that while they didn't part on the best of terms, Coldcast is currently on a team with a white supremacist. Superman wonders how many times does he need to stop Brainiac to make his point stick, since they have all the points covered, from his distraction in Dubai to the candle trap to what's happening in West Hollywood, where OMAC beats down Apollo, wanting to know where Lightray is. Apollo wishes to explain, telling the being that he's on a mission for Superman and he's stronger than him, so he needs to get over it and help him find Lightray. OMAC wants to see if he's stronger, powering up his fist with all his power, but Apollo stops him, saying that he is on their side and Lightray has been taken and she's in danger. Lightray meanwhile heads into the city with Eclipso, who tells the young woman all about himself and his other identity in that of academic Bruce Gordon, but also knows he hates the light, and when he sees the light, he wants to paint it black, which is why he's there to help Leah, giving her a gun to use to kill herself with. Eclipso knows that she deserves to die as OMAC arrives, but she pulls the trigger on the gun. The gun doesn't kill her, however, thanks to Enchantress using her powers to turn the gun and the bullets to flowers. June knows all about the light and the dark, having been there herself as Apollo unleashes his sunlight on Eclipso, blinding and injuring the villain, as Superman knows Apollo's sunlight will negate Eclipso's darkness. Brainiac makes his next move as his Atomo forms come online in Dubai with their network of humanite brains. Coldcast continues to freeze Manchester's head, still going on about how he was betrayed by Black and how he never met his new team before today, but he will sort out the supremacists soon as well. Manchester demands he let him go since he can still help him, as Brainiac isn't happy with the power matchups Humanite has on his team since they're not working. The Humanite reminds him that he asked for a control group to measure Superman's capabilities. Midnighter and Fleur-de-Lis continue their fight, discussing life as gay super beings. Midnighter learns that Fleur is being paid in Humanite's own self-made NFTs, which will be worth a fortune once he rules the world, but Midnighter knows that she probably needs some financial advice. Enchantress arrives in Dubai, using her powers to drop the brains out of the robot bodies, as Black reveals he trapped Coldcast in his own mind, making him think that Iron Cross's head he has in his hands is Black himself. Manchester Black knows that this was a baptism by fire, just like Superman said, as Natasha continues to help the defeated Civ, telling her that she'll do everything she can to draw attention to the situation in Haven. Ultra Humanite meanwhile reveals each of his brains is a bomb and the countdown to oblivion has begun. Superman says that he genuinely doesn't care about Brainiac and Ultra Humanite's master plans, knowing their paths won't cross again unless they're willing to follow him into some dangerous places across the galaxy. Superman and Lois leave Kandor as Clark knows that someone else will thwart their eternal schemes, and who knows, maybe Brainiac will find a way to work with this new generation, but their games are over. Humanite's head explodes in Kandor as Brainiac is surprised that Superman actually quit the board. Humanite knows that he has them all outclassed and out-evolved, and now he's running scared from a world that rejected him, and he leaves callow successors to do what he never could. Brainiac for once doesn't understand, so Humanite knows that Superman has given him the future, asking Brainiac which of his bodies he should use to kill Jonathan Kent with. At Fort Superman, Lois knows that Clark's plan felt like convincing a chess grandmaster you've been playing
backgammon the whole time. Clark knows that their son has his work cut out for him and she needs to stay by his side, since if what Supergirl and he found out about kryptonite is true, he has no choice but to leave Earth. But first he has to deal with his business with Lightray. Lois trusts her husband to put everything else before himself, telling him to go since they will keep the fort and the home fires burning. Superman meets with his team, telling them what just happened was a crude attempt to test their strength, but he didn't assemble the group to deal with petty metahuman squabbles. Clark leads the team into his sanctum, telling them that they are all going to disappear for a while and Lightray is central to all of this and she is safer away from Earth. Lightray is more than happy, but OMAC knows that wherever she goes, he will be going as well. Superman didn't expect this but is more than happy for the help. Manchester tries to pick a fight with OMAC as Superman warns him that Black likes to keep everyone on their toes. Midnighter knows that Superman mentioned going far from Earth, so Clark tells him that while the planet Earth has many problems that they will fix soon enough, there are problems on other worlds they can make a difference at now. He shows the team their rocket, knowing that they are heading to what could be the most dangerous world in the galaxy, a world where slaves are brutalized under the rule of a tyrant class. He reveals that they are going to Warworld and they will be freeing the slaves, wanting the team to bring the thunder. Later on, Superman changes back into his usual costume as Manchester knows that Superman is missing a lot when he looks at only the good in people. Clark knows he works with what he's got, hence why he chose to trust Manchester Black and work with him, and their primary mission is to protect Laya Nelson. He tells Black to activate his earplugs since he's opening the Tesseract to show him something. Superman opens the portal with a whistle, stating that after the Death Metal Wars he came into possession of a fragment of the Source Wall, an artifact of the New Gods, explaining how at times of cosmic upheaval, the being known as the Unifriend, a hand on fire, will appear and spell out communications from the source of creation, and for the last 11 days it's been saying the same thing over and over. He shows Manchester Black what it's been saying, revealing the being is now repeating the phrase Lightray is.
Years in the past, Superman confronts an alien fleet above Earth. Jonathan remembers how his father said this was the greatest day of his life, and while he admits the invasion wasn't the best, he was doing what he does to try and save the world. Green Lantern tells Superman that he shouldn't be there as Martian Manhunter reminds him that he is needed elsewhere. Superman says that it's a planetary invasion, but the heroes say that it's only an attempted invasion, and as attempts go, it isn't impressive. Manhunter says that they aren't getting near Earth, so Superman should really go to the fortress. Superman heads down to the Fortress of Solitude where Batman is outside. He tells the hero of the invasion, but Batman knows it's only an attempted invasion and he's receiving updates and he can protect Clark's family and the planet at the same time. Superman guesses it's because he's Batman, but the hero says that they will keep the world safe since he has something more important to do. Clark thanks Bruce for being there and his friend says that he wouldn't be anywhere else. Inside the fortress, Wonder Woman is helping Lois deal with her contractions as Clark arrives. Lois knows that he's cutting it close for a guy who's faster than a speeding bullet. Clark asks if anyone is worried about the alien invasion, but Diana says it's an attempted alien invasion. But the birth of this child is the single most important event in the world right now, since Superman's son could be the greatest hero the world has ever seen. Lois wants to wait until he's breathing outside of an amniotic sac before pushing unfair expectations on him. Diana apologizes as Lois asks for a moment alone with her husband. Lois asks if Clark is okay as John knows that both his parents are the bravest people he knows, but they were both scared, not just on that day but during the whole pregnancy, since with a baby of two worlds, anything could go wrong. Lois knows that Clark isn't used to being powerless as John says that his father spent 8 months listening intently to 2 heartbeats and hoping. He knows that they risked so much, but they decided he was worth the risk. Soon, Lois gives birth to Jonathan Kent, and as the man knows, the 4 greatest heroes in the world were there for his birth, so it's a bit to live up to. Batman meanwhile tells Wonder Woman that he's run some tests on the boy, knowing with his human and Kryptonian physiology, he could be more than Clark. Diana knows that Bruce has a reputation, and it isn't helped by him conducting tests on an unborn child of their friends, but regardless of his powers, he will have the compassion of Superman and the fierce commitment of Lois Lane, and he could be anything. In present-day California, a wildfire rips through the forest hills of the state, with firefighter teams ushering a group of people into their truck as they try and outrun the flames, but their tires have been melted by the heat. They know it's too late and there's nothing they can do as Superman appears, reassuring them it's going to be okay and they can fight this together. Teaming with the firefighters, Superman uses his freeze breath to push back the flames as Wonder Woman knows that he'll be faster than fate, as powerful as hope, and be able to lift them all up. Superman heads deeper into the fire, knowing the firefighters said that this is a once in 100-year fire. It seems like they have one of those every year now, knowing that this area is a tinderbox, but fires still need a spark. John searches for the spark, hearing someone call out as he finds a metahuman with fire powers is being confronted by the military in the forest, telling them to leave him alone. The soldiers keep firing, but their bullets melt in the air from the heat. The soldiers are told to pull back as air support arrives, but before they can drop the missile from the jet, John grabs it, cutting it in half. He tells the soldiers to call off the attack, but the men say they don't take orders from him since half the state is on fire, so they need to put down that monster. John says he's not a monster, looking past the heat and the flames to see a metahuman and his fear. John approaches the man, told to stay back, but he tells the man that he knows he's scared, but he won't hurt him, and the man can't hurt him either. John introduces himself as the man says he doesn't know who he is or how he got there or what's happening to him. John scans the man with his X-ray vision, feeling his temperature increasing with his heartbeat. He tells the man that the heat is connected to his stress levels, and being on fire and under attack from the military looks pretty stressful. The man says that he's scared, and John knows, telling him that it's okay, helping him with his breathing as he hugs him, calming the inferno until it goes away completely. The soldiers thank John for his help but want to take over, so John tells them the man has no control over his powers and they are triggered by anxiety. The commander assures him that they will look after him, but Superman needs to help with the forest fires. Man assures John it's okay and the others need help as John leaves, reminding him that this wasn't his fault. The metahuman apologizes for this happening, knowing he didn't mean for it to happen, as one of the soldiers cold cocks him, knocking him out. Superman races back down to help him as the commander says that he's not risking his men by having him conscious, demanding John turn him over and think about this, since he doesn't want to go against his own government. Later on the island of Corto Maltese, Robin says that John saved the man but turned him over to the military, and he doesn't know if he actually saved the man's life or made it worse. John wonders if he's worrying about nothing, but Damian says he isn't, since the guy could easily be mid-autopsy now, and with his powers, they could be trying to weaponize them at this very moment. Damian says he's off-grid, wondering how John found him, so the man says that he's got super speed X-ray vision and telescopic vision, and he knows the sound of Damian's heartbeat. He notes how his friend looks like he's been beaten up, and Damian says he looks like he's been on fire. John hopes he knows about the bunch of ninjas that are in the alley waiting for him, but Robin is aware since he's in the middle of a tournament and one of the competitors probably wants him dead rather than having to fight him, hoping he can deal with them while they talk. As the ninjas attack, John says that he's trying to work out who he is and wanted to talk to Damian because he's his only friend who's not related to him. Damian thinks that he needs to stop being himself 24/7, but John knows that Damian is one to talk about having a break, but John wonders how he would be someone else since he's one of the most recognizable people on the planet. Damian says that his father is Batman and they could build another identity for him, reassuring his friend that he will deal with it. The ninjas continue their futile attack as one says that this is hardly a fair fight. John tells the ninja that he tried to ambush and assassinate his best friend, knowing ninjas are meant to be quiet so he shouldn't be hearing him complain. Damian understands what's bugging John since there is nothing heroic about serving the status quo and there is a reason he's a vigilante. John, however, doesn't want to be putting out fires and then ignoring the cause, but Damian says that it's easy to punch a ninja, but harder to punch climate crises or inequality or the erosion of the free press. John knows that with what he could do, he could make it change, but Damian knows he can, and that's a lot, and he imagines it's scary. After dealing with the ninjas and leaving them for the cops, Damian gives John a phone, wanting him to watch this stream called The Truth, since they report on what others are too afraid to. He tells John that he needs to go, but John is the son of Lois Lane, and she dedicated her life to exposing corruption and injustice, so of course he feels like he should be able to do more. John says that he doesn't want to overstep and make people nervous, but Damian tells him that maybe some people in the world can do with being a little nervous, asking what he wants his symbol to stand for. John says he wants it to stand for truth, justice, and a better world, but all he wants to do is help. Damian is glad as John leaves, knowing it's time for Superman to stop fighting the symptoms since he's powerful enough to be the cure. The next day, John begins listening to The Truth, the underground news network Damien told him about, listening to the masked being talking about asylum seekers escaping the nation of Gomorrah, and they are currently traveling towards Metropolis. Lois calls for her son since it's his first day and he'll be late if he doesn't get up. John knows usually he's not late to anything, since that's what happens when you move at the speed of sound, but today he can be late, since today he's not John Kent or the son of Superman. He's Finn Connors, his new secret identity. Donning his disguise, he heads to see his mother, who asks if he's nervous, but John says he's faced murderous supervillains. He admits though he is a little nervous, and he promises he won't be too himself as he heads off in his Jeep. John heads to Metropolis College for his first day as a man loads assault rifle magazines in his car. John knows this is a new start for him as he signs up for the media department. Suddenly a woman spots Kyle with his gun, asking what he's doing as he says it's too soon to politicize this. He opens fire, but before a single round hits its mark, Superman jumps into action, stopping the bullets. He tackles Kyle down, demanding to know what is wrong with him as the police arrive. He scans Kyle, finding that there are no more weapons on him as he hands them over to the police, as the people mob him, thanking Superman for saving them. John, however, has ruined his secret identity as he has given back his wig. He heads back to his car, lifting it into the air before flying to the moon. He knows that he can't hide or pretend to be normal when people need him, guessing he'll just have to be happy with being John Kent, the son of Superman, and spend his life in the public eye and live in the biggest shadow in the universe. Clark comes to see his son, having heard what happened from Lois. John apologizes since he knows Batman and Oracle called in a lot of favors to create this disguise. Clark knows he should never need to apologize for doing the right thing, but he is sorry for what he had to sacrifice to do it. Clark points out the Earth, knowing it's pretty big, but John says it is big, but it's also very, very small as well. Knowing his father can see what he sees, with the ocean struggling to breathe, forests disappearing, ice caps melting, and inaction due to selfishness and fear. Clark knows that his son is having a bad day, but that's a pretty bleak outlook, but John knows he's not wrong, and neither does his father, who says that he's looked at the small, now John needs to look at what could be. John knows that this could be a place where every problem could be tackled if they would just unite and no one is left behind. John asks his father why he doesn't do more, quickly apologizing, but Clark knows he's bulletproof, so he should be able to take some constructive criticism as well. He says that part of himself holds back because he wasn't born on Earth, so he can help, but he cannot lead, except by example, since part of him feels it's just not his place to be a leader. John thinks that's idiotic, and Clark thinks his criticism is getting less constructive. John knows that he's the greatest hero on the planet, so if he won't step up, who will? Clark was thinking of John since this is his planet, but John wonders if his father is literally dropping the weight of the world on his shoulders. Clark tells him that he won't have to lift it alone since he will have his friends to bear the burden with. John knows he doesn't really have friends, hoping Finn Connors would be able to make some, so Clark says for his son to follow him since he needs to give him the key to the house. John knows he has house keys as Clark actually gives him the key to the second Fortress of Solitude, telling his son he wants him to look after the fortress, but there will be no parties and he'll know if Damien breaks anything. Clark takes his son inside, saying that he was making something for him when he got older, but then they lost all the years with him and he went away and suddenly he's older now. Clark retrieves a box, saying that he knows his son has one from the future, but he thought he would like one from the present. Clark shows his son his new suit, saying that the cape was once his when he was younger and it had some light alien armada damage, but Mark Kent was able to restore it with the help from Batman. John asks him why he's getting this and the fortress, so Clark says he was planning on giving him the suit on his 18th birthday, but there is a chance he'll have to go away for some time, but he promises he won't be missing any more years of his son's life. Clark says that if he does go away, he needs John to look after the big and very, very small world, and if he feels like he needs to step up more than he does, he trusts his son to do it right. Clark tells him to get home, so later on, John watches more of The Truth talking about the incoming asylum seekers, which the Gamoran government say don't exist. Truth says that no help is coming and no country has responded to their distress signal. He knows no one wishes to anger a resource-rich nation as John retrieves his new costume. costume. Out in the ocean, the boat full of asylum seekers is hit by a big wave, knocking a boy off and into the water. Superman races into the water, retrieving the boy as his father thanks the hero, not thinking anyone was coming. Superman apologizes for not getting there sooner as he learns the boy's name is Takumi as he introduces himself, but the boy says he doesn't need to tell him that since he knows he's Superman. John carries the boat to Metropolis, putting it down in the harbor where police swarm the area, arresting the people. Superman cuts the cuffs off with his heat vision as the cop says the cameras are watching and he appreciates what the hero did and the people will be looked after, but there is a process. Superman says that the people need help, not handcuffs, telling the cop he'll just keep removing them. The cop calls for no restraints to be used as Takumi comes to see the hero. Superman tells the boy that it's okay since they will be looked after and he promises to check up on them. Superman takes off, looking over the area from a tall building nearby. Suddenly he is met by the Truth, who says that it sucks since they come there for help and they are treated like criminals. He wonders if the hero knows what he started today as John recognizes the being. Truth knows that Superman watching him is going to make a lot of his friends happy. Superman asks how he got on the roof and snuck up on him, so Truth says that he was pretty distracted, but he wanted to thank the hero. Truth removes his mask, revealed to be the man who signed John up for the media department at college, as he thanks John for saving him from the gunman. He says that his name is Jay Nakamura and he wonders if John wants his wig back. Jay understands why he was wearing a terrible wig, telling the hero that it really was terrible since it really did nothing for him. John says that that's the problem with having hair that's impervious to bleach. Jay knows that he was trying to hide since it must be hard being Superman's son and he can understand why he would want to be something lesser or even something smaller. Jay knows that he could help him with that, but they need to have another conversation first, since Superman needs to understand what he did and where it leads, since while Gomorrah is supposed to be a paradise, people desperately want to flee from it despite what the propaganda would say. Jay knows that Superman swooped in and picked up a boatload of consequences and the tyrant of Gomorrah will want him gone, and he knows what he is capable of, since Henry Bendix will do whatever it takes to destroy Superman. Later on, both Supermen respond to the Infantino building in Coast City collapsing. John finds that there are 472 people and their pets inside, told to get them clear as his father prevents the building from falling any further. John gets to work rescuing everyone inside as he sees the supports begin to give way, so 4 seconds later, he has cleared the entire building, telling his father just to let it fall. Clark knows that this was a hyper-localized seismic event, and John spots the culprit, finding it to be a metahuman named Faultline. Clark tries to talk with the woman, but upon grabbing her, he is thrown to the ground hard. John confronts the woman, who apologizes, not knowing why she is wearing this costume or what is happening to her. John asks if his father is okay, and Clark is, but knows they have to get the woman off the ground before she causes more destruction. Thanks to her powers though, her body's density is off the charts, almost that of a neutron star. Talking with his son in a super hushed tone as not to scare the girl, Clark says that they need to take her to Star Labs, where there the heroes tell the scientists about Faultline's powers while the woman is put in a 0G stasis. John knows that she's not the first weaponized post-human with memory loss he's encountered, mentioning the man on fire from a few days ago. John soon gets a text, knowing that he's gotta go, as later he meets with Jay at a protest, learning that the Gamoran president ordered the refugees be given back to him, and ever since Truth reported it, people have been protesting and police have showed up to arrest them. A police officer nearby accosts a woman, so Superman steps in, stopping the man's baton before telling the cops that he is gathering with them, illegal or not. Superman tells the cops that if they are arresting people for standing up for those who can't stand up for themselves, he guesses he needs to be arrested as well. The cop knows he can't do that since he's Superman, but John is well aware, telling the cop to do his job. John is put in a pair of cuffs and led away as Cat Gran asks why he is doing this. John says that Superman was a refugee and his grandparents put their only child in a ship and sent him across the stars, to where he found sanctuary in this world and country, something that he wants the Gamoran refugees to have as well. Cat says that President Bendix insists they aren't refugees and Gomorrah is a paradise, but Superman says that he rescued the refugees when their boat was sinking and they left everything behind to flee this supposed paradise. Superman Superman wants to look into what President Bendix has been claiming, since no one sends their child on a perilous voyage unless it's more dangerous to stay behind. Later on, John is picked up from jail by his father, learning that the others are being released as well thanks to the public outcry. John thinks he did hard time, but his dad reminds him that he was in there all for 45 minutes. Jay meets with them outside, having come to get John out himself, but it looks like Clark had that covered. Clark is introduced to Jay, thanking him for wanting to bail out his son, since it's not outside the realms of possibility that this could happen again, since his mother has been arrested a lot as well. Clark invites Jay to dinner with them in Smallville, offering to give the young man a lift, as later on at the Kent farm, Jay is introduced to Lois, but the man is silent, telling John that no one told him he would be meeting Lois Lane. Jay finally shakes Lois's hand, saying he has a picture of her on his wall, since she is his hero. He soon runs off after the interaction, so John goes after him, learning the man thought the introduction was awkward. John says that usually people are more intimidated by his father than his mother, but Jay says that he's a journalist, and Clark Kent is good, but Lois Lane is the best there is, and she has brought down some of the most corrupt people on the planet. John wonders if he wants to meet her again, leading him back to the farmhouse where his parents are in a rather serious mood. John knows that it's time for his father to leave, as he talks with his father later on about leaving for Warworld, with Clark getting him to promise he won't come looking for him. John knows he can't promise that, since if the roles were reversed, Clark would come looking for him, and Clark doesn't deny it, knowing that he would search the ends of the universe for his son. John knows that this is where his father's story ends, not wanting him to go, but Clark knows if the future is locked in and destiny is impossible, then what is the point of fighting for something better? He tells his son that when he was young, he would come to that roof and look at the stars and imagine what is out there, but he never imagined anything as remarkable as his son. He knows that he doesn't believe in fate. He believes in John Kent, who that day saved 472 people and their pets, and it's not just the people he saved, since his actions created ripples and the families and friends were saved a lifetime of grief, so he's already changed the future. Clark tells his son that he needs to go because people need him, and he has the power to help them. John says that the people there need him on Earth, but Clark says that they need Superman, and that's what John is now, and while he is the man of tomorrow, John is for the days after that. John hugs his father as Lois and Clark leave, and Ma Kent comes to see John, telling him that Clark comes back every time, and while she has worried, she stopped doubting him a long time ago. Lois knows that John will be okay, but Clark knows he will have to be, as later in Gamora, Bendix learns that Superman is finally gone and Flatline has been retrieved from Star Labs, activating her density powers as he has his team drop the metahuman out of a plane above the Kent farm. Bendix activates the woman, wanting to take John Kent's world from him as Faultline slams hard into the Kent farm, obliterating the entire area. Years into the future on Warworld, a little girl runs through the slums streets pretending to fly,
as an old legless war veteran hopes that someone will spare the warrior some iron so he can eat. The girl throws him a few coins as she arrives home. The girl is revealed to be Thal La, as Mr. Byler is asked by the other children if it's time for a story. He asks the kids which story they want to hear, and the kids want to hear about the Moon Dragon or the two snakes and the wheel, but Thal La says she wants to hear about Superman. The kids are quick to quiet her and close the doors of the house, stuffing the seams of the house so no one hears her. One of the kids takes Thal La's Superman toy, knowing that if anyone saw her with it, the blood priests would kill them all. Byler knows that that's enough, telling Thal La that there was no harm done. He tells the girl that they need to be more careful and remember what they risk coming there, since they need these stories, not the lies the blood priests feed them, so they need the stories of heroes and truths and justice and each other. He won't tell them a Superman story today or anything from the past, but a story from the future and from another world that he saw. He tells the kids that this is the story from many lifetimes in the future when their people had rejoined their mighty cousins in the stars. Mr. Byler talks about the Kryptonians of the House of El and how they were explorers and adventurers and seekers of truth, and much like them, they also dream of battles in the sky. In the future, the House of El gets ready for a funeral, with Yandere not liking weddings. Her father, Brandon Kent, asks if she's ever been to a wedding before as she complains about her armor, but the man says it's not real armor, it's for ceremonies like weddings and it just looks cool. Rowan asks her brother Ronan if he thought this day would ever come, but he never thought Allura would marry since she is a Valkyrie through and through. Allura comments about how they talk about her like she's not even there, as Brainiac 4 compliments her on her choosing Khan to be her husband since he's a real fighter, but Allura knows that she chose him because of his heart. Kara Zor-El welcomes everyone to the Sanctuary to witness the union of Laura Van-El and the Felosian of the Warworld Prime, a people once defined by their search for truth and the horrors of war, and the people who were tested for centuries but still survived. Allura tells the gathered people that she has brought them Khan, the greatest warrior on Warworld Prime, and she asks her aunt that their paths be joined and that she grant him the name El. Khan wishes this to happen as well, not being able to offer much since he is just a lowly war master, but he offers the House of El his sword, made in the forges of Thanagar, and offers Allura his blood, which he will gladly shed for her. Kara knows that Khan has lived up to keeping with the highest traditions of the House of El, giving the warrior her blessing to join the family, but by the customs of the Warworld Felosians, he must now face one of the House of El in a test of strength. Kara asks who will face Khan in unarmed combat, with Brandon Kent, the Superman of Earth, being chosen. He apologizes for beating up Allura's man, but the woman tells him not to hold back, as Khan and Brandon get ready to fight, discussing Khan's every drop of blood speech, with Khan hoping that Allura liked it. Suddenly, the wedding is attacked by Phyros, the fallen son of Kal-El. Kara tells the villain that he has interrupted his own cousin's wedding, demanding he leave, but Phyros wonders if killing off Darkseid earned him no goodwill with Superwoman, since Allura has a High Father of Apocalypse as a cousin now. The villain thinks that given Allura's suitor's low station, he thinks his test should be more than a formality, hoping Allura is worth a real fight. Allura knows that it goes against tradition, but she wants to join her husband in his fight against her cousin. The couple confront Phyros, who conjures up a wedding gift he brought for them, a relic from the time of Kal-El. Activating the Phantom Zone generator, he blasts the entire family into the Phantom Zone. Back in Sanctuary, Superwoman attacks Phyros, who uses his magic to wrap Kara up in snakes, telling her that she is diluting his father's bloodline until they are nothing better than the chaff they govern. He says that he will save his house using his magic and his strength, just like how he saved Apocalypse. In the Phantom Zone, Ronan wonders how can they be there since the Phantom Zone projectors were all destroyed centuries ago, but Brandon knows that Phyros found a way back and it doesn't look different from the stories they were told. Allura knows that Brainiac 4 needs to come up with some ideas quick to get them out of here, and the Coluan says the only confirmed escapes from the zone were done with projectors, none of which exist in this realm. They notice some monsters nearby, but it's too late as the various monsters come for the family. Brandon tells his daughter to stay behind him and use energy blasts only, and he knows that they will make it through this as Khan is told to keep a hold of his sword for a little while longer. Rowan wants them to remember who they are, and wherever the House of El goes, hope goes as well. The family battle the monsters for hours, and thanks to no yellow sun to power their heroes, they begin feeling their lives weakening, and they were forced to rely on one another, and didn't really have a knack for that yet. A dragon soon pins Theander to the ground, but Brandon saves his daughter, complimented on his skill by Khan as Ronan feels the ground shaking thanks to a group of giant squid monsters coming for them. The monsters grab at Khan and pull him towards a fissure in the ground, but the tentacles are shot apart as a voice says that the beasts may not look intelligent, but they recognize their House of El symbol. The hooded being says that he can lead them to safe ground as Brandon recognizes the man as Hank Henshaw, the cyborg Superman, a foe of Kal-El who destroyed Coast City. Brandon attacks the man, saying that they aren't following him anywhere, but Hank knows then they will die, understanding the mistrust they have for him since he once fought the real Superman many times. But these heroes don't have the yellow sun and don't understand the dangers or have no knowledge of the creatures or their ways. He knows that they have a Coluan amongst them, and that means that if they follow him and trust him for a time, some of them may see the sun again. Hank says that they are to use their powers only when in dire situations, since any energy they use will be gone until they are returned home to the yellow sun, and he would have died long ago had it not been for his cybernetic components. Brandon asks where he's taking them, so Hank says he's leading them to one who can help them, since he and this being passed this way long ago seeking components for a device that would allow them to escape. a device the Coluan, Brainiac 4, can control. Heading into a cave, Hank warns them not to touch the goo dripping from the ceiling, telling the team that the person they seek failed in the end, like everyone else there, since he didn't understand what this place was. Ronan doesn't think he understands since an L created the Phantom Zone, but Hank says that Jor-El just stumbled upon it with no understanding of it, and he just begun flinging his enemies into it with no thought of what would happen, something Kal-El also did later. He knows what the Phantom Zone is though, saying that it is a projection of a living mind, a god's mind to be more specific, and it's more powerful than anything they could conceive, and it is the mind of a being that they call the Ether. And this was once a place where prisoners could live in their own consciousness, never aging or dying, but that was when Ether slept, and now that she is awake, the place is full of living nightmares. The family ask what happened to all of the Kryptonian prisoners that were trapped there, as Brainiac 4 is attacked by a snake, which Cyborg Superman easily kills, telling the group that they have been seeing their fellow Kryptonians since they came, as they have all been turned into these grotesque monsters. Mr. Byler says the heroes followed the Cyborg Superman across the wastes, not knowing how long they travelled for, as they explored the Phantom Zone like Kal-El never did. In Sanctuary, Kara is imprisoned by the magic of Pyrrhus, who now with the L's being not present, he is able to bring forth his armies from Apocalypse. In the Phantom Zone, some time passes and many trials of strength are had for the L's, as Brandon reluctantly saves Henshaw from a giant monster, as Mr. Byler knows that over time, some of the family began calling the Cyborg Superman their friend, but Brandon Kent knows he never would. Soon they reach their destination, a small group of houses in a valley where they will find what they need. Brandon wants to know how he knows this, so Hank says he doesn't, but if he is there, the device will be as well, and their escape will rely on Brainiac 4's ability to use this device. They wonder who built the shelters, learning that they were made by a tribe of Kryptonian Harriers, and when Ether awakened, they retained more of their minds than most others. Ronan soon spots something, wondering if that was him, and Hank confirms it is him, as they find the bound corpse of Mr. Miracle, who is holding a mother box. Brainiac 4 recognizes the mother box, not knowing if he can talk with it. He touches the device, which begins making its unmistakable ping. Brainiac 4 finds it beautiful, as above the village, Ether awakens and has noticed the team. Hank knows that it doesn't want them to leave, as more monsters are sent to stop them. Allura knows that there is no cover for them, and if the creatures reach Brainiac 4, none of them will make it back home. Allura tells her new husband that their wedding was a bit unconventional, but Khan wouldn't trade it for anything, as he leads the family into the battle under the banner of truth and justice. The heroes battle the creatures as they can see the portal opening, as Brandon knows that he was right about Henshaw all along. Since Mr. Miracle wasn't killed by a mad god or a Kryptonian convict, his spine was severed by heat vision, and Cyborg Superman is the only one with that power now. Brainiac 4 calls the team together as Brandon accuses Henshaw of killing Mr. Miracle, and when he couldn't make the box work, he just waited around for another cyborg to come and allow him to escape. Henshaw doesn't deny it, shooting Brandon with his heat vision and quickly stealing the box from Brainiac 4, hoping the Superman enjoys eternity. Theander hits him with her energy beams as Ronan beats the liar down. Brainiac 4 tells him there is no time for any of that, as on Sanctuary, Pyrrhus finds a strange little piece of metal, wanting to know what it is. Kara says it's one of the house's most greatest treasures, a relic from the time Superman liberated the Philosians, and it is carved in a child's image of Superman. She says that when she sees it, she is reminded of their people and what they are capable of when they are pressed and when they are given something to believe in. The room is filled with the ping of a mother box as the House of El return. Pyrrhus congratulates his cousins as Khan hits him in the face with the sword hilt, having been waiting a long time to do that. Ronan agrees, knowing he feels like the one most deserving of a turn in this battle is Allura. The Valkyrie rides her dragon down into Pyrrhus as the parademons arrive to back him up, but Brainiac 4 sends them to the Phantom Zone with the mother box. Rowan frees Superwoman, happy to see her again, as Kara says that she's been caged for what feels like a lifetime, wondering how they freed themselves. Kara soon spots Hank Henshaw, saying that
The years have been cruel to them. Superwoman grabs the cyborg, intending on throwing him back into the Phantom Zone, but Hank tells her to wait, since if not for him, the House of El would have died 100 times over in the Phantom Zone. Kara asks Brandon if that's true, and Superman says that he's a murderer and he used them to escape, but if it hadn't been for him, they would have died, and he doesn't think Clark Kent would have intended him to be in the zone forever. Kara decides to give Hank an official pardon, but he is to give them no reason to look for him, and if he does, they won't be so lenient. In the chaos, Tharos manages to escape, with Kara knowing that they haven't seen the last of him, as Thiander knows that her father is hurt, but Brandon knows he'll live. He knows he wouldn't have survived if it was for the rest of the family, saying he can't believe how tough the kids have gotten, and he thinks he's a bit long in the tooth now, so he thinks he's going to take up more of a teacher role from now on, telling Ronan if he's interested, Earth deserves a new Superman. Khan meanwhile wonders if this counts as a successful trial for his wedding, and Allura knows that most would call it acceptable, and Kara agrees that they have won the day, looking forward to hearing of their adventures, but it's clear that the House of El has found a worthy addition in Khan of Warworld Prime. Superwoman knows the 7 heroes saved their home and legacy, and she has never been prouder, and she can see the deep bond between them has grown. She finishes the wedding ceremony, wedding both Allura and Khan together, letting them seal the deal with a kiss, as Mr. Byler knows that Khan-El bore his new name with honor, and both he and Allura became 2 of the greatest heroes of their house, while Ronan Kent became the new Superman of Earth, fighting through the multiverse with his sister Rowan Kent, the Blue Lantern. Brandon meanwhile retired as a hero and devoted his life to training his daughter Thiander, who would soon become Superwoman herself. Thaular wonders what became of Kara, so the man says that she led the House of El for many years, but her story would take her to many different worlds, and even to see her meet Kal-El again. But that's a story for another time. The kids are disappointed it's over, as the man tells them all to head home before they are missed. Thaular decides to ask the man that when she makes up stories, they sound made up, but when he does it, they sound very real. Byler says that she is clever, wondering what she thinks, so the young girl thinks that he's seen the future, wondering if the elves will really have her toy one day. Byler hugs the girl, saying that she really is a clever one, and to answer her question, that's a story for another time, and a story he will tell her when she needs it the most. Elsewhere, Tharos, the High Lord of Durlan, writes out his resignation as the High Lord of Durla in order to become the Premier of the United Planets. Saddened that he must leave, but hopes that he can bring the harmony and beauty of their world to the less fortunate worlds of the United Planets. The being is soon found by Thalric, who warns him his time is too valuable and trillions rely on him now. The man asks what news she has, finding that the Superman of Earth is bound for Warworld, intending to liberate it, and he has requested aid from the United Planets. Tharos wonders why the Man of Steel is going after Mongul right now, so Thalric reveals that the Warworld refugees sought Superman out and asked for his help, but the worrying thing is that Superman referred to these refugees in his message as Thelosians, something that scares Tharos. The man snaps at the woman, knowing that they do not exist, and the message must have been incorrect, screaming at the woman for saying the word Thelosians, and if she dare say it again, she will die in obscurity just like her mother did. Superman and the Authority meanwhile speed towards Warworld in their ship, with Superman soon interrupting their chess games and work, telling the team they have arrived, and thanks to them all, there will soon be a lot of free people on Warworld. Nat notices some flashing lights, learning from Superman they are artillery, since the Warzoons, while answering to Mongul, still battle between one another, and have been since before any of them were born. Manchester Black jokingly says that fighting amongst themselves makes them savages, unlike humans which never do that. Superman spots something leaving the ship as he finds a being strung up in orbit. The team wonder what he's doing, as Manchester doesn't understand why Superman stops to cry over one dead slave when there are millions on the planet below. Light Ray wants to know what it's like to care so much about everyone, as Omac spots a Superman symbol on the planet's surface. Heading down to the surface, the team find a type of tomb filled with frozen monsters. They find a projection of a cloaked being who Superman knows is one of the beings from Mongul's throne room he saw in the fortress when he battled the Warzoons. The being says that he remembers the Superman of Earth and how he came to make the stories true, but he's far too late. Clark wants to know what they mean, so the being says that he's too late for the countless victims whose ashes already fill the skies and fill the bellies of the great worms, and he's too late for Thaular and her companions. Clark wants to know how he knows of her, demanding to know where the other Thelosians are, so the being points that they are right there, since Mongul had them gathered for him. The being reveals all the Thelosians have been killed and crucified, signposting a trail making out the shape of the symbol of L, which on Warworld means "so say the dead." Clark finds the beings have his symbol carved into their chests, as the being says that the Warzoons believe that a warrior carries the souls of their slain with them, and the dead are enslaved to their killers, and the iron shackled to their wrists is their strength. The being thinks that someone who has never killed is weak, since he only carries himself, but a great warrior is strong, for he carries the weight of many dead. He tells Superman to follow the dead to find Mongul. Angered, Superman leads the Authority into the huge arena, smashing through Mongul's forces outside and destroying his statue, throwing the head into the arena as Superman confronts the Warworld beings, telling them that they aren't his enemy and Mongul is. Superman says in their language that their chains mean slavery and Mongul is their slaver, but he and his team have come to break those chains and free them and find them new homes. He knows as an outsider there is distrust in him and he cannot undo their abuse, but when Mongul is in chains he asks that they only help him build new lives for them. Chaitel speaks, telling Superman that he is one who has never known war. He introduces himself as the prized servant of Mongul and the oldest living Warzoon. He reveals his chain is longer than any living Warzoon, and he knows all his brothers and pitmates are bones in the burrows of the great worms, and he is the only one left alive, and he will still be alive when the heroes' skulls adorn the gates of the arena. Midnighter finds that a pretty hardcore monologue as Manchester Black confronts the being, knowing that they aren't there for him and want the legless being to point out their boss, or did he get sent alone? Chaitel says he isn't alone as Mongul's champions, the teacher, the mother, the orphan, the darling, and the unmade appear. The mother uses her magic to grab Superman as Chaitel says that Mongul has been watching Superman ever since he was fighting the monsters of the breach and was injured by them. Enchantress knows that they are in some trouble as Chaitel tells Superman a wiser man would have waited for his strength to return, but Superman is soft and when he hears the cries of the weak, he must act. Enchantress's magic on Superman fades and his white hair returns and his powers dissipate as Manchester reveals that it's the radiation poisoning from the breach, and Enchantress has been juicing Superman with her magic while he uses illusions to make it look like he's still moving mountains. He says that somehow Mongul knew about this as Superman tries to tell the champions that they aren't his enemies, and even if they have to go through them to get to Mongul, he will not stop until they too are free. Mongul soon arrives, blasting Superman down as he is happy to finally meet the old man who conquered Mongul who was, telling Superman to face Mongul who is, and his bones will adorn his banner spear for 1,000,000 years. Meanwhile, Superman and the Authority descend onto Warworld as the United Planets watch, knowing finally Warworld will fall. Some aren't so sure that the planet can actually fall, but some know that Superman is bent on nothing less than liberation. The Dominators know that this will alter the power balance in the universe, and they need to be mindful of this. The Tamaranian king doesn't care, wondering if Superman has asked for their aid, but others know that they should actually be seen aiding him, since he is their most powerful ally and will make them look good. The Council want to use the United Order and send in the help, but Lord Premier Tharos wonders what will happen after Mongul falls, knowing with Warworld beaten, they would have to take in the Warzoons and rehouse them, and which one of the council members wants cannibals or child killers as their neighbours, especially seeing that many have had family members killed by Warzoons. Tharos knows that Superman is all powerful and their aid will only hinder his efforts, but when he succeeds, they will be there to help in whatever way they can. But this new Mongul is cunning, and should Superman fall, he would not like to anger this monster who felled him. Mongul meanwhile regales the watching Warzoons with a speech detailing who Superman is, knowing that the hero is his to kill alone. Superman knows that this Mongul is the son of the one he knew, knowing that the villain thinks that this will all somehow turn out different than it did for his father. Mongul, however, knows he isn't as foolish as his father as Superman attacks. The Authority join in, attacking Mongul's champions as Manchester tells Enchantress to deal with the Mother, another magic user, but June can't stop the witch and what she is doing to Superman, and there is no choice but to take her off the board. June uses a giant snake construct to swallow the woman up, but the mother isn't easily defeated, cracking the ground she was enveloped in and growing out of it as a giant, gloating over June, saying that the mother sees what the others don't. June is taken by the giant, but Apollo tells Natasha they will get her back. Midnighter knows they need to take down Mongul and the rest will soon fall, so they rush to help Superman when Apollo is confronted by the Unmade, slamming right into the being but is blown back. Midnighter is shocked that someone actually stopped Apollo as he was speeding up, helping his husband up as he goes back for a second attack, hoping the stranger will dish out some amount of trash talk and not stay silent. Apollo is suddenly stabbed by the Unmade, dumped on the ground as Midnighter rushes the villain, not caring for Superman's no-kill rule now. Off to the side of the battle, the Teacher watches as Manchester Black finds him, knowing that he's the one controlling the Unmade. Black can't find any thoughts inside the alien's head, but knows that he's the one pulling the strings. The Teacher says that without him, Mongul would still be in chains, revealing that the implants on his body protect him from telepaths and Black's tricks and powers, and he's even got an energy shield that will stop his friend's energy attacks. He shows Black the Orphan Box, knowing that it holds power beyond anything he could dream, demanding Black walk away or die screaming. Black picks up a broken spear, knowing that the alien has thought of everything and he supposes he better give up. He smashes the alien in the hand with the bat, knocking the box from it as he continues beating him bloody with the spear handle, knowing sometimes the old ways are the best. Superman continues battling Mongul, who tells the hero that his slaves cheer for him even when the hero offers to free them. He tries to slash Superman with the kryptonite spear, telling him that they don't want his help. Superman punches the villain in the face, sending him crashing into the arena floor as he tells him that one slave wanted help, and that's enough. Mongul tells Superman of a teacher who told him that Superman's strength comes from the yellow sun, but Warworld has no sun, and when he was young, Warworld's furnaces were fed by the planets they conquered and the bodies of the dead, but when he killed his father, he pulled down all those furnaces and replaced them with star forges that now sustain Warworld, all giving off red sun radiation. The villain hits Superman with his axe as Omac and Lightray try and come to Superman's aid, but Orphan and Darling confront them. Lightray spots the baby on the stasis pod that Darling carries, thinking it to be a hostage, so she races off to free it despite Omac telling her not to. As she tries to disconnect the pod, the baby tells her that she should not have come to the planet, scaring her. The Darling grabs Lightray, slamming her hard into the ground as Superman races to her aid, smashing the Darling off of her and tending to the wounded woman, who doesn't want Superman to be angry at the people there, since they just don't get who he is and he will save all the people. Leah hopes that Superman is still proud of her as she dies in his arms. Superman has no time to mourn, however, as Mongul stabs him through the chest with the kryptonite spear, knowing that this is his true weakness, his love for weaker, lesser things, and it's why Mongul, not Superman, still holds the chain of Warworld. Mongul picks up Superman on the spear, saying that as the hero once boasted, only one of them now stands. The United Planet Council watches on in horror, thinking Superman has been killed, wondering what they should do now. Some know that they should never have waited and should have sent aid as Tharos declares Superman dead, wanting it put on official record. The Council know they have to do something, but Tharos knows that the only thing they can do is nothing. After a moment, the Council solemnly convenes, with Tharos knowing that all is going according to his plans. Teacher meanwhile awakens Superman,
telling him that he cannot die yet since slaves think he is more than other men, and if he is shown to die, he would be a poor prize. The being awakens Superman with his device as Chaytil proclaims that the chained Superman has fallen. He shows off the chained heroes, all who await death far beyond the sight of their gods, and when they do die, they will not be awakened in the Orchard of the Dead alongside the Warzoons, since grubs such as them have no iron in their name. Chaytil says that they will be reborn as the blind worms that eat on corpses, as Omac breaks from their chains, killing some Warzoons in Leah's name as she frees Natasha, facing down Darling, who blasts the heroes, knocking them out again. Mongul arrives with his war axe, telling them the battle, like all battles, is for Mongul. Mongul tells the people that he has conquered the Superman and to keep in the Warzoon lore, what was once Superman's is his now, meaning he now rules his bloodline, all his works throughout his life, and even the United Planets, and soon his armies will march across the cosmos to claim them. He gives Superman's team to his champions as slaves, with Natasha and Omac living out their days in their fighting arenas.
He claims Superman as his own, demanding Kal-El be brought before him. One of the Warzoons is brought before Mongul, who says that this being let Midnighter escape, and for this he must die, as well as his brother, but he won't be killing him. Superman has to do it. He tells Clark that one of his team is dead and Apollo will soon join her, but if he kills Kal-El, he will heal them back to life, but if he doesn't, he will hunt down Jonathan Kent and kill him. Angered, Superman grabs the axe, throwing it at Light Ray's chains and catching her body, telling her that not all stories end with death, knowing that she will have so many adventures and love and be loved by many across many worlds. He doesn't know when or how, but he will see Light Ray again as Mongul knocks the hero out with his axe. Later on, Omak and Natasha are brought before a blacksmith, where they are given their chains as the Warzoons begin their chants, telling them that Mongul's dominance blesses them with iron. The two heroes are sealed within their chains, told to remember who has blessed them today, and Omak knows she will never forget what they did to Light Ray. Superman is thrown in jail, heralded as the Phalosian's savior. The other prisoners gather around, wondering if this being is like them, as some recognize him. Their leader, Krillux, knows he's Superman, as others know he's no Superman and he's just a grub. Krill tells Ulthul-Ra to leave the injured hero alone as Superman awakens, grabbing the woman in his disorientation. Superman is kicked down as he tells the women that he doesn't want to hurt them, but they know he can't since they are fighters for he who holds all chains, and Mongul and his champions beat him like he was nothing. Superman tells the angry women that he's not mad with them, knowing that they are afraid, but they are in this together now and they are going to need each other to get home. He recognizes that they are Phalosians like Thawla, asking them their names, so Ulthul-Ra is the only one who gives her name, as Clark tells her that she looks to be about his son's age. The people are surprised that he has a son, but others think it's just the death ravings of a madman as Superman passes out from exhaustion. That night, Midnighter kills his way into the prison, telling the guards outside he's wondering if they have seen his friends. Once inside with the keys, he finds Superman, trying to wake him to help him escape, but Clark says he's not going anywhere. Midnighter says that they are forging synthetic suns under the planet in the forge to keep it running, and once they blow them up, most of his powers should come back. Superman refuses to, since doing so would destroy the planet and kill thousands. The people in the cages also need his help, and he won't leave the children to die. Midnighter wonders how hard Mongul hit him since they didn't win, and the people don't want their help since all of Warworld was watching and they cheered when they got their asses kicked. He wonders if the hero forgot what they did to June and Apollo, and now Light Ray is even dead. Superman wonders if he thinks that they should abandon the ones who don't cheer for them and stand down every time they get knocked down. He knows that's not what their heroes taught them, but Midnighter was right about one thing. All of Warworld was watching, and they'll be watching tomorrow as well, but Mongul has just locked him in a place where he can talk with all of them at once. Superman tells his friend that even if they had won today, it would have been up to the Warzoons to free themselves in the end, and they will help them take their freedom. After a moment, Midnighter stands, telling him that they were the ones who risked everything to come with him, not the Warzoons, and the hero gave them the big line about hope. Midnighter leaves, saying that Superman lied to them since there is no hope there, and that these people don't want to be freed by them. He asks if their lives are really worth more than theirs, but Superman knows they aren't. They aren't worth less either. In a nearby cage, Kal-El watches the hero, muttering the word hope as he draws the House of El symbol into the dirt. Clark soon begins a war journal, talking about how he's the son of farmers and scientists, and a husband and a father and a journalist by trade, which is why he's compelled to document his time on the planet. As Omak and Natasha battle some creatures in the ring, an alien creature charges some of the Phalosians, but luckily Superman saves them. The hero battles more giant monsters as Clark's journal talks about how he fought for truth and justice on his home, and while some opposed him, some joined him. Other fighters come to Superman's aid, helping him with a creature as he remembers Lois calling people like him champions of the oppressed, able to leap tall buildings in a single bound, but as he takes the beast down, Clark knows that type of feat is beyond him now, but the work goes on. Suddenly the hero is electrocuted by the ringmaster, but Omak stops Natasha from helping since they will kill her too. Nat knows that they can't just let him, but Omak doesn't care since why should Clark be treated any differently from them? Later on in the smithy, some of the Phalosian notlings act out like they are Mongul. One tells them to be quiet, but they don't listen Titan, knowing they would have received iron as well had it not been for Superman getting in their way. The older Phalosian knows that the survival is the greater victory, as some aliens talk with OMAC about how they fought like a war zone, making others fear her when she takes her enemies down. They think she could be of great service to Warworld, but they ask if she serves the Superman, but OMAC says she never did, and they came to Warworld with one reason, and that one reason is dead. Natasha meanwhile is given 5 iron links, told to leave some for the rest of the Yellow Warriors, but she knows that if they value their iron, they'll stay away from her. She asks Leonath about getting some work with him in the smithy, but the Warzoo knows that they will not allow Superman's tribe to work despite Natasha's experience in the forge. Leonath says, however, he will ask the Blood Priest if he can pick out a slave to help be his apprentice since he is short-handed. He asks if it's armor she wants to make, and Nat says that she wants to make a sword of armor. In the cells, a song sounds out through the cages as Clark is told by Krillux that if he wants to close his wounds, he will need some blind worms, but he should maybe pick up a weapon in the next fight. Clark says he didn't come there to maim or kill others, but Krill says that neither did they, asking if he thinks that they are barbarians because they wish to survive, asking if Superman feels noble blocking axes with his forehead like a fool. The warrior thinks that Superman has forgotten how to fight like a mortal and he never evades attacks, and when he does block, he does so with his arm or he tries to catch the weapon, and since this place is covered in red sun radiation, he is vulnerable and he will need to learn to use a weapon or die for nothing. Clark figures out that Krill used to be a Phalosian like the others, but the man doesn't care for that now, since this place is just a preserve for the civilizations that Mongul has destroyed, and those who aren't Warzone are just strays and cannon fodder for Mongul's armies. He does say that he was once Phalosian and that he once lived in a sustainable ecosystem that would have lasted forever, and he had a wife and 3 daughters and a little boy and a home. But then Warworld came and now his family is ashes and his chain is his only legacy. Soon they are all stirred from their cells by a blood priest who says that the old crow is dying. Clark continues to write in his journals, talking about when Manhunter told him a story about how Warworld came to be, but soon after they learned that story was untrue, and then Superman heard about how Warworld was built by the Mongols, but then today he learned that was also a lie as well, as the prisons are taken deep into the planet. Clark discovers that Mongols built several imitation Warworlds, but nothing as large as this original one, and the true Warworld is a tangle of ruined structures built and repurposed by billions of different species, all building layer upon layer, and beneath all of that is the forgotten world of soil and stone. Clark knows that learning of this place, the idea of Warworld sustaining life makes sense, as the prisoners are led to a chamber where a giant green glowing creature called Old Crow awaits them. Clark always thought that he knows the numbers of lives that were taken by Mongols over the years, but now he knows that it's been happening for thousands of years, and now they are celebrating another victory over an extinct race. He figures when the last member of a species dies, the Warzoons and Strays gather to honor its passing, but all for very different reasons, with the Warzoons celebrating dominance over that species, while the Strays do it because they see their own future there. He leaves the prisoner line to go to Old Crow, mourning it one final time as the creature's green glow dies off and the creature succumbs to death. Clark and the others are forced to push the creature into the pit below them while a blood priest screams a sermon about the Old Crows now joining forever in the service of Warworld. Clark himself apologizes to the creature, knowing that he was too late to help them and that his end came in a dark place with no loved ones to see it off. Clark promises that he will protect the others as he failed to protect it. The creature is cast into the pit where the waiting worms feast on it as Clark listens to the sermons, not really understanding the alien languages, but he does notice some familiar symbols on the wall, the same symbols from that of the Genesis fragment he found on Earth. He notices the blood priests can't actually read the runes either, pretending to read the dead language and reciting Mongols' propaganda instead. Clark intends to decipher the runes and use them to help free the people, as later on Nat meets with Clark, telling him that she is now the smith's apprentice and she will now be able to make Clark better gear, showing him an S symbol piece of armor she made for him, knowing with the hits he keeps taking, he will need it. He picks up 2 sticks, throwing one at Krill and asking if he will teach him to fight like a Warworld Warworlder. Elsewhere in the wastelands, some Warzoons spot a cart pulling up to them when suddenly they're all killed by Midnighter and his small gang of yellow aliens, who can't believe they actually killed a Warzoon, and Mongul can't learn of this. Midnighter says that those Warzoons enslaved them and killed their families, and they wanted to fight back, so they gotta put on their big alien pants and do their jobs. They infiltrate the prison as the aliens ask who the prisoner on the throne below them is. Others know that there are too many Warzoons in the area, and Midnighter agrees, knowing they can't break him out yet. The being they intend to break out is the one on the throne, and it is revealed to be Apollo, who Midnighter knows they will be getting him out of there soon enough. Clark continues his war journal, with the hero finding his life becoming so chaotic and unfamiliar, wondering if he'll ever forget the sound of his own name, since the Warzoons call him a name that roughly translates to unbloodied sword. He knows that it's meant to be a taunt between the fighters, shouted at ones who don't land a blow, and it's meant to be an insult to him, but he actually kind of likes it. He thinks of the Phalosians and how Ultho Ra and Osul Ra have been slow to trust, and Clark knows that it comes hard in places like this. He thinks about how they fall asleep to the songs of the Blood Priests and of Mongul and his ancestors, praising them all, and how it's an effective form of propaganda, and since birth they've been taught that Mongul is not their slaver, but their hero. As he battles the giant monsters of the pits, Clark thinks about how they believe kindness makes one weak and vulnerable, and it's therefore a cruelty which makes one hard and protects them from other hurt. Therefore cruelty is a kindness. He knows that the Warzoons aspire to follow Mongul's ideals, and their mindset makes their liberation of Warworld the hardest challenge he has ever had to face. But he's hopeful, since some still remember their lives that were stolen from them and they might be willing to fight, but worries that Mongul has seen these same signs and will do anything to stop them. A horn soon blows as Mongul arrives with his Warhammer, confronting the Phalosians, who lay praise on the villain despite the beaten Superman telling them to stay away from him. The Phalosians talk about how they wish to be Warzoons one day, so he tells Otho to slay his brother. Seeing that they won't, Mongul asks the brother to kill his sister and to cut her head off to become a Warzoon. Omak knows that he's going to do it as Superman continues to plead for them not to. Mongul can see that they won't, so he raises his Warhammer, telling the Phalosians they are mere grubs squirming in the sands of the arena. Superman charges the villain, knocking him down and telling him to pick on someone his own size. Mongul fights back, knowing that Superman's kind could never be Warzoon, and the grubs survive only because others take the blows meant for them. Superman attacks with one of the pit's weapons as Mongul tells him that his protection of them weakens them and the hero as well. Superman begins to choke Mongul, but the villain tells him that the Warzoons are strong because no one protects them. Mongul suddenly unleashes an energy beam onto Superman, knocking him down and telling him that the Warzoons are strong because he protects no other. Mongul becomes confused as the crowd begin chanting Superman's arena name. The hero tells Mongul that the villain hears the songs and he thinks they're about him and belong to him, but they aren't, and he's going to prove it. Mongul leaves to the sound of the chants as Chaetel tells him to kill Superman, but Mongul knows that will just turn him into a martyr. But Chaetel says the hero has been beaten and broken in all the ways, yet he still fights on, and each time he rises from the pit, he emboldens the others across Warworld, fueling whispers of rebellion. He knows such a creature should be feared, begging Mongul to kill the Superman, but Mongul refuses to, since his plans for the United Planets will not work with Superman dead, so he will not kill him, yet his insolence will be punished. The teacher Mimo has Omak dragged into his chambers, telling the hero that he finds him the most interesting, knowing their original name, something that Omak has long forgotten. The teacher knows how much stronger the hero's machines made them and how he relied on them, but that wasn't all that he lost coming to Warworld. The teacher activates a hologram of the dead Light Ray, knowing if Omak knew the truth about Orphan and Darling, he would pity them all, but all they need to know is those beings have the power to return Light Ray to life. Teacher tells him to relinquish control of his systems to him, and Mongul promises that Light Ray will be given life again. Clark meanwhile is returned to his cell, asking if the Phalosian siblings are okay. Otho demands him not to speak to them like Notlings, since they are Warzoon and Mongul's way of life is right and no one could ever hurt Mongul, especially Clark since he tried to beat him and failed. She tearfully tells Clark that they have earned their iron and are strong like Warzoon, and when they die they will go to the Orchard. Superman demands that they stop, since they are not Warzoon, they are Phalosian and they come from scientists and explorers, not killers and pirates. He tells the others that their ancestors left their home and set out across the galaxy in search of truth and justice, and everything Mongul and his blood priests have preached are lies. meant to keep them weak and slow to fight back. He tells them that protecting others doesn't make you weak, it makes you strong, and Osul is alive because Otho protected him and in turn taught him to protect others. Superman knows that's a power Mongul will never have, wanting them to never forget that. Natasha soon arrives with a message from Midnighter, telling Superman that it's happening. Natasha reads the message, saying that the revolution is on and they need to be ready to move, since Midnighter is going to be taking out a Starforge that night. Superman isn't happy since he told Lucas not to hit the Starforges since they hold parts of the planet together, and taking them down would destroy the city's life support systems, meaning that thousands of Warzoons will die. Natasha doesn't see a way around it since the Forges are keeping Clark powerless, so what can he do against Mongul and his generals without his powers? Clark refuses to use that option since it's not what he came there for. Nat knows that his powers would start coming back without the Forges and maybe they could stop the worst of it from happening, but Clark is adamant of getting out of there and finding Midnighter before he kills thousands, and that cannot be the best plan they have. Luckily Krillux has a plan and they just need to trust him, as later that night the hero is freed from his cell by the Phalosian and he leaves with him, with the other Phalosians echoing Superman's words about truth and justice back to him. Krillix and Superman sneak past the Warzoon camps, heading deep into Warworld as Krill asks why Superman talks to the children the way he does, since giving them hope will get them killed. He knows that Otho has learned to survive there and he has nothing to teach them, instead he should learn from them. Clark knows that he won't let them believe that their love for each other makes them weak, but Krill tells him to keep his voice down as Clark asks if he knew their parents. Krill did, also knowing that they had an older brother who died along with them and even his family. He warns Clark of his footing as they spot the Great Worms below. Clark asks if they were brought there from one of Warworld's conquests, but Krillux knows they've always been there, with their stinking gases making the atmosphere breathable. Clark is reminded how his pa used to say that every time he felt like he'd seen a thing or two on the Earth, the world would remind him he still had much to learn. Krillux was also taught that about Warworld, knowing that it holds many secrets and the Necropolis is the greatest of them all. Clark knows all about this place as he's told it's a tomb not many know about, but there are stories about the power buried there, and if it's true, then Clark can claim that power and he wouldn't need to take down the Starforges and he'll be stronger than he ever was. Clark recognizes the veins of Genesis in the stone, telling Krillux that that's what it is called on Earth, as the stone came to Earth with the Warworld ships that landed there. He knows that it's immensely powerful and the last time he touched it, he felt its power. He touches it again and it causes him to float for a moment as Clark hears that there are a lot of people down there with them. He suddenly tells Krillux they need to get back to the cells, as in the prison the Phalosians are confronted by Warzoons, who have been ordered to kill the Notlings. Otho protects her brother, making the Warzoons laugh since she seems to have found her iron, knowing that her links will go to them when they kill her. She refuses to leave her brother, but the Warzoons tell her to have some pride since Mongul took notice of her, and no Notling can say the same, and now he wishes to see her again, except this time he wants to see her dead. Weeks into the past, Bila-Esh is beaten by a Warzoon for telling the Notlings stories of Superman the Savior, who will come to Warworld and save them all. The being shows them a hologram of Superman being stabbed by Mongul in the arena, knowing Superman falls to their lord. The Warzoons sentence the storyteller to death, but before he is killed, Midnighter blows his way into the building, killing the Warzoons in a bloody mess. The Notlings ask if he is Superman as Lucas vomits and passes out. 17 days later, a Warzoon proclaims Superman's blood now fattens the blind worms, asking who else will question the greatness of Warworld and who will challenge Mongul's rule. A red-cloaked being approaches, asking which of the Warzoons is Thargul the Bog. The villain demands to know who they are and who names the Blood Priests, but the being will only say they have come a long way for Thargul. The Warzoon and the Blood Priests attack, but the cloaked being cuts them up as if they are nothing, as it's revealed he is Midnighter. The Warzoon thinks that he is Superman, and Lucas thinks humans really all do look the same to the Warzoons, finding Batman comparisons to be annoying, but Superman comparisons to be just plain rude. Midnighter knows that Thargul knows where Apollo is, demanding he spill his guts, literally, and tell him. The slaves ask Lucas if he's Superman, but the hero tells them who he really is and how Superman and him aren't really talking at the moment. He tells them that Superman tends to not kill people like he does, wanting them to grab a weapon as he smashes up their chains. One of the woman warriors is angered that he broke her iron, knowing that she blinded a Lenori for one of those iron chains. Another says that the chains are the only thing of value on the Warworld and he should shouldn't touch what isn't his. Lucas isn't impressed, knowing the iron is just a tool for their evil god king and how he uses it to keep them all tired and their hands slow in case they ever figure out that he's been filling their heads with lies. He grabs Thargil, saying that if they tire of being slaves, they are welcome to come along, but for the others, them telling him how tough they are while showing off their chains isn't landing how they think it does, and if they want to show him what they are made of, they can do so without the chains. Over the next few weeks, the slaves begin revolting in Superman's name, carving Superman's House of El symbol into everything as the storyteller continues telling stories of Superman's battle with the unstoppable Doomsday, and how Superman fought until he had no blood left to shed, not to prove himself the strongest, but to protect the weakest. The stories continue being told by the Notlings as a Warzone demands one of the Notlings get out of the road or they'll run them down. The child says that they have the dead who speak for them much like the Warzones, and the dead say that they should know better. Midnighter attacks with his warriors, with one warrior stopping another from killing the Warzone, reminding him of Superman's words and how he says that no life is worth more or less than their own. Midnighter, however, cuts the Warzone's head off, demanding they find one named Sergren. The warriors soon find the Warzone and Midnighter interrogates him, wanting him to take them to Apollo and tell him how to unhook the hero from their machines without killing him. Sergren knows that they can't take him out since the power source will fail and the magnetic coils in the central hemisphere will power down, but Midnighter doesn't care about that, wanting to get Apollo out or he will kill the being. Bila Esh continues his stories in the Thalosian caves, telling the tale of Superman battling an evil magical queen, being the only one left standing against the villain who had turned everyone else to her bidding. Thaler asks how Superman was able to go against the queen, but the storyteller says that he knew the queen's true weakness and how to exploit it, but that's another story for another time. Bila is told that Midnighter has returned as Lucas sends a short message to Natasha, telling her to be ready to move soon since he's taking down the Starforge that night. Bila goes to meet with Lucas, telling the hero that he's been busy freeing refugees who find their way to the necropolis. Midnighter wants to figure out a backup site just in case Warzones find them, since someone will no doubt get careless very soon. Bila asks about the message he left for Natasha, so Lucas tells him that he found the engineer he was looking for, planning on hitting the sunken temple to free Apollo. Bila reminds him that their army is still too small, but Midnighter knows that once they get Apollo they'll be strong enough. But the storyteller wonders what happens then, since the Unmade made short work of Apollo the first time, and why would this time be any different? He tells Lucas the rebellion isn't ready and destroying the Starforge will kill many of them, as well as himself included. Midnighter says his loyalty is with the Authority and it's time to get off planet. Bila thinks that Superman would say something about this, but Midnighter snaps, saying that he's sick of hearing about Superman since the hero wants to leave Apollo alone, but he refuses to let that happen. The heroes are soon alerted to a prisoner being taken by the warriors, who say that there is a horde of berserkers heading for the arena pits to kill everyone inside. Midnighter knows that Superman, Natasha and Omak are in there, but the boy says that Superman and Krillux aren't in the pits and Omak is helping the berserkers. Despite being shocked, Midnighter doesn't want to change the plan, and if Omak has flipped, then they need Apollo now more than ever. Bila thinks that there is no time to free Apollo, but Midnighter tells him that he won't be planning sneak attacks now and it's time to hit them hard with open war. He admits without Superman this won't work, but Superman soon appears before them, telling the hero that he wishes there was time for him to tell him how humbled and inspired it is to see the refugees and everything Midnighter has accomplished. But Lucas never needed his help in that regard, and Mongul has forced their hand. Superman tells Midnighter to gather every fighter they have and follow him to the arena pits, where shortly the berserkers enter, told to kill all of the Thalosians. Natasha confronts the warriors, telling them that they should pick on someone who has iron to claim. Teacher says that they are there to kill prisoners, but the ones brought in to kill Steel cares little for her iron. Omak is revealed to have joined the Warzones as the wall is blown in by Superman, who knows that this doesn't sound like the Omak he knows, wanting to remind them what they came to do and get those people home. Back on Earth, Lois Lane keeps an eye on the comatose Thal-La, writing up a report on the Thalosians and how 3,400 years ago, a controversial Kryptonian scientist named Thalkus Salary was assassinated and his 40,000 followers left the planet Krypton, disappearing into the cosmos to become nothing but a mystery. John soon finds his mother, apologizing for startling her. Lois knows he didn't, she was just keeping an eye on Thaular while she writes. John wishes that he wasn't so rough with the Thelosian, but Lois knows they understood, and how else was he supposed to feel, since he thought that she was one of Mongul's people and that she was going to kill his father. Lois knows the woman didn't have a choice in who she worked for, as suddenly something happens to the woman in the stasis tank and she begins seizuring. Kellex tells the Kents that her powers have been flaring up for days now, and her initial injury was caused by overexposure to Genesis energy, and she appears to be in withdrawal from it. Kellex thinks that they could possibly stop the seizures she's been having with some limited Genesis exposure. John knows that the orphan box was blown up, and Clark never told anyone where he hid the Genesis fragment, but Lois thinks she knows where it is, telling Thaular to hang in there, since while Clark is saving her whole world right now, she was entrusted to them and she won't let her down. Superman meanwhile battles the Warzoons alongside Midnighter as the prisoners open the other cages for the other prisoners. Superman beats down one of the fighters, telling him his iron belongs to him now, wanting him to leave it where it is and get up since they aren't enemies. Teacher arrives, finding it convenient Superman chose this moment to reveal his would-be revolution. Superman tries to get through to OMAC, telling them that they will never get what they were promised. OMAC wonders how he knows what they were promised, but Clark can only think of one thing that the being would want, and would have gotten them to turn on them. Teacher tells OMAC to break Superman while he deals with the others. Midnighter isn't afraid of Teacher, knowing that he talks a big game and he can still see the scars from Manchester Black's beatdown all over him. Teacher says that he enjoyed his time with the illusionist and his brain was extraordinary, but he lacked vision. He summons a huge monster as he tells the heroes that he has a less constrained mind, and he found Black's illusionary horrors become very real. OMAC tells Superman to let this happen since he can't win, but Clark doesn't back down, angering OMAC, who hits him again, demanding to know why he keeps getting up since he's becoming weaker. He wants to know why he came to the world, as Superman tires of his questions, beating him down, as he wonders if OMAC believes they should only do the right thing when they are stronger than their enemies and are at their best, and when they are hurt and outmatched, they should just sit back and do nothing. Superman knows that OMAC is better than this, but if he really was willing to betray them, all from a promise from Mongul, then he can give it his best shot. Nat tells Othel and Osal to hide, but Teacher knows there is nowhere for them to hide, and they should be grateful for their time he gave them, since he would rather have killed them all in the arena. Midnighter thinks that he talks a lot for a lackey who thinks he should be boss, but Teacher knows he stands where he should, in the shadow of the throne of Warworld, and every living thing on the planet is his to dissect, kill, rearrange, and unmake and make anew. Krillex is thrown down onto the ground as Teacher tells him that while Mongol savages kill each other with stones and clubs, the answers to the space, time, life, and death are within his grasp. Superman saves Krillex from the monsters stomping on him, knowing that Teacher is more of a problem than he remembers, as Krillex knows that he's an arrogant fool and he's given them a way to win since he brought one of his devices that power him. Krillex knows that he uses the orphan boxes to control the unmade and open doorways to anywhere on Warworld, and if they get one of them, they can win the war. OMAC blasts the heroes, blowing up the building behind them, as he says that he is impressed with how frustrating Superman has become these days. Superman thinks that Warworld has given them plenty of practice at it, attacking OMAC and ripping the exoframe from him, telling him to stay down. OMAC says that this wasn't personal and Superman was right and he would do anything for Lightray. Superman knows Mac would see her again and he doesn't have to sell his soul to do it. Mongul arrives knowing Superman's soul is already been sold, and each day he finds the Kryptonian less amusing. He knows that Chator was right and it was best to kill him, as Superman battles Mongul, holding him back as the villain tells the hero that he seems to have learned nothing and he still surrounds himself with lesser creatures, and this will end exactly the same as before, but this time he is going to harvest Superman's bones. Superman knows that he doesn't understand a damn thing, and the people he partners with aren't lesser than them. They are stronger than he or Mongul could ever be, and they have been through trials that should have killed them, and they have never had power jams or heat vision or the strength of gods to help them, and they have never given up. He knows that they are not lesser, they are more than he and Mongul, and can the villain really not see what he sees in them? The Thelosians take the fight to the Warzoons as Superman races up the monster's arms, grabbing the orphan box from Teacher as he says that he has learned something, and he has never seen such blindness and arrogance in Mongul. He escapes with the orphan box, telling Mongul that if he thinks that Superman caring for others is a weakness, then underestimating them is Mongul's, and it's why they will win. Superman activates the orphan box in a blinding light as on Earth, Lois goes to a rundown hangar, telling its occupant behind the locked door that she knows he has it. The door opens and Lois enters Steelworks, meeting with John Henry Irons. She hugs her old friend, telling him that her and John are holding up well, but John misses his father and John Henry has to be worried about Natasha. John Henry knows that she'll be safe, asking if Lois is writing about the fragment since he hoped she doesn't, since he is looking to keep it away from anyone. Lois tells him about Thal-La and John knows all about the Philosian, learning that she is having seizures, and Kellex theorized that a fragment can help heal her by exposing it to her. John Henry knows that they'll need to tightly control the exposure since the energy it produces is insane, and that's not the only thing, since he's taken many samples from the fragment, and when he interacts with one sample, they all react together, and sometimes the Genesis fragment reacts before he interacts with it, as if it's anticipating his touch. He thinks it's a form of sentient energy as the fragment explodes in front of them in the containment unit, allowing them to hear Clark's voice to Mongul. Lois believes now that the fragment is what is causing Thal-La's seizures, but John Henry knows that there is nothing interacting with the fragment or any of the samples, and it's as if it's reacting to something happening elsewhere, thinking that whatever Clark and Natasha are up to, something big is about to happen. Superman leads the Philosians towards the Citadel as the hero remembers one of his recent journal entries, reminding him to remember his wife and son, and that he's vulnerable and he can die on Warworld. As Superman leads the attack on the Citadel, Teacher continues to torture Manchester Black, upset that he doesn't have more time to test out his machines on the man since his friends are coming. Teacher knows that if all goes to plan, his friends will watch as Black's worst nightmares are made real and boil out of his skull to rip them up. Black jokes about being forced to watch all of Dudley Moore's Arthur movies as Teacher tells him that every time he sees the scar on his face, he'll remember their time together. He powers up his machines as Superman blows his way into the lab, telling the villain that he's done for. Teacher is angered that they are there before he can finish, telling Orphan and Darling to tear them apart. The giant mech attacks, blowing through the war zones as Midnighter tells Superman to fight. Krillex tells him that the robot and baby in Orphan and Darling rely on each other, but Superman doesn't know if it's a real baby or not, but the armor is done for, slicing it apart with his unbloodied sword, severing the connection between the two beings as Natasha manages to get a hold of the orphan box they came for, using it to send the rampaging Darling away, freeing Manchester Black, who introduces everyone to Teacher, knowing they're going to get on like a house on fire. In the Necropolis, Mongul is told the heroes have the orphan box, knowing Teacher wouldn't abandon the Citadel or his work, but his pride has cost Mongul a valuable asset. One of these underlings tells him they need to stop destroying the Necropolis, but Mongul knows that thanks to it changing shape, it's impossible to map or find the rebels within it, so it must be mined for the Genesis power. The man knows the Genesis is the lifeblood of the planet, and if he keeps this up, he'll kill off the Great Worms and even the planet itself. Mongul doesn't care, knowing that he was the one who brought him the first fragment, and it was this man that bade him to lure Superman there. Mongul throws him down, telling him that nothing else will matter once the rebels are dead and the Necropolis is cracked open. Mongul demands that they need more soldiers and Apollo will help them claim them from other worlds. Apollo is ordered to become one with Warworld and give the Warzoons his power as he opens up a portal to an alien world where the farmers try and call the United Planets as Warworld arrives in orbit to invade. Superman meanwhile looks over the now deep sleeping orphan baby, with not even Bila Esh knowing where it came from, only knowing that Teacher designed the orphan boxes based on Orphan and Darling. The group want to ask Manchester Black since he might have learned something while being tortured, but Midnighter just wants to torture Teacher into giving them their crew back. Natasha tells him that they have moved Apollo and the people claim that they are now keeping him in the Star Forge at Engine City 1, the most heavily guarded place on the planet. Midnighter knows that they should have freed him when they had the chance, but a Warzoon knows that if they had, every Philosian would have been killed along with Natasha. Nat knows that there is some good news since Krill found Enchantress and she's being kept in a place called the Nest where the Mother lives. Midnighter wants to know what her deal is, so Nat explains that Mongul found a rich world and raided it years ago, but upon raiding it, he found that everyone had been drained of life and hung on the walls. She says that the locals, knowing that Warworld was coming, awakened an ancient evil called the Undead Witch Queen, knowing it would kill them, but it would also kill the Warzoons as well, since he made a deal with the witch and promised her everything in exchange for using her curse to help him kill his father and take power. Midnighter thinks this is going to be a hassle, as Krill knows that Enchantress might be alive down there, and if she is alive, disturbing the nest could unleash Mother on all of Warworld and kill everyone. Midnighter asks Superman what their next move is, and Mongul subjugates another world, forcing them to summon their master. One of the farmers summon Tharos, who thinks that Mongul has misunderstood their agreement, since if the United Planets don't interfere with his raiding, then there would be nothing to fear from Warworld, yet Mongul attacks them. Mongul knows that they now have Thanagarian war machines, and the United Planets could potentially repel a Warworld attack, demanding Tharos explain why he failed to mention them. The coward knows that he meant no offense, but Mongul tells him that he is taking this planet and its people as a gift, and the people will now be slaves and their flesh will be fed to the great worms. He demands 10,000 of the Thanagarian warships as well, not wanting to hear Tharos' complaints, since with these gifts, his life is insured. Superman meanwhile finds exposure to the Genesis down in the Necropolis has brought back his powers, and he knows he doesn't need super hearing to hear the Warzoons' drums as they begin beating down the Necropolis nearby, trying to find them. Superman doesn't want to go deeper into the place since there is too much Genesis power down there, and the Phalosians' powers might begin to manifest, and it's too dangerous and unpredictable. Clark goes to see Byla, finding that he is telling stories of the Mongols and how their fate is locked with Warworld now. Byla walks with Superman, wanting to tell him a story. Clark walks with the man, learning that he's slowly learning the old writing and has learned basic structure and number systems, but that's about it. He shows Superman the oldest runes in the Necropolis, citing how they talk about source myths, most of which have been echoed throughout multiple worlds in the multiverse, and some Clark might even recognize from Earth, citing ones like Orpheus and even Moses. He knows that he read that particular myth from thousands of other worlds, and the events of Superman coming have been echoed throughout the multiverse since the beginning of time, but the next story is one the hero must hear himself. Byla tells him about the mighty Ulgron, the first and greatest of the gods, who waged war against other gods who rose to fight him, tearing him apart and dividing him into 7 god aspects which took the form of gems which were hid across the multiverse, each with a device that would protect it from the wrathful and unworthy. Byla reveals that from each aspect a world was born, and Ulgron's story soon fell into myth, along with a warning that if all aspects are found and combined by one who is worthy, then they will be reborn as the hero he was meant to be, but if they are found by someone unworthy, wrath and fury will be unleashed across all of creation. Byla tells Superman that Warworld isn't just some battle station, it's a trial and puzzle box that needs to be opened and was built to protect the fire of Ulgron, the power Mongul wants, and if Superman doesn't claim it, Mongul will. The Warzoons meanwhile get ready for a battle, setting up emplacements when suddenly Mongul and his new Thanagarian warships arrive from above, obliterating the warriors. During a skirmish, Clark remembers how as a child, Ma Kent used to tell him to pay attention to the little things, since they grow up and out and away. While it seems so slow, one day it'll be too late to change a thing. Ma reveals that she saw Clark use his super breath to take the ball from an opponent in their soccer match, but Clark doesn't care since it was just a little puff of breath and it wasn't dishonest. Martha knows that everyone has secrets, some from strangers and some from the ones they love, and even Clark has secrets. The boy that Clark took the ball from knows Clark cheated somehow, but no one believes him, as Martha knows that Clark is going to spend his whole life figuring out how much of himself he can share with the world, and she doesn't want him wrecking his choices over a game of soccer. She wants to know what's really going on, and Clark reveals that the boy's name is Caleb Withers, and he's the new kid in the class, and he's mean to everyone. Martha remembers seeing Caleb's rather angry father yelling at him during the soccer game, while Clark tells her that just before the end of the game, Caleb called his mother fat. Clark doesn't like the boy, and he had to beat him even if it means cheating, and maybe Caleb losing will teach him a lesson. Martha knows that that's not how they do things, and little things grow big in the blink of an eye, and they only get one shot at helping people grow the right way. Clark doesn't understand, but she knows that for Clark it's easy, but for some people they go their entire lives not knowing what it's like, so if he can help them and guide the people to find what is amazing about themselves, then that's the power to change the world. Long ago on Warworld, a young Warzone is beaten down by a strong female warrior, called weak and fragile for not striking another Warzone in the back. The boy knows that striking an enemy from behind is cowardly, but the woman knows that this is their culling day and he will be giving a choice between his or his enemy's lives, and he has chosen his enemy's life, which is cowardice. She throws the boy back into the arena, demanding he fight his opponent, her son, smashing him in the face. The warrior woman tells the boy's mother that her son is soft-hearted, and even if he survives, he'll be exiled. The mother knows that her boy's fate isn't there since he is the son of Mongol. The warrior knows that her son is the son of Mongol, and Mongol would never have laid with a woman like her. She knows the Mongol who is bested a fully grown bull mammoth at the boy's age. She points out how her son is dominating the weaker boy since he has no pity for him and he will make their tribe stronger, and then when he's of age, he will kill his father and take his name and become the ruler of Warworld, while the other boy will be bones in all of the pits. The two mothers begin to fight as the boy is beaten by more of his opponents. His mother knows that her son won't die in exile and he is the son of Mongol, and today all his debts and hers will be repaid. Back on Earth, Clark apologizes, but he doesn't understand why he shouldn't win. Martha says that it's not a win if it's easy, and he doesn't need to score a goal to know he can do it, since he knows he can do it. She says that some other kids, maybe even Caleb, might need to score a goal to make their day, and it might even change his entire life, but now they won't ever know. Angered at what's happened, Caleb kicks the ball at Clark, calling him a cheater, but the ball hits Martha, knocking off her wig and revealing that she's undergoing cancer treatment, something which shocks Clark. Clark intends to confront Caleb, but Martha knows that he won't do anything since if he fights Caleb might just break his hand on his jaw, and the real strength isn't about knocking things down. She says real strength is getting back up, and more than that, real strength is showing people how to stand tall. Later that night, Clark sneaks out of the farm, speeding across the fields to get revenge on Caleb. At Caleb's house, Clark tries to take the boy's bike, knowing that he'll have to walk to school when he hears a commotion. Hiding nearby, Clark hears Caleb's drunk father beat him, demanding the boy not talk back to him, calling him useless, and his mother left because she was so ashamed of him. The man leaves the house to get more beer, taking off in his truck. He soon falls asleep at the wheel, heading straight through a field and towards the busy interstate highway. Luckily, Clark stops the car before he hits the highway. The man crawls from the car and passes out, so Clark takes him to the local hospital, leaving him at the door when he hears his mother's name being called by a nurse. He finds a doctor telling Martha that her cancer is real aggressive, and while chemo is on track, it could go either way. Martha understands, but she isn't afraid, making the nurse tell her that she's an inspiration to them all and she's always so upbeat during her all-night chemotherapy sessions. Martha knows you have to roll with the punches since that's life, and she knows when they can't rely on stuff you took for granted, that's when you start to see the important little things that you know were never there. On Warworld, the weak Warzone and his mother are cast out from the tribe into the Golgothian wastes. The mother knows that their story won't end like this, and her son will yet learn his way, and they'll have their vengeance on the tribe. The mother and son begin their exile, with the mother telling the boy to stay silent and to watch her as she is attacked by a gutter leech, which attaches itself to her arm. She rips it off and tells the boy that he is not to eat it, telling him the scavengers out there will eat things when they are dead, and if they leave something behind for them, they'll keep their distance from them. The boy asks what they are to eat, but his mother takes a piece of the gutter leech, knowing that it's hers and the boy must find his own food. The boy crafts a spear from some of the wreckage nearby, and later on, after finding his mother again, he shows her that he has killed a dog-like creature, knowing that his mother was right about the scavengers coming. He tells her to eat to strengthen herself, but she attacks her son, knowing Warzones do not protect, and every act he does shames her. She wonders if he'll spare the cannibal tribe that will no doubt attack them, as she smashes her son in the face over and over. Leaving her son again, she tells him if he uses his strength to protect her, he weakens himself, and the Warzone chooses his own life, and it's how they endure what others can't. Clark meanwhile tells himself it's not much, but he wants to show his mother a gesture, trying to cut off his own hair just to be like her. After finding scissors break against his hair, he tries a chainsaw out in the barn, knowing that he is sorry if he ever lets his parents down. Chainsaw, however, breaks, as later at another soccer match, Caleb again picks on Clark and makes fun of Martha not being there. Clark doesn't take the bait, walking away as Pete Ross and others tell Caleb to leave Clark alone since even his father isn't there, hearing rumors that he tried to jump his car over the interstate so he didn't miss happy hour. The kids keep picking on Caleb, but Clark returns, telling them to stop. Caleb demands Clark stop sticking up for him, going to punch Clark as Clark at super speed remembers his mother's words about the little things and the strength is showing people that you can stand tall. He rolls with the punch so Caleb's arm doesn't break, and Caleb for a brief moment is happy, but Clark gets up, telling him that he isn't his father and he doesn't have to be. Caleb begins to cry as on Warworld, the mother and son are captured by the Kalathingir tribe. The mother tells them to face the mate and son of Mongul, but before the tribe can kill them, they hear a loud roar, knowing it to be the bull mammoth, which charges them from the wreckage, killing most of the tribe as the mother and son escape. The mother lifts a heavy rock, attacking the creature, but it spears her in the stomach with one of its tusks. The boy flies into a rage, charging to the beast and jumping into its maw, stabbing it through the head from within. The blood-covered boy crawls from the beast to find his mother, telling her that he'll make the tribe heal her since they survive in the wastes and they must know a way to heal people. The mother knows that he can be stronger than the tribe and they will take him into their tribe now and teach them their ways to survive. She gives the boy her knife, telling him to take it and use it. The boy wants to know that as a Warzone, she said they don't protect, but she tried to protect him from the monster. The woman says that Mongul who is chose to favor her and gave her a son before casting them off to die in the pits. She wants her son to kill Mongul for what he did to them as she dies. The boy takes up the knife, knowing that he will get vengeance on Mongul. At the Smallville hospital, the Kents are told by the doctor that Martha is expected to make a full recovery from her cancer treatment. Martha is sorry to Clark that they didn't explain what was happening, but they didn't want him to worry. Clark understands, and it helped him figure out a few things about himself as well. Soon Caleb comes by, wanting to see Mrs. Kent. He reveals he's going to stay with an aunt in Metropolis, but he wanted to apologize for kicking the ball at her the other day, as well as laughing at her. He knows his mother wouldn't have liked that either, as he reveals that he has cut off all his hair to show support for Martha, knowing the little things felt more important. Years later, Superman overlooks Mighty Oaks Community Youth Outreach Center, the place Caleb founded, as he remembers his mother's words about the little things, and how they grow big in the blink of an eye, and you only get one shot at helping them grow the right way. He watches as Caleb is told about another troubled youth by some police officers, offering the boy a chance to join the soccer team, as Clark remembers that if he can help people feel special and guide the people to find what's amazing about them, then that's the power to change the world. On Warworld, some Warzoons spot a lone wanderer who demands to pass their checkpoint. The Warzoons refuse to let him pass as they try and kill him, but the man attacks, killing one of them with his mammoth tusk. The wanderer is revealed to be the boy all grown up, revealing the bull mammoth tusk he has as a weapon, as he proclaims that he is of Mongul's tribe and he has to be let by. One of the Warzoons recognizes him, asking how he got the bull mammoth horn, so the man tells him he killed one like Mongul did years ago, and his mother paid her debt in the wastes and the dead Warzoon at his feet paid his, so he will be let past or both of them will also pay. The two Warzoons join him, remembering the knife of his mother and how fierce she was. Man says that she kept the Warzoon way but betrayed them in the end, since Warzoons do not protect. Manchester Black meanwhile tries to wake up the orphan baby inside the stasis tube, but Superman tells him to stop yelling at it, telling the baby who he is and wanting Orphan's help with something. Manchester thinks he's wasting his time, since if he even remembered where it came from, it doesn't anymore. Some months before, a pregnant Velronian woman named Darling sings to her unborn child, telling her husband that she can feel herself getting anxious to meet the child. Her husband is as well, as their ship watches over the source wall. Darling tells her husband that she can't wait to get home to Valron, but Deg knows that it was worth checking out the source wall for their expedition. Suddenly there is an energy fluctuation as the source wall is cracked open, and they are told to evacuate the area. It's too late, as the source wall begins engulfing their ship, and it is left without shields or power. Darling knows that they only have seconds left to be together, hugging her husband and their robot dog as the wall consumes them all. In the present, Superman wants to know how this happened to the baby, and if they have any family anywhere, and who bonded it with the machine called Darling. Weeks after the Source Wall breach, Teacher leads Mongul into the wreckage of the ships, telling Mongul that they aren't there to plunder, coming across the baby in the stasis tube. Mongul thinks it to be some abomination, but the Teacher explains that it's a techno-familiar designed to protect its Valeronian masters, and it likely assimilated its mother's corpse to save the baby, while the Source Wall preserved them, meaning the Source Wall flows through its veins like blood. Teacher knows that with its secrets, it could build something like the Mother Boxes. Superman asks Orphan about the Orphan box, which he's been using to teleport around, but he knows it's too limited. Orphan says that the box doesn't teleport, it transcends, and when fueled with Genesis, it can transcend life and death and find the inevitable truth at their center. Orphan knows that the wounds Superman suffered in the breach are still killing him, and he fears that his revolution is moving too slowly and that he'll fail in his promise to return home to his wife and son. Orphan says that if Superman reunites him with Darling, he will help him free Enchantress, but Superman needs to harness the Genesis power and to do that, they need to find one who is very far away. Elsewhere in the Necropolis, Osel and Othel sneak into Superman's quarters, surprised that he is quartering with the people, since most leaders are separate from their people. They soon find some strange devices and his journal, unable to read the book. Superman comes back, telling them that the devices they are playing with aren't finished yet. Othel tries to explain why they are there, but Superman knows it's okay, telling them the devices they have are Kandorian puzzle boxes called Koltari, which is a traditional toy among the children of Krypton, where their ancestors are from. He shows them how they work, surprising Osel as Clark says that he made a wooden one for his son to help him feel connected to his heritage. Othel asks what wood is, so Superman tries to explain how Earth has trees and plants and how his father would make the most beautiful things out of wood. He knows his son is all grown up now, so he wants to know if Osel and Othel would like these puzzle boxes. Midnighter comes to collect Superman, so Clark tells the kids that they don't have to take the Koltari, but the kids want them, despite them not being finished. He hopes that tomorrow they can finish them together after they rescue Enchantress, as elsewhere, Mongul finds that Lightray won't come back to life, attacking the Blood Priests out of frustration as they try to explain that with Orphan and Teacher gone, they are just simple alchemists. One says that the being has been dead for too long and they could use a fresh new soul to bond with the body, but Omak says that they were promised that the real Lightray would be brought back to life, not some freak in her body. Mongul blasts Omak down, telling her that he will not listen to their petulant demands, and Mongul is bound by no word or deed, and Mongul does as Mongul wills. He thinks that Omak should be grateful that he and Lightray were chosen for the ranks of the Unmade and not fed to Mother. Superman and the others meanwhile make it to the nest, led by Orphan to where Enchantress is. Clark tries to wake June, telling her that the bad dream is over, but June isn't so sure as Mother makes her presence known. Orphan tells Superman to hurry as Mother unleashes her undead hordes onto Superman and his team. Midnighter hopes that the magic infant wants to do a trick as Orphan blasts apart the zombies, hurting Mother in the process and causing her to change into a giant monster. Superman tells the villain that she will not have June Moon, but the monstrous Mother knows that no more of her children will be taken from her and she shall adorn her home with the bones of Superman. Superman knows that these people were never her children, just her victims, and she won't have June or any of them be any more victims. Superman cuts Orphan free from the Mother's grip and the baby unleashes its power onto Mother. Superman says that June is one of them and is leaving with them, and if she has a problem with it, she can take it up with the one who brought them there. Mother is consumed by the power of Orphan as Mongul suddenly feels something coming. The monstrous Mother bursts through the wall, calling Mongul a false god who she lent some of her power and strength to while cursing those who would keep her from her throne, but she is now being repaid by thieves and murderers. Mongul stabs her with a spear, telling her that she was useful once, but that time is done as he rips Mother's head in half. After the battle, he tells his men to fetch the Blood Priests to bring Mother back to life one last time. The Blood Priests begin their ritual, offering up the body of Lightray. The soul of Mother explodes into the body, bringing it back to life again and changing it. Mongul thinks that they will need a different name instead of Lightray now, as the cloaked being tells Mongul that they are moving forward towards the finale and the game favors them now. And when faced with this weapon, Superman will have no choice but to seek the fire of Olgron, and when he does, their plan will finally come to fruition. Superman meanwhile talks with the freed slaves about what happened and how Mongul came for them at the Citadel. The Warzoons say that the winged golems descended on them as they opened fire with their anti-aircraft guns, giving them an edge for only a moment, but it was too overwhelming and the Citadel soon fell. The enraged Darling soon slaughtered the men as the giant Omak began pummeling the slaves into dust. The Mind Mind-controlled Apollo soon arrived at the battlefield, using his sun-infused powers to obliterate large chunks of the camp, burning many alive. The Warzone soon reveals the final assault of the battle begun and was released upon them, and it was an unseen force that slashed and cut its way through the survivors, reducing them to nothing. The Warzone knows that they believe in Superman since he gave them truth and justice, and they'll fight with him, but they now know the fight can have no victory for them, not when death itself opposes them, as the Black Razor finishes her run through the Warzone ranks. Natasha tells the Warzone that they aren't done fighting yet, and there is still one chance, as Krill says that the Necropolis holds the fire of the Olgrim, and they can use it to protect them and help them, but Apollo, OMAC, and now Lightray leading Mongols forces will make it a burial for them. He wants to go for the Star Forges again, but Manchester Black knows that Superman isn't up for that, since if they blow one of the forges up, Warworld goes with it. Nat says they don't need to destroy it, only steal it, revealing that Orphan, Leonath, and herself have been talking with John Henry back on Earth, and they're going to build a reactor that can make Genesis energy stable, and then they can use it in the Forge to produce a different kind of sun, the kind of sun that will give the Felosians superpowers like Kryptonians. Midnighter knows that Mongul is on his way there, and they have so many weak and injured people that can't even walk, let alone fight, and they can't be expected to leave them there while they break into Engine City 1. Krill knows that Mongul can't be allowed to reach the fire of Olgrim, and they need to convince Superman to take the power. Superman tells them to stop, since a lot of people are counting on them to keep their heads about them, asking everyone to remain calm and they'll find a way to win. He tells Krillix that the other ultimate weapons he has faced over the years have had a way of corrupting its users, and even if Olgrim's fire isn't a myth, they don't need it. Krill wonders if he thinks Mongul is going to show the same restraint, since he and the Unmade are decimating the tunnels looking for them and the fire, and he has almost achieved godhood, and if Kal-El has come to trust him, he needs to know that if he finds the fire, everyone who has followed Superman will die. Krill thinks that if he has crossed half a galaxy to help, knowing that he is even weakened and he is still choosing not to pick up a weapon he needs, then he should have stayed away. Clark agrees with him, knowing they all are right and they can't afford to lose, so they need to pursue any option they have. Superman tells Midnighter, Manchester Black, Kal-El and Enchantress to go and shore up the defenses on the surface and find the source of Mongul's control over their teammates so they may break it. He then tells Natasha and Leonath to take Orphan to Engine City 1 and link with the Forge, while Krillix leads him to the fire of Olgrim. Midnighter says that Superman should take the children with him despite Krillix protesting, but Lucas reminds the man that the kids aren't safe anywhere on the planet, but it's better they are with Superman. Mongul's forces meanwhile continue to blow through the tunnels as OMAC tries to reach through to Lightray, hoping that she is still not inside whatever the thing Mongul turned her body into. OMAC knows that if he wasn't such a coward, he would have killed them both, and he doesn't do that because Leo wouldn't want that, and she would figure a way out to save them both, and she would trust their friends, including Superman. And while OMAC came there for Lightray more than Clark, he can't help but wonder what would Superman do. Clark meanwhile writes what he thinks is going to be his final journal entry, as he will soon face Mongul again and he's expecting a trap, but he never considered the lengths Mongul would go to win, and now he's stacked the deck in his favour and his team is afraid of another loss they might not come back from. He remembers how when a Mongul is defeated, the title of Mongul would pass on to the one who defeated him, but he knows that's a title they will not accept when they beat him. Clark knows that Warworld has its leaders forced upon them for long enough, and it's time they chose their own leaders and gave them the title whatever they see fit. Nat, Leonath and Orphan meanwhile make it to Engine City 1's Forge, but Orphan soon warns them that someone is there. Darling soon attacks, knocking down Leonath, who drops the reactor they have made. Nat fires on Darling as Orphan tries to stop its old friend, but Teacher appears, saying that Darling no longer relies on Orphan. Teacher is surprised that they were actually bold enough to come there, having heard of their plan, and Mongul was disappointed that he couldn't be there to see the last hope of success die out, but Teacher is more than glad to be there himself. Superman meanwhile leads Osul and Othel through the tunnels, assuring them that this is the right way, since the glyphs on the wall would tell a story, and the ones he's been following seem longer than the others, and if they follow the glyphs, it will lead them to the center. Othel wonders when they finish the fight, will Superman take them to Earth, which surprises Clark that they want to do that. Krillix says that they should come with him to New Felosia, where their parents and brother grew up, but the kids don't want that. Superman tells them that they are welcome anywhere where he goes, and thinks Krillix feels the same. The man agrees as Superman says that he knows every Kryptonian who is alive and every one of them will see the kids as family. Even the other Felosians will as well, and while they will have their own family sigil one day, his sigil will be their own as long as they want it. The group soon find a large door older than anything else around, and Superman is able to tell that this is the heart of the necropolis, pushing the giant gate open only to find Bile Esh is there waiting for them. Superman knows it makes sense that he is there, and he always wondered how Bile Esh knew everything he did, demanding the man tell him who he really is. Bile says he's just a storyteller and a friend to the children, but also a servant to the gods of the first world, created to hide and protect the necropolis, since inside lies the fire of Olgren, and the fire that made Warworld what it is today. He reveals his task is to repel all those who seek it and aid the one who would redeem the fire, and that person is Superman of Earth. Superman knows that after reading about Olgren and from what Bile and Krill have told him, he's not there to redeem a dead god, but he is there because people need his help right now, and some of the bravest people he has ever known are about to fight for their lives against impossible odds, and he doesn't think that he can help them with the contents of the tomb, hence why he wants Bile to stand aside and let him destroy the fire of Olgren before Mongul can get it. Bile begins to glow with an energy, saying that he would stand aside, but it's not within his power to give up the treasure, and all Superman can do is prove himself worthy. Bile grows into a gigantic, hideous monster, telling Superman to step forward and to prove himself the master of Warworld. Superman and his team confront the monster that used to be Bile Esh. Clark knows that the gods of the first world are long gone, but they seemingly knew he was coming, and he's hoping someone is listening to this message he left and they'll come and give him a hand. Superman battles the giant monster, which grabs Krillax's leg, dragging him about. Superman leaps into action, jumping on the beast to try and pry its maw open. Krill tells Clark to get the fire of Olgren and to leave him since nothing else matters, but Superman knows if the man thinks that he'll let him die over the fire, then he is the one who's insane. Despite it cutting up his hands, Superman manages to free Krill from the monster's teeth. The creature tries to smash them against the bridge, but Superman and Krill jump at the last moment, getting free of the blast. The heroes retreat out of the area as Osul tells them that with the bridge destroyed, they can't get across the chasm towards the fire. Superman knows that he'll find a way, telling the kids to bind Krill's wounds and look after him since he must survive. Krill calls Clark a fool for saving him since he was already dead, but Superman tells him that he wasn't and he needs him for what's coming, telling the warrior that if he doesn't make it back, the Felosians will look to him to lead them and there isn't anyone else he would trust. Krill doesn't like Superman's words, knowing that he will make it back and he will get what they came for since there is no one else. Osul and Othel tell Superman he can do it, reciting the truth and justice mantra as Superman takes off into the void, bouncing through the rubble towards the giant worm monster, dodging around it before landing in the Lost City. He is soon met by a ghostly girl, who knows that he is not like the others, since he is a warrior without a single death on his back, calling Superman the Unbloodied Sword. The girl warns Superman to turn back since this is no place for someone like him, and the girl thinks he'll die there since many who have come before him have sacrificed their own children, their family, and many others to get there, offering it all up to them. So what has Superman brought them? Superman says he offers nothing, and definitely not people's lives, since he is there to save lives, and when that's done, he will go. The girl runs off, telling Superman to follow her and to answer a riddle. The girl transforms into a strange bird-like creature, speeding through the destroyed city as she delivers her complex riddle. Superman quickly follows her, finding a puzzle device in a round room with a big door, as the girl says that if the riddle is solved, the truth of it will lead him to the fire of Olgren. Superman picks up the puzzle, solving the riddle and affixing the device in the right order. The door in front of him opens and a voice beckons him into a throne room where he meets the ghostly form of Olgren, who says that he is just a mere shade of the real god, but he has enough strength to protect the spark. The being attacks and Superman barely dodges his giant sword, flinging his own weapon at the being's armor and sticking it into it, but it does nothing to him. Olgren is unimpressed that this man wants to be an heir to him, as Superman picks up a boulder, throwing it at the being's face, which gives him an opening to jump onto the being's shoulder and to begin to pull the sword from its stuck place in the armor. Superman yanks the sword from the armor, ripping Olgren's arm off with it. Olgren knows that he is bested, but Superman will not have his spark. Olgren goes to crush the little girl who accompanies Superman, but the Man of Steel pushes her out of the way, taking the god's blow for himself. The blow, however, never comes, as Olgren is revealed to be under the control of the little girl. The ghost asks if he really would give his life for an unliving child that is only light and memory, but Superman knows that in his eyes, she is alive. She thinks that he lives up to the name Superman and would be a worthy soul bearer for Olgren. She gives him the fire, telling him to take it inside of him and he'll be stronger than ever. She warns him to guard it against those who would take it from him and against the madness that also took Olgren. The fire turns into a dagger in Superman's hands as the hero races back towards the bridge, knowing that his battle is almost done. He returns to Krillux, who demands he give over the fire, apologizing since he doesn't expect Superman to understand. Superman demands to know why he is betraying him as Mongul appears, telling Superman his revolution is dead and he is to hand over the fire of Olgren, or Osel and Othel will be killed before his very eyes. Midnighter meanwhile leads Superman's Warzoons against Mongul's hordes, knowing Mongul is afraid of them, hence why they are being attacked. He leads the charge for Superman, meeting his former teammates in battle as Manchester Black isn't too fazed by Lucas's inspirational speech. Midnighter reminds him that he's not actually Superman as he kills one of the warriors. Manchester thinks that he should pretend to be since they're fighting Apollo and it's going to be hard. As Enchantress tries to take on the possessed Light Ray, Superman confronts Mongul and the traitor Krillux, demanding to know why the Phalosian betrayed him. Mongul tells him that Krill knows of the world's secrets thanks to being a scavenger, and the man desperately wants vengeance and none but him can give it to him. He demands Superman hand over the fire of Olgren or Ortho and Osel will be killed. The kids tell Superman not to do it, but Superman prepares to hand it over to spare their lives. Othel, however, lunges at Mongul, who grabs the girl and kills her brother Osel. Superman rushes to the boy's aid, finding the child is dead. Enraged, Superman attacks Mongul, who says that the boy's death is on Superman's hands, telling the hero to dry his tears since he'll see the boy very soon. At the Starforge, Darling and Teacher battle Natasha and the steelsmith Leonath, with Teacher confused as to why they thought only two of them could steal the forge. Now it reveals that there's actually more than two, revealing Orphan, whose power is unleashed onto the villain. Teacher pleads for his life as the baby shows no mercy thanks to what he did to Darling, blowing Teacher away and disintegrating him. Darling is freed from Teacher's control, so Orphan reunites with the machine, taken inside of it and telling him that he'll never be apart from him again. Orphan tells Nat to wire in the reactor to the forge and hurries, since the fate of Warworld will be decided in moments, and if one of them fails, they all fail. Enchantress meanwhile tries to snap Mac and Lightray out of their mind control, asking for help as Apollo tries to kill his husband. Manchester can see Teacher's neural implants are all through Apollo's nervous system, so he's been programmed to kill them. Midnighter tells Manchester Black that Apollo's skin is impossible to cut and he's got accelerated healing, but Manchester knows he was just telling Lucas what needs to happen, since either they get them out or Apollo burns the place with them in it. Elsewhere, Superman continues to battle Mongul and Krill, shrugging off Mongul's hits as the villain proclaims that Olgren's fire belongs to him since it's the place of the Warzoon and Mongul most of all. Krill tells Superman to give up, but Superman bashes him down, unsheathing the fire of Olgren dagger and telling the villains that Bila Esh called the fire from which all Warworld grew, and it's not just strength it grants, but also life. So it belongs to the bravest and best of them, and that isn't Mongul or Krill or even Superman, but Osel. He stabs the dead boy with the dagger, unleashing a bright light which brings him back from the dead. Mongul demands to know why Superman would waste such a treasure on a worthless stray, since now he will never have the strength since it's gone forever. Superman will surely die without it, so why would he choose weakness for nothing? Superman tells him that this is why he couldn't have won, demanding Mongul stand up and fight. Midnighter continues to try and stop Apollo, who easily throws the hero off of him like he is nothing. Suddenly, the wall blows open in the arena and the Justice League arrive, taking the fight to Apollo, and while Flash keeps the others off of them, Batman, Martian Manhunter and Cyborg try and restrain Apollo. Cyborg activates a needle-like device in his chest to try and get rid of all of the neural implants inside of Apollo, but the mind-controlled hero blasts Cyborg in the face with his energy beams, ripping the needle from Victor's chest and his neck as the mind control manages to fade. The League all disappear thanks to only being Manchester Black's illusions as Midnighter races races to his husband's aid. Apollo wonders what took him so long, as Lucas says that he spent months and killed hundreds looking for Apollo, so a thanks would be nice. The hero doesn't think that Warworld is as fun as they thought, telling his husband he loves them as Manchester reminds them that they aren't done, confronting the remaining Warzoons and Black Razor. OMAC arrives, apologizing for fighting against them since they didn't know how else to save Lightray, and she is still inside the dark version of herself, asking the heroes to help get her back. Natasha Irons, meanwhile, is in the inner sanctum of the Forge, told by Orphan that they need to replace the seed with the Genesis fragment, and a new sun will be nourished by the blood of the gods of the first world. The only problem is they can't actually get into the synthesis chamber since they'll be instantly killed by the heat and pressure. Leonath is suddenly shot down by some of the arriving Warzoons, who demand the heroes be killed in the name of Mongul. The wounded Leonath tells Natasha that he'll see to the reactor and it will do what it is meant to do. He asks Nat to buy him some time, wanting their work to be of some consequence. Natasha tells him that he'll have all the time he needs, returning fire on the oncoming Warzoons as Leonath races into the chamber, hoping Natasha Irons makes it home safely. He rips the seed from its moorings inside the Forge, retrieving the Genesis reactor as he proclaims that he is Leonath of the Arthurial, the last pupil of the House of Masters, and he built the Tomb of All Kings and the Armada of the Valiant Red, but today he avenges the Warzoons who purged his people. The Forge begins to disintegrate Leonath as he knows that he was once a conquered slave whose life in the end had great consequence. The Starforge hums to life with the Genesis power as a white sun is born, while Mongul tells Superman he will miss him when he is dead, but when he does kill him, he'll drape his bloody symbol over all of the followers one by one as he kills them. Superman smashes Mongul in the face, telling him that when the fight is over, Mongul won't want to relive it. Superman breaks his sword against Mongul's jaw, defeating him, but the villain refuses to stay down, blasting Superman with his chest jewel. Mongul proclaims that Superman is dead, knowing that his will is forever bound to him now. Suddenly, the red beam of heat vision hits Mongul as Superman, his powers returned, tells the villain that the dead will never belong to him and neither will the living. Mongul knows that he has underestimated Superman, just like the Man of Steel did when he first came to Warworld, and the Mongul before him was right to fear the Superman. Suddenly, Mongul is killed by Krillux, who thanks to the Starforge also has superpowers now, telling Superman that Mongul was the first death he was owed, and the next may be harder now that Superman had wasted the fire of Olgrin, but he has his own fire now thanks to these powers. The Elephilosians also begin to feel their powers manifest, knowing the Superman is with them as they beat back the Warzoons. The Authority know they can win the battle as Black Razor speeds towards the Forge. OMAC knows who she is going for, asking Midnighter to dark door her into the Engine City 1. Black Razor makes it into the Forge, speeding past Nat and towards the sun as OMAC grabs her, tumbling into the white sun. OMAC says that he won't let Mongul undo what Lightray came there for, as the evil soul inhabiting Leah's body is destroyed and Lightray comes back to her own body, but OMAC is gravely injured by the power of the sun. Leah helps the injured OMAC, telling him that she is back, but she feels different now, knowing things that she didn't before, telling OMAC to rest as the Black Racer watches the couple before speeding back off into the time stream. Superman meanwhile tells Krillux that he doesn't understand why he did what he did, and the man knows that he wouldn't, since he has a family and loved ones and comes from a world where he is a hero. So how could he understand what he was driven to? He says that to kill Mongul he needed the fire, but he could only reach it if he let Mongul discover the Philosians' ties to Krypton, giving up a few hundred rebels who had learned of Superman's legends in order to convince Mongul of his loyalty. Krill doesn't care for his people and how they died for him, since he managed to kill Mongul in the end, and that's all thanks to Superman coming to Warworld. Krill grabs Mongul's corpse, telling Superman that he has to go and take revenge on others who killed his people, thinking that it would have been easier with the fire of Olgrin. He assures Superman that he counts him as a friend and ally, hoping they'll see each other again, but Superman doesn't see how that's possible, but Krill knows that it might not be, but Superman has taught him to hope. The Philosian teleports away as Superman uses his X-ray vision to see the victory is spreading across Warworld and the Warzoons are celebrating their liberation as he reunites with Othel and Osel. Weeks later on Daxam, Tharos of the United Planets goes through his day-to-day business when his communication stone lights up. Thinking that it's Mongul, he demands his servant leave as Krillux contacts him, revealing that Mongul is dead and he speaks for the Warzoons who will not bow to Superman's law. He remembers Tharos was once a strong and ambitious senator fighter who stood tall, but now he's become a weak-kneed would-be emperor who offered the Phalosians up to Mongol. Krill reveals that the father of the Phalosian children Tharos had murdered still lives, and he is coming for him, with more power than he had before, and soon the United Planets will beg for mercy from him the same way he once begged Tharos, but his answer won't be as merciful. Back on Earth, Lois Lane writes a letter to her husband telling him that she is missing their Sunrise Point, and she's getting used to having Jimmy spell check her articles, and John is always there to give her a speedy lift if she needs it, but she misses Clark's perspective on her articles, even when she knew what he would always say. She says John has the same effect on people as he did, with people standing a little straighter and acting a little better when he enters the room, loving that about her son since it feels like Clark is still there. Lois suddenly disappears from her office in a gust of wind as she knows nothing beats Sunrise Point, her and Clark's favourite view of Earth above the clouds as the first rays of sun wash over Metropolis in the morning. She says that when he comes back, that's the first place she wants to go with him, since the League, Metropolis, the Earth, and the stupid multiverse can have Superman back on the second day, but the first day is for them. Lois finds herself whisked up to Sunrise Point by Superman, who has returned to Earth. Back on Earth, Lois, John Henry, and Supergirl try and stabilize Thal-La,
but everything they do doesn't work. John Henry knows that if they don't stabilize her soon, she could die within the stasis chamber. Supergirl thought that John's lab would be able to handle the power, but John knows that he would stake his generators against Star Labs any day of the week. But the problem isn't the gear. Suddenly, lightning shoots out of the fragment, smashing up the roof. Supergirl stops it from collapsing in on them as Steel suits up as the computers explode. Steel knows that Thal-La is draining the generators and maybe even the power grid to the city since her Kryptonian cells are recharging themselves. Kelex knows that the life support chamber she is in is offline, and if they fail to restore its power, Thal-La will die within moments. Supergirl tries to smash her way in, but Kelex tells her the chamber is designed to withstand even the force of a Kryptonian threat. Steel demands Kelex get back as Supergirl smashes right through the containment tube, grabbing Thal-La as the power explodes from within her. Supergirl speeds up into the sky as Steel learns from Kelex that the life support chamber is in ruins and the Steelworks power grid is unresponsive. Steel knows that Thal-La's body is in full withdrawal and her body is begging for Genesis energy, but exposure to that energy caused her seizures to get worse. Lois knows that Kara knew what to do as Kara takes Thal-La towards the sun, since it always has been a Kryptonian's lifeline, and it might buy Thal-La some time while they figure out what to do. Suddenly, Natasha contacts John and Lois through the fragment, telling them that she is on Warworld with Superman and the others, and she can see what they are doing, and John is right since the Genesis is the key to saving Thal-La and winning the war on Warworld, but it's also too volatile in its raw form, so they need to refine it or convert its radiation somehow. She tells them that they need to solve this together, and if they can harness the energy, not only will they save Thal-La and Warworld, but everything will change. In Belle Reve, Amanda Waller meets with Kenny Braverman, telling him it takes a while to get used to Belle Reve as a prison, but he won't need to since Waller knows the warden and she can get him special treatment. Kenny wants to know why she is talking with him, so Waller tells him that she knows he is dedicated to his service and he's in prison thanks to Superman. She tells him that Superman isn't around anymore, and when he left Earth he took something extremely valuable, something that she has just found again, and they need a motivated individual to get it, as well as someone who has experience solving Superman-like problems. Waller has her man open the case, showing Kenny his conduit suit, asking him if he's the right man for the job.
Meanwhile, John Henry is perplexed by the number readouts of the fragment, telling Natasha via the portal to Warworld that the plan is working and the reactor they built is working and transferring the energy without the radiation, meaning Thal-La is charging but not mutating. Lois notes that she is charging way faster than she would under a yellow sun, so John Henry knows that in a few days she may even be stronger than Superman, as Nat knows what they need to do now, explaining that on Warworld, Superman doesn't really have his powers and even the Phalosians don't. Orphan explains it's thanks to the Star Forges that break down the seeds of the astral surgeries to produce synthetic red suns. Nat says they can't destroy these forges since they power Warworld and they hold it together, and they can't expose Superman or the Phalosians to the Genesis energy for long since it will mutate them under its radiation. But if it's filtered through the reactor that John Henry made, it would make them stronger just like it is for Thal-La. Nat theorizes that she can use the forges to filter this energy through and process it, and Orphan knows that it could work and it could forge a new sun that would empower Superman and the Phalosians. Nat gets excited to build their own reactor as the Chainsmith knows that he can do it, revealing he used to be a great builder once and he still knows where the precious materials of Warworld are kept. Lois asks if she can see Clark for a minute, but the portal soon fades away, making Lois think that it was a power outage. John Henry knows an outage wouldn't affect the fragment, demanding his systems seal all exits as suddenly Conduit attacks, knowing Kent and Irons deserve each other. Lois remembers Kenny Braverman, who also remembers her as well as Irons, having read his file during his time at the agency, back when Irons was just a small arms manufacturer. Conduit knows that he is going to be a problem for him, but didn't expect him to be a yes man for an alien. Conduit steals the fragment from the machine, telling Lois that the rock is a threat to national security and it never belonged to John Henry. Steel smashes him with his hammer, claiming that the fragment never did actually belong to him, but it's definitely not Conduit's, and they are saving a woman's life with it. Conduit electrocutes Steel with his trendles, angered that he is talking like the alien is one of them, knowing that she is only still alive since she's easy on the eyes. Conduit throws Steel away, knowing if the alien woman was green and scaly and had flippers, Steel and Lois would see it how he sees it, and it goes double for Ken and his freak show family. Lois isn't too happy about that comment, grabbing a giant gun from the armory and shooting Conduit with it as Steel hits him with the hammer. Having secured the stone though, Conduit leaves, speeding out of Steelworks and out of sight. Steel knows that without the fragment, Nat and Superman's revolution on Warworld is dead in the water. Lois tells him that they are going to get it back, and Conduit doesn't know what he's brought down on himself. Lois activates her own signal watch, calling in Superman, Supergirl, Superboy, and the Superman of China for help, telling them that Conduit has the Genesis fragment, and if they don't get it back, a woman will die, and that's just the beginning. Conduit escapes Steelworks with the Genesis fragment and is told by Amanda Waller that he did good work. She asks if there was any complications as he is hit by a red-blue blur, plummeting to the ground. Conduit finds himself confronted by the Superman family, who demand he hand over the fragment. Kenny isn't intimidated by the heroes since he relishes the chance to take them all down at once. The villain unleashes his electric trendles onto Keenan while blasting Supergirl with his kryptonite-powered energy beams. Kara doesn't like being called an alien freak by him, knowing Steel and the Superman are both human, just like Conduit is, and the Earth is just as much their home as it is his. Steel smashes him with the hammer, causing Conduit to retreat, gloating how John Henry needed to call in his friends and family to help win the battle. Steel reminds him that he ran from their fight and it was Lois Lane who called the family in after he insulted them. Superman soon arrives, having heard all about Conduit, although not for a long time since he was in prison. Kenny knows that people with his skills don't stay locked up for long, and John's father never understood that, thinking the boy is very much like him. Conduit tries to blast Superman, but he is too fast, catching Conduit from behind and smashing him in the face, telling the villain he does try to be like his father, especially with guys who shoot at his mother. With his suit damaged, Conduit calls for Waller's help, but she denies him an exit, knowing her team on Earth-Zero doesn't have the firepower to take down the entire Superman family, so he's on his own. Kenny continues to ask for an airstrike or a way out, but Waller reminds him he said that he could take this job alone, asking if he's going to back down on his promise. Kenny, however, knows he won't, retracting his gauntlet and grabbing the fragment with his bare hand, its power exploding over him and reacting with the kryptonite in his armor, blowing the Superman family away. Kara thinks that he's overloading with the power as Connor tells the family that they need to get the fragment from Kenny before it disintegrates him. Conduit, overcome by the immense power, unleashes it on Steel, telling him that he doesn't know what he did by utilizing the fragment in his experiments. Steel manages to smash the stone in his hand, shattering it into pieces and freeing Kenny from its power. John Henry tells him that he'll be okay as he tells the family that someone is awake and that he sees them and he is coming. Superman notes that when the Genesis power hit the kryptonite in his suit, it's like it ignited it. Supergirl also notices that the fragment is utterly destroyed, and Steel said that Thal-La will die without it, but John Henry knows that Kenny would have died if he didn't destroy it, and it felt like it was something that Superman would have done in that situation, and every life is worth the same, and they'll find a way to save Thal-La since Superman didn't give up on her, and neither will they. 1 week ago on Strikers Island, John Corbin's sister comes to see him, learning that there was an incident, so they had to take Metallo's voice box from him, so he can only communicate via the monitor in his room, but the guard thinks he won't talk. John's sister tells the cyborg that she has been thinking of him lately, and this morning she discovered there was a double sun in the sky, remembering how he would also say that whenever he saw the moon in the sky. Becca gets some of the books that she brought him out, knowing that he doesn't have to read them, but she'll keep bringing new ones for him every week until they find something he likes. She pauses, hoping John can hear her, knowing that it's hard seeing him this way and nobody should have to be stuck like this. Wishing it had been her that day instead of him, she thinks that maybe if she explained what happened and the situation they're in, they would take better care of him, but John flashes the word no on the screen. Becca tells him that she's going to keep coming every single week since she wants to care for him like he cared for her. As in the skies above, Warworld rockets down towards the Earth. 1 week later, a group of soldiers smash their way through the streets towards a bridge in a hover tank, thinking they're about to get away with their crime since there's no heroes in sight, but suddenly the driver's partner disappears from the tank cockpit as Superman appears before him, stopping the tank dead in its tracks. The tank fires its gun, blowing a huge hole in the side of the bridge and allowing a car to fall off. Superman races to grab the car, telling the family inside they don't need to thank him as he checks on them. The young child offers Superman his Flash dog to help him, but Superman tells him to hold on to Flash dog since he would miss the boy a lot. But if the kids do want to help him, they can do so by wearing their seatbelts since they will keep them safe as much as he will. Later at the United Nations, Ambassador Nevin tells the gathered delegations that the world needs Superman, but as altruistic as his recent actions have been, the world has been put in danger thanks to Warworld now orbiting around Earth, inhabited by people who know only cruelty and bloodshed. Nevins questions Superman's decision to bring Warworld and its dangerous population to their doorstep, asking the arriving Superman and the Superman family to help answer these questions. Superman thanks the ambassador for the chance to speak, as the ambassador tells the Man of Steel that for years, Earth has had little choice but to rely on his judgment, but that's now in question thanks to Warworld appearing in their skies, causing an existential crisis. Superman knows the same has been said about him and many of the people across the world, since even among the nations of Earth, entire populations fight such preconceived notions about themselves every day, and he has a responsibility to the people of Warworld since most of them were taken from their homes, and he only wants to help them find their homes again, and with his family's help, he can accomplish this task. Superman continues, revealing that John Henry and Natasha Irons are working with Star Labs to create a global energy research institute in Metropolis that will help use the technology of Warworld to better Earth's future. Lex Luthor meanwhile watches the announcement, with Mercy asking if this will affect Project Blackout. Lex is unsure, uploading a neural imprint into one of his satellites, which fires a remote-controlled war suit at Warworld. Superman meanwhile tells the UN that Warworld itself won't be there long, but some of the Warworlders have no home to go back to, expressing interest in making their home on Earth, something which Superman has faith the people of Earth will recognize their value and show them the same kindness and decency he was given, the decency that all people deserve in life. Lex meanwhile walks around on Warworld in his remote-controlled suit, calling its people imbeciles for ever siding with Superman, and what's happened on Warworld and them praising Superman would have happened to Earth if not been for him. Mercy doesn't even know what he's looking for, but Lex knows he'll know it when he sees it, heading into a cavern as he tells Mercy that he and Superman have a mutual friend who has been keeping him informed on Superman's activities on Warworld, hearing reports of Necro, Cyborg, Biotech, and Orphan boxes, and it didn't pique his interest until Superman's little announcement about the Energy Institute. Lex soon finds a dead Cyborg, opening it up and finding an Orphan box as he tells Mercy that with some research and the right operator, he could do great things with this, knowing just the person to give it to. In Metropolis, Osel and Othel play with John's old toys as Superman watches them from the sky above with Lois, who is glad they aren't watching any reality TV. Clark thinks that they will be wary of technology for a while since the only technology they knew were weapons. He thinks that Lois is taking him bringing some children home rather well, but Lois is glad and it's nice having them in the house, since there are days when she gets up thinking that John will run in with his little hoodie on, but he's not there. And when he's not with her, she feels like his age shifts up and down in her mind. Clark reminds her that Othel and Osel aren't John, and John is still with them, and Lois knows and they know they have their son and he has them. But who do Osel and Othel have? Clark doesn't know, but he knows that he told them that the House of El Sigil was theirs as long as as they want it, and he means it since they have earned it, telling Lois of the courage the children showed despite being scared as any other kid would be. Clark feels such pride in the children, and after everything they've been through, they are like family now. But he doesn't know what the right thing to do is or if there is a place there for them. Lois tells him that they'll figure it out together, kissing her husband and asking if they can stay in the clouds for a while longer. Lex meanwhile pays a visit to Metallo, shocked at the state that the cyborg is in and the treatment he is enduring in Stryker's Island. He knows from experience that the US justice system doesn't apply to everyone, especially those with extraordinary means and talents, just like John Corbin's talents, and the law never applied to Metallo. John demands that Lex get out, flashing the words "get out" on the screen over and over again, but Lex tells him that his so-called crimes are just an expression of his talents, and the government cultivated them in him, and now he wishes to amplify those talents exponentially. He puts an orphan box on the table, telling Metallo that they share a common goal, save the world from aliens who wish to take it from them, and that need is risen again. So Lex wishes to make John Corbin a man of extraordinary talents again. John Kent, meanwhile, remembers when his super hearing first kicked in, and light breezes became that of thunder, and insects skittering along the ground became hammers banging on metal. John lays in a wheat field trying to stop the sounds when Clark finds him, knowing exactly what his son's going through, as he went through it as well. He hugs his son, telling him to focus on something small and close by, like his heartbeat, which helps calm John down. John awakens in the present, having not heard his father's heartbeat in months, and since he's been gone, he's had to step up and become Superman. John gets up and goes to see his mother, who hasn't slept yet thanks to a new story she's been writing on evidence being removed from the Metropolis Police Department station. Evidence that was Luthertech from when he went to prison last, and she's trying to work out if Lex had stolen it back. John notes how his mother's coffee is cold, and Lois knows that Clark would always reheat it for her every day. She tells him to be careful, turning on the TV to show John more fallout from the incident in Gomorrah. John reminds her that as a journalist, she's been telling him not to ever read the comments, heating up her coffee as he takes off into space. John knows he does this every morning, flying further and faster off into space before stopping and looking even further with his telescopic vision, looking for his father. After he finishes, Superman begins his patrol of Earth, visiting children's hospitals, planting a few acres of trees in the Amazon, before checking in with Jay for lunch and Robin for a quick team-up. Superman then travels the world, helping people all over it. He soon meets with the man whose arm he broke a few weeks ago, wanting to see him earlier, but a few things had kept him busy. The man knows that Superman saved his life, but John says he usually does it without breaking people, asking if the man needs anything from him. The man can think of only one thing, getting John to sign his cast before he leaves for a quick game of fetch with Krypto, and checking in on Ma Kent and her famous pies, as well as quickly heading home to make sure his mother's coffee is still hot. Superman then goes to see Lex Luthor, asking the weightlifting man if he wants a spotter. Lex knows that his father always had the decency to hover outside the window and judge him from there, figuring the boy is far less respectful of people's personal space. Superman talks about the stolen LexCorp technology taken from the police lockup, thinking that Lex has stolen it, but Lex plays coy with it, not happy with the idea that the police in his own town are so easily robbed. John can tell that he's telling the truth, or maybe he's lying and it just comes easy to him. Suddenly an explosion is heard from far off, with Superman racing to find out what it is as Mercy arrives, telling Lex that the equipment from the Red Sun experiments was what was taken from lockup. Lex is upset that the alien has tricked the world into thinking it's a teenager, and he will make the world see him for who he is. Superman meanwhile heads to Stryker's Island, finding a bomb was set off inside. The hero deals with some of the fires and rescues a guard, who suddenly tases the hero. Superman thinks the woman is in shock and just panicking, but her eyes begin to glow red as she wonders why she would want help from an alien freak like him. Superman begins to hear what she is saying in his head as Ultra Humanite attacks the hero both psychically and physically, trying to overwhelm him with his thoughts. Superman overcomes all of the bad thoughts and knows he can move faster than thought, using his super speed to race past the villain into his cage and grab the psionic dampener from the cell, fusing the connections back together with his heat vision and putting it around the villain's neck, negating all of his powers. Superman meets with the Warden, learning that the bomb was originally placed in front of Cell 4, and they were moving it when it went off. John finds that Metallo is in Cell 4, making Humanite lament about how if someone wants him out of prison, it means someone wants Superman dead. John knows that he's right thanks to the kryptonite in Metallo's body as he begins to hear something familiar, causing him to speed away from the monologuing Ultra Humanite. As John rockets into the sky, he hears what Ultra Humanite put in his head again, listening to all of the doubts about him being a hero and a person and an alien, but then he hears another sound above it all, one he hasn't heard in a long while. John flies into the arms of his father, telling Clark that he looked for him every day. Clark knows his son was going to do that, knowing that he couldn't leave Earth, but now he doesn't have to because his father is back and he is safe. Later on in an internet chat room, people talk about how Superman, the alien, invaded a country. A user named Red Sin says he can do something about it, having stolen Lex's Red Sun tech, which he wants to use to make Superman less special. Lex Luthor goes and visits Metallo again, asking if John Corbin likes his new body. John wants nothing to do with the villain, declining his job offer. Lex tells the cyborg about Warworld appearing above Earth and being Superman's fault, so he's needed, and he now has the means to make Metallo stronger than Superman, and all he needs to do is what Lex tells him. Metallo refuses, running out of patience and demanding that Lex get out of his cell. Lex bluntly states that he knows John is dying since the human brain isn't meant to go through what he's been going through, asking if the man wants to live or not. Metallo knows he wants to live, but not with Lex's permission, hoping when Superman is done kicking Lex's ass, he will say hello from him. Lex flips the table in a fit of rage, quickly calming himself before vaguely threatening his sister Tracy, hoping John will give her his best the next time he sees her, since she is all John has now. Elsewhere, Lois has taken Othel and Osel to the Metropolis Zoo, trying to explain the concept of the place to the Philosians, who think that people either gather to hunt the animals there, or it's a prison they have come to in order to shame the animals. Lois refocuses them as she introduces Bibbo Birbowski, who says that since Superman says that they are his best friends, that means they are his as well. The kids think the burly man is a great warrior, but Bibbo knows that he's not really a warrior in the common sense. Happy they ask though, since he's in need of some heavies like them, since Superman said that they are tough and brave, but he bets they have never had to get through an entire gallon of ice cream before. As the kids share ice cream with Lois and Bibbo, Superman watches from high above the Earth, remembering how alone he felt when he came to Earth, but then almost at once, he was given a family he never deserved, and it made him the luckiest person on Earth. Superman and the Authority continue dismantling a lot of Warworld's deadly satellites as Clark thinks about how he's going to send the people across the galaxy in search of a new home, wondering if the Warworlders will be half as lucky as he was. Suddenly he spots a glint in deep space, knowing it's not a star or a ship, but an energy signature, and he knows that means they're going to have company. Bibbo and Lois find that the kids are bored of the animals, so Bibbo livens things up a little bit, telling the kids of the psycho killer Beardy Cat, which is just a lion, and while it looks like a giant fuzzball, when someone gets too close, it will jump out of the fuzzball and rip their limbs off. The kids want the lion to jump, but Bibbo knows that they only do that when they're scared, and the kids aren't scary, so the kids begin roaring and waving their arms at the lion and calling for it to jump. Suddenly, a boom tube explodes nearby as Desaad, Orion, and Kalibak arrive, demanding to know where the fool who awakened the god of the first world is. Bibbo protects the children, confronting the new gods and telling them that nobody gets into the city zoo without a bracelet, and unless they have the 2250 on them, he's going to have to ask them to leave. Kalibak comes for Bibbo, eager to kill another human since it's been so long, but before Bibbo can knock him out, Superman blasts the villain down with his heat vision, knowing it's going to be longer still. Orion finds it tragic that he survived the trials of Olgren only to choose death now, as Superman demands to know why they have come all the way from Apokolips. Superman is told Apokolips isn't the only one there as Metron appears, telling the Man of Steel that despite freeing a few million slaves, he hasn't endangered all of creation, and now the new gods will decide what is to be done with him. Superman doesn't think that he's endangering creation, but he knows that he doesn't answer to Metron, but the being knows that he is set out to free Warworld and knew nothing of its origins and importance, and he read the words inscribed in the necropolis and awakened a power that should have been kept asleep for ages. Metron demands Superman answer for stealing the fire of Olgren, and the being must never be awakened, but several aspects have been awakened in Superman already, and the madness has taken him. Superman assures the kids that everything will be alright and they'll figure this out, as Desaad knows that the fire isn't in Superman, but it is in the young boy Osel. Orion thinks that Superman was mad to imbue the child with the fire fire, but Superman says that Osel would have died if he didn't, and now he's alive thanks to his actions. Orion demands that the boy come with them, and that they are all there because Superman meddled in affairs of the gods, and he dare not meddle further. Superman remembers how his own son was taken away by Jor-El, not wanting the same for Osel. Orion tires of waiting, grabbing at Osel, but Superman smashes Orion down, battling the son of Darkseid and Kalibak, as later on Stryker's Island, some of the guards talk about the fight Superman had at the zoo, knowing the minute Superman came back, the aliens would start to show up and bust up their town again. They think they should have just gotten rid of Warworld as they look over the visiting hours list, finding that Tracy Corbin never showed up, which is strange for her since she never missed a visiting hour. One of the guards assures Metallo that she probably was just sick, filling him in on the alien invasion at the city zoo and that they never know what's going to happen next. Clark and John meanwhile race each other to the third planet of Vega. Clark tells himself that he's missed this and he's missed his son greatly as John beats him to Vega 3. Clark tells himself that he really did beat him, but he tells his son that he put it to his cape just slowing him down. John thinks that he just got lost, noting how the sun on the planet feels different. Clark tells him it's because Vega is younger than Earth's sun as they both sit down. Clark catches up with his son, knowing that he overthrew a dictatorship. John reminds his father that he freed a whole world, but Clark doesn't think that it's a competition. Clark wonders if there is anything else John wants to tell him, and John wants to, but disregards it, wanting to race him back to Earth. Clark can tell his son, the man who has faced many monsters, is afraid to talk to him. Later on in Smallville, Clark gives Pa a hand in rebuilding the farm, assuring him they'll rebuild it as exactly it was. Pa knows that Ma Kent wants to make some renovations, and Clark knows it's just like his mother to find a silver lining in a metahuman falling on her home. Pa knows that Martha has a bit of a habit of making good things happen when powered people fall from the sky. Clark knows he should have been there, but his father reminds him that his son can't be everywhere at once, and Jonathan was there to protect them. He knows that watching John step up has really been something, and he's got the best bits of Clark and Lois in him, and the other great bits are entirely him. Pa asks if John has spoken about Jay yet, and Clark thinks he's afraid to, finding it strange how angry that makes him, that the world could tell him to expect anything other than acceptance from the people who are supposed to love him unconditionally. He wonders how his son could possibly believe that he wouldn't want anything else other than his happiness. Pa knows that some fathers don't want that for their kids, or they do care, and they are just too worried about how it reflects on them in some cowardly way. Pa knows that John has been through a lot, and maybe he resents Clark a little and lost some trust in him. Pa knows that it'll all be okay though, since whatever is broken can be rebuilt. In Metropolis, a man finishes work on a set of armor, rushing to tell his parents, showing the picture he has of them of the armor and how they were so close. But the problem wasn't the Red Sun release like they thought, it was its containment. He knows Luthor is wrong and couldn't see what they were doing, but he could, and now he'll show them. He activates the armor and the building around him explodes, garnering Superman's attention. Superman arrives at the burning building, destroying debris before it falls on anyone as he enters the building to look for survivors. Suddenly, the armored man flings a chair at Superman, which knocks him down as he tells John this is all his fault. Superman, overcome by the Red Sun radiation, tries to deduce who the man is, but is kicked off of the building, told the man's parents are gone because of him. John calls for his father and Superman arrives in a split second, catching John and asking what happened. John doesn't know, but he knows he's bleeding, so Clark races to get him to a doctor. Later at the Hall of Justice, John is mended back to normal, but Clark asks Dr. Midnight if he's okay. Beth tells Clark that John is okay and whatever hit him isn't in his system anymore and his powers should be back. John asks if his father went back into the apartment, but Clark says he didn't and didn't want to leave John. John knows that something took his powers and it could maybe take his father's as well, but Clark assures him that Nightwing is investigating this. John relaxes as Dr. Midnight tries to stop Jay from coming into the room, but Jay just phases right through Beth, checking on John and telling him that he saw him bleeding in some online news. Jay reminds him that while he is untouchable, John is invulnerable and they aren't supposed to stress out about each other like this. John apologizes and assures him that next time he'll be more invulnerable. John is reminded his father is there, wanting a moment alone with him. John knows that everything between him and Jay isn't exactly a secret, but he was enjoying having his father back and didn't want to have that conversation with his father, since Clark was gone for a very long time. Clark apologizes, but John didn't mind he went away. He minds that he didn't take him with him. Clark thinks that if John told him his feelings for Jay, he would leave again, but John wasn't worried about his father literally flying away from him, but if he saw the doubt and disapproval or even disappointment in his father's face for even a second, that would be enough distance between them. Clark tells his son that when he was a child, he was scared since he was an alien orphan, and there were times where he desperately hid who he was from his adoptive parents, fearing that they would see him differently. He assures John he isn't suggesting that both their situations are the same, but he needs to tell John that every day he has been in his life, it has been better off, and whoever John loves is the last thing that could change that, and anyone who makes John's life better will always be a hero in his eyes, and no matter what, he will stand beside and defend him and always love him like a father. Clark tells his son that he's a miracle child of two worlds, hugging him as elsewhere, Lex Luthor angrily watches the news coverage on Superman's battle, upset that the people are worried for the hero, but knows that they will soon see Clark and John Kent for how he sees them. Lex gets ready to perform an experiment on a captured Gamora Corps soldier, assuring the man that he's going to be part of something very important thanks to Project Blackout. Back on Stryker's Island, the holographic Lex Luthor asks Metallo if he really thought that he was asking the cyborg to join him when he rescued him from his puppet body and gave him a better one. Lex joyfully explains how Tracy Corbin was in a tragic accident the night before thanks to a drug dispute between her fiancé and his friend, making Metallo fly into a rage and punch the hologram, shattering his hand on the wall behind the holographic Lex, who thinks that he should have heard the news from a friend, but Metallo doesn't think him a friend. Lex knows they are friends, since Tracy didn't die, she's being held in a LexCorp-funded prison, and he will make sure she gets a sympathetic judge as long as John does what he is told. He tells John to be happy since this is the last night in his cell and his next body will be one he never needs to leave, since he'll finally be on a level playing field with Superman. Superman at that time is busy battling Orion and Kalibak, who tells the Man of Steel that he doesn't see a hero, instead he sees a weak old man unfit for war with Apocalypse, made weak by the Red Sun. Clark knows his information is out of date, grabbing the villain's weapon and explaining that the new White Sun he made for Warworld made him stronger than ever, and he even learned a few new tricks there. He crushes the villain's weapons before blasting him back. Orion notes how the hero does seem stronger, and Clark finds he's different as well, thanks to now running Apocalypse, and he seems to have come there for an easy fight. Superman swiftly dodges Orion's energy beams, knowing that he'll not get an easy win. Lois meanwhile tells Perry to pull the news choppers back thanks to the fight as Bibbo helps a woman up, who says that her husband is still inside the zoo. Bibbo calls for the kids to help him, assuring that helping the civilians is helping Superman. The kids and Bibbo get into the destroyed building, finding the man is hurt inside. Suddenly the roof begins to cave in as Osel jumps in front of it, grabbing hold of it and holding it up as Dessard blows his way in, calling the boy the heir of Olgren. He traps Bibbo and the others as he tells the boy the fire only belongs to gods, not housed in mortal shells like Osel. Osel refuses to give it up, unleashing the fire which proclaims that everything is mortal but itself. Superman races to help the boy, telling him that the fire is what saved him on Warworld. Osel doesn't think he's himself anymore because of it, asking what he is becoming, but Clark asks if he remembers when the boy and his sister went into Superman's tent when he wasn't there. Osel remembers finding the puzzle boxes and they were the only ones there with Superman. Superman tells the boy that if he remembers that, then he is still himself, and great power doesn't have to change a person. He promises to help the boy learn that for himself as Orion asks the hero if he needs more proof, since the boy cannot hope to control the fire that is inside of him alone. Superman knows he won't do it alone. He has him, his sister, and others, and he has much greater faith in his own family over how Orion handles things. He also reminds the new god that the kids are with him on their own free choice, and they just learned that they couldn't take them from him even if he tried. Orion, Metron, and Dessard get ready to leave, but Orion warns Superman that the sin of binding the boy with the fire is on him alone, and if they can't have him, they will find a way to take the fire from him, whether the boy survives or not. 2 days later, Superman returns to Warworld to the cheers of the liberated Warzoons. He tells his allies that the United Planets have found them a course to safety, so it's time for them to part ways for now. He remembers how he came to Warworld and didn't know what he would find, and never expected to find the steel they had in them or how much he would rely on them. He finds it an honor to have fought with them, and in the days to come, the voices in their minds will think that they have been abandoned by him. His family and him will never abandon them, and the House of El and the free people of Warworld will share a bond few share. He knows if Mongol loyalists come back to fight them, they will have to deal with with Warzoons whose arms are now unbound. He points to his family crest on a rock, telling them that they chose to wear it even though it meant death, and they have a greater right to it than anyone else. Superman burns the symbol into the Warzoons' armor and shields, promising that they will see each other again and they will never forget what they accomplished, since no chain in the universe can hold them now. As the Warzoons shout chants for Superman, the Unblooded One, Orphan activates the box and Warworld teleports away from Earth's orbit. On Stryker's Island, the power goes out, so the guard Tony calls it in as Metallo appears, telling Tony that he has too many shifts and he wishes he had taken the night off. Tony wants to know how John got out of his cell, making the villain appreciate how he always used to call him his name, unlike the other guards. John knows that he's got no choice since they have his sister, killing Tony as Lex tells him that he's impressed with the breakout so far. He tells Metallo to follow his GPS trail to the roof where his ride is waiting for him as he gets back to his meeting with Manchester Black, who knows that he kept tabs on Superman for Lex while on Warworld, and out of the deal, Lex got an unmade and an orphan box, so they don't really have much more to talk about. Lex is surprised that Superman managed to turn the great Manchester Black into a true believer, wanting one more favour of the man. Black isn't interested, making Lex laugh since he doesn't have a choice. He activates a button which electrocutes Manchester, knocking him out cold as Lex knows that he only needs the man alive for a little while longer. 1 week ago, Thawla awakens in the care of the Superman family, finding that she is still on Earth and they have been trying to wake her up ever since she arrived. John Henry reveals that she has been in a coma for a month, and in that time, Superman has taken a team to Warworld and he's leading an uprising there. Thawla asks if he's succeeded, but Kara doesn't know yet and they haven't heard anything in a while. Suddenly, there is a rumble above as Kelex warns them that sea levels outside of the fortress have risen sharply as debris is falling from an object that has appeared in Earth's orbit. Superboy asks if it's an attack from Warworld as the family learn Warworld has actually arrived at Earth. Kara hopes that Thawla can fly, and luckily the Thelosian can, telling the heroes that she can fight as well. The family race up towards Warworld, weaving in and out of the falling debris, blowing it up as Thal thinks that Superman has fallen, and it's because of her that Mongul has come for Earth and for all of them. Kara doesn't believe that, knowing her cousin is alive. However, Connor wonders if the Thelosian is right, but Supergirl refuses to hear it, blasting her way up to the planet as Superman and the Authority appear, apologizing for the dramatic entrance, but they needed to get to Earth quickly, and besides, he knows he's been gone long enough. Kara hugs Clark as John Henry tells Natasha that thanks to her, they proved that they can do anything. Superman meets with Thawla, who asks if he freed Warworld, but Clark knows that she did it, since she wore his symbol under Mongul's rule, even though it meant death to do so, and then she crossed an entire galaxy to find help, and risked everything to betray Mongul. Clark says that it's not completely done though, since not all of Mongul's forces recognize their victory, and some of them may have come to Earth to punish him. Superman is right as Chaital arrives in Metropolis, looking at the Daily Planet building as he tells the Warzoons that now that his line has ended with him, he wants his final act in life to be one of vengeance against the Unbloodied Blade, or as the people of Earth call him, Superman. Chaital uses the 3 Sons of Warworld he had with him to power a device of his own making, assuring them that their sacrifice will honor Mongul who was, and he'll see them again in the Orchard of the Dead. Supergirl meanwhile teaches Thawla how to fly, teaching her how to keep herself stable in the air. Thawla is frustrated since she flew before like Kara did, but her strength is waning now. Kara tells her to be patient since her powers are developing still, knowing her friend Kenan Kong went through the same thing as well. Thawla knows that they can't afford her to be slow at learning since they must find Chaital now. Kara understands and knows what's at stake as they know that Chaital stole an orphan box and intends on punishing Earth with it. Supergirl tells her that every member of the House of El is scouring the Earth looking for Chaital and his people, along with the Hall of Justice, Steelworks, and both Fortresses of Solitude. Thal thinks that they underestimate him, and anyone who has underestimated him in the past is dead. Thal reveals that Chaital is the oldest living Warzoon, and to be that, you have to be utterly ruthless and savage, and even without his limbs he is no less a threat, since the Warzoons themselves are his limbs now, and they obey without question. She thinks that she won't be of any use against him, but Kara knows that Kal disagrees, and he has a lot of faith in her, and values her knowledge and experiences, and if he didn't, he wouldn't have sent them to guard Metropolis. Thal is amazed at the City of Tomorrow, wondering if there were cities on Krypton like this. Kara tells her of her home in Argo City, and how it was wonderful and had complexities to it, and one could lose themselves in all of its secrets, and Metropolis will be like that soon. She knows that the nearby rivers could change course and buildings will change and disappear, and in another 20,000 years, Metropolis would be as wondrous as Krypton. Thal soon begins hearing a noise which overcomes her, so Kara tries to talk her through how to filter noises like she can, but Thal knows that it's something else, hearing something breathing and growing, knowing that Chaytel is in the city. Supergirl wonders where, since she's been scanning with her X-ray vision since before they entered the city and couldn't find him anywhere. Thal thinks that he's below the city and Kara soon spots him along with some strange device. Kara begins carving a hole into the bedrock near the river to reach him, and she wonders how Thal even heard Chaytel, since her hearing isn't as fine-tuned as hers. Thal tells Kara of Chaytel's invasion of the Klutesh and how even Mongul gave up on the long-winded siege, but Chaytel wanted to punish the people of the planet for insulting his master, so he found the egg of a meteoric stone reaver and planted it beneath the planet's proudest city, and years later, the egg hatched and killed everyone. The heroes confront Chaytel, who thinks that it's fitting Grubbs found him amongst the worms as he unleashes his giant monster, proclaiming the monster will turn Superman's home to ash and bring it crashing down on Supergirl and Thal-La. Supergirl and Thal-La battle Chaytel's monster, which begins smashing the roof of the cave off, which in turn causes the streets of Metropolis above them to rumble with an earthquake. The heroes realize the neighborhood above them is coming down, so Thal tells Kara to go and save them. Kara refuses to leave the Phalosian down there alone, but the woman says that Superman believed in her, so Supergirl should as well. Supergirl leaves to deal with Metropolis as the monster comes for Thal-La, while Chaytel tells her that without her super friends, Thal-La has no chance of stopping him or his monster. He proclaims that even as a legless being, he earned enough iron that even she couldn't support. So what hope does she have against his might? Thal-La unleashes her Genesis power onto the being, blowing him back as she blasts the beast, telling Chaytel that she was never the grub he called her, and neither were the other people he murdered, and neither was her brother. She confronts the beaten Chaytel, telling him that his chain is indeed long, and she remembers the fearsome story she heard of him, and how she was terrified to see him again, but now she sees him for what he really is, a feeble old grub with a beast on a leash. She approaches the machine Chaytel used to make the monster, telling him that without his machine, the poor creature he made will be as feeble as him. She smashes the machine apart and the monster dies. Thal assures Chaytel that he is beaten and Superman's city still stands, and if they still lived under Mongul's law, they would take his iron and feed him to the great worms, but he is a prisoner of the free Warworlders now and the law of the unbloodied sword. Weeks later on Warworld, Chaytel is imprisoned by Thal-La as the woman is told that New Phalosia is nearly upon them. The warrior wonders what they will do with Chaytel, and Thal-La tells her friend that she pities him since it feels wrong to keep him in chains after all they went through to get rid of theirs. They know they can't take his chain, however, since all he seems to care about now is the iron around him. Thal-La knows what he has done and how his life is keeping the Warzone way alive. He's just done it better than everyone else around him, and he did it so well he even outlived his masters and the lessons they taught him. After Thal leaves, Chaytel is visited by Krillux, who breaks into the cell via a portal. Krillux asks if Chaytel Ironblade belonged to Mongul's side, wondering if that's still true, and if he is the strongest Warzone there still is. The Superman meanwhile fix up Ma and Pa's farmhouse, setting the house's wooden frame into place for Green Lantern, who holds it together with his ring as Ma tells Wonder Woman that her and the League's time could be better used elsewhere. Diana thinks that this is worth their time, and they lost their home on the team's watch, so the least they could do was build them a new one. Wally asks if they need any changes made to the planning room, like adding a tanning room, since now would be the time. The couple find all the plans look fine, and so the speedster approves them, working with the League to build the house in a matter of minutes. Batman sees the shielding is put in place, telling Pa Kent that it's completely transparent and will withstand anything thrown at it. Superman hopes that he's sure, and Batman reveals that he designed it with Superman in mind, so it's impenetrable. John is impressed that Bruce found the spot between caring and utterly paranoid. John finds that everything is getting safer again, with the League there and his father being back, but there are still some things hanging over them as Nightwing and Lois arrive with some news. Having investigated the man who attacked John and stripped him of his powers, learning that his name is Luis Rojas, and as far as Lois can find, he made it his entire life's goal to hate the Superman. She reveals that his parents were scientists at LexCorp who were killed in an explosion, and the equipment that was stolen from the police evidence lockup last week was designated as Red Sin, and Lois believes that this was the project Luis's parents was working on when they died. John figures that Luis finished what his parents started, as Dick asks John to take some precautions now that someone is gunning for him with Red Sun tech. In Metropolis, Jimmy Olsen answers the door to find a pizza delivery man who says the pizza has already been paid for. Taking the pizza, he opens the box and is suddenly gassed, knocked unconscious as Luis reveals himself. The next morning, Clark tells John to quickly suit up as a bomb threat has been called into the Daily Planet. John knows that it's definitely a trap, but Clark doesn't want to ignore it. A second later, they're in Metropolis, having scanned the entire building and block with no sign of Red Sin anywhere. Clark tells John to be careful since they need to evacuate everyone before going after the bomb. He reminds his son that in case of emergency, he has to break the glass as they speed through the building, getting everyone out in time. Suddenly, the Supermen hear Jimmy Olsen's signal watch being activated, and Clark takes off to help his pal as John finishes clearing the building and finding the bomb. But he finds the bomb doesn't have any explosive components in it, and Jimmy's watch is still going off after 45 seconds. John goes after the sound, following it as he knows his father should have stopped it by now. As he follows the sound, he finds it stopping, but also feels everything else in his body stopping as well as his powers give out, causing him to plummet into the forest below. John knows that Luis is there, heading through the forest until he sees Luis holding a gun to his father's head. Luis turns the gun onto John, calling the hero his parents' nightmare, but this is their dream. He shoots John 3 times in the chest, leaving the hero to die as John thinks about the time he was trapped on Earth 3, unable to escape thanks to having no powers thanks to the Red Sun. He knows that that would never happen again, so when he went to the future with the Legion of Superheroes, he had Brainiac 5 build him a fail-safe to ensure no one could take away his powers again, installing it into his belt. John smashes the glass on his belt buckle, unleashing the power of the Yellow Sun, covering his body with the energy and regaining his power. John feels something else beneath the power, something he has felt recently before as the blue energy erupts from his eyes. He rescues his father in an instant, revealing that he got a bulletproof vest from Nightwing as well, so the bullets did nothing to him. Red Sin is angered at the hero surviving, unleashing blasts of fire after them, but John can see his Red Sun radiation in the air now, realizing that he has to take Luis down from a distance to not be affected by its power. John blasts the forest with freeze breath, freezing Luis in a block of ice as the villain calls them monsters. 2 days later at Stryker's Island, Superman is told the device Luis has completely bonded to him, so they can't remove it without killing him, meaning they can only contain and reduce his Red Sun radiation. John wants to talk with Luis, but the man doesn't want the hero anywhere near him, so John asks him about the bombing and Jimmy, having found him safe and sound. John thinks that because of that, he doesn't want to hurt anyone, and Luis knows he doesn't. He only wants to hurt the Supermen, since John is exactly what he thinks the hero is, and John doesn't realize it since he's been programmed like the rest of them. Luis thinks that Lois Lane has spent years brainwashing people with heroic propaganda about the alien she sleeps with, and John has powers that no one should have since they put them above the rest of them. John knows he doesn't think like that, but Luis isn't buying it, and his parents saw the threat he and his father pose and knew what needed to be done to stop them. John leaves, promising to come back next week, and maybe if they talk enough, Luis will see him as a human. Luis doesn't bet on it since unlike Superman, humans break. John goes and meets with his father, telling him that he is a nemesis now, something he doesn't want. Clark doesn't blame him since he's got a couple and they're pretty overrated. Clark knows that it's hard not to take personally, but it really isn't about John. John knows and thanks his father for raising him not to hate people he doesn't know. He tells his father that Luis doesn't want to hurt anyone besides them since he thinks he's protecting the world. So John wants to keep talking with him to see if he can get through to him and start a dialogue. Clark is glad that he'll continue to try and help Luis since he probably needs someone in his corner the most now. Luis meanwhile is visited by Lex Luthor's hologram, who tells the boy that he figured out how to make Superman bleed in just 1 day, which is quite impressive. He apologizes for the boy's parents being gone, but is sure they'll be proud of him just like how he is. Lex tells him that few are intelligent enough to see Kryptonians for who they are and that they are a danger to the world, and Luis doesn't understand why more people don't see it that way, but Lex promises they will soon, since they are ticking time bombs. Lex proclaims that he'll take the hero's humanity, and then after Project Blackout, he's going to need help bringing them down properly. Luis wants to help, and Lex is more than happy to have him since he can destroy Kryptonians and save the world. Batman meanwhile remembers in 1913, an experimental ballet called The Rite was performed, and it caused the audience watching to break into a riot that has now somehow arrived in the 21st century. Batman uses Wesley Dodds' sleeping gas to knock out the rioters as Superman arrives. Batman asks what he wants, learning Superman is there for truth, justice, and maybe some breakfast. Batman hugs his good friend, knowing that he would come back from Warworld as he fills Clark in on what's happening, unsure of who they are under attack from, but he knows it's a historic event that is attacking them. Batman says that the sanity is being leached away from the area and surreal chaos is filling the void, making heroes know that this is the work of Mr. Nobody. Superman thought that he was more of a Doom Patrol villain, but Batman knows that it's hardly the first time he's challenged the world's finest. Superman begins seeing outbreaks all over Gotham, honing in on the villain's location, as Mr. Nobody meanwhile conducts a concert of the rioters, but Superman quickly takes his conductor's baton, snapping it in half. Nobody is angered that he would dare break the baton of Pierre Monteur, the man who conducted the ballet's premiere. He tells the heroes that they have no respect for the power of past greatness, proclaiming that the time is liberating them as he traps them in a golden and silver age comic book panel. Superman hopes that Batman knows a way out of their prison, and the hero tries to think like nobodies, since by confining them, the heroes can logically conclude that they are trapped, so therefore they become trapped because they thought they have been trapped, meaning that they are limited by their own reasoning. Batman wants them to think hard about something else, like flowers, which begin to manifest around them and break the panel, allowing them to leave the prison. Mr. Nobody isn't pleased the heroes are free, demanding that they serve as his pawns in the Brotherhood of Nothing. He tries to turn the heroes into shapes like him, but they turn back to normal, knowing that they don't have to do what he says. The villain is sucked into the snapped baton as the heroes wonder who gets the villain trophy this time. Later on at Bruce's house, Bruce cooks them both breakfast, saying that he likes being in the heart of the city, but he doesn't like living alone. Clark thanks him for looking after his family since keeping them safe was quite an effort. Bruce thinks that he's bracing for something as Clark is unsure of Bruce's cooking. Bruce defends himself, saying that he was trained at the best chef academy in Paris during his youthful travels. Clark doesn't buy it as Bruce says that his knowledge of egg whites once helped him capture a diamond smuggler in Brussels. After a moment, he tells Clark that he's been joking the entire time as he serves up an omelette to his friend, and Clark can't believe how delicious it is. Elsewhere, Jimmy Olsen live streams from the backseat of a high-tech jet which is about to go to supersonic speed. The pilot tells him to pause the chit-chat since they're being intercepted by a bogey. The pilot demands they state their intentions as he readies for aggressive maneuvers, but Jimmy knows that it's okay since it's Superman who is joining them at Mach 4. Later on, after the jet lands, Jimmy reunites with his friend, learning that he's back for good this time. Jimmy thinks that he's definitely needed since the world has been struggling without him, and the hero just being around makes everyone feel safer. Jimmy tries to get some video on him, but Superman wants to do this the more traditional way, wanting to communicate his return with a single picture. Jimmy knows that he was meant to get some shots of the Schuster Arena redesign, but this feels more like a job for Jimmy Olsen. Jimmy gets to work, following Superman around as he does what he does best, but finds the shots aren't giving what he wants, wanting to find something different than what he's done before. Jimmy begins to worry he's not going to get the shot, but Superman tells him that they're going to have a break, getting a pretzel with his friend and going to the top of the Daily Planet. While eating, Jimmy says that it's been hard without him and he's been on assignment a lot, going to war zones and climate disasters and uprisings, and it feels like the world is right about to crumble. Clark wants to see what Jimmy has shot, so Jimmy shows him the small gallery showcase he's been doing on his work to raise money for some local charities, and it's why he's been so hard on himself to get the perfect picture of Superman's return. Clark is distracted, making Jimmy think that he's got to go, but Clark says that John is dealing with it. Jimmy is reminded of some pictures he has of John, telling Clark that his son has been doing a great job, even having his own approach to the superhero game that the kids these days respond to, since he finds a way to stick around after saving the day to work with people and make sure the problem doesn't come right back. Jimmy knows that despite that, it will mean so much for the entire world to see Clark back as Superman. Clark isn't so sure since he's happy to be back, but seeing the pictures, he sees humanity taking science, technology, and compassion to new heights, and while there definitely has been darkness, Jimmy has shone a light onto some extraordinary humans. Jimmy figures out what the shot should be and later goes back up into the jet, told by the pilot he's eating into their photo exercise budget, so he better make it worth it. Jimmy knows it will be worth it as he takes a picture of Superman looking over the pictures Jimmy captured of the greatness of humanity. Later in Italy, Clark tells Lois that he's seen some magnificent things throughout the galaxies, but the most beautiful thing has always been on Earth. Lois knows her second honeymoon has been perfect, and Clark says he wanted to do this so much since it won't be much longer before people realize he's back in town and the madness begins again. Clark wonders if she wants to go and get some of the best pizza in Venice that John told him about, and Lois wants to get it a little later. 2 days later, John calls his parents and welcomes them home to Metropolis, telling them that he might have something to put Luthor behind bars for good. Clark asks if he needs backup, but John knows he can deal with it, following one of Lex's couriers. Clark warns him about Lex and how he's led him down false paths before since he's a very smart man. John knows he's also arrogant, and arrogance ends up with mistakes. His parents tell him to be careful as Superman smashes into Lex's hideout, but Lex welcomes him as it's revealed that Luthor is holding a press conference for LexCorp Charities, which has bought the warehouse they are in and are turning it into living facilities for the homeless, all of which have been approved by the city. Lex hopes that he'll come and pose for some PR photos with the door he smashed down, but Superman leaves, telling his father all about the false paths he was warned about. Meanwhile, at Stryker's Island, some prisoners make a breakout attempt, escaping in one of the prison carriers. John returns home as Lex on TV states how the Super Brat destroys anything he doesn't like, such as homeless housing. John knows that his intel was right and he was being led to a weapons factory, but Clark knows that he was set up in a distraction, and John fell for it since Lex is smart. John knows they have all of these superpowers though, but Clark tells him that's nothing compared to someone who scored a 1600 on their SATs. John is frustrated that he won't be as good as his father, but Clark assures his son that he'll be better than him, reminding him that Superman never lies. The Supermen get ready to go on patrol, flying through the city as Clark tells John that he's going to stick to the shadows since he's not ready to reveal himself just yet. Lois contacts them and tells them that the police are responding to some armed soldiers at the docks, the same ones who broke out of strikers recently. The heroes head for the docks as Clark knows that this isn't Luthor's doing, but who knows. John takes the lead as the men open fire on him, making him comment why they always do that to bulletproof people, asking his father to join in. Clark doesn't want to just yet since he's done this a million times before and this is John's game. John deals with the men, learning that they aren't tied to Luthor at all as Lois tells them of another attack in Oaktown sewage across town, finding more soldiers are there too. John takes the men back to prison, telling them it's only a matter of time before they tie them to Luthor, but if they talk now, they can cut a deal. The men refuse to talk, but one of them says that they are running the hero ragged all around town for nothing, but John knows they aren't as smart as Luthor, and Luthor's not as smart as he thinks he is, being that he hired these guys. He leaves the men with the prison guards and returns to see Luthor in his warehouse. Luthor is happy that he opened the door this time and didn't barge through it. Superman knows that the soldiers, like the couriers, were all just a distraction so he could commit his actual crime across town. John figures that Lex was just testing him to see how he would react and what he would go after first. He admits he foolishly showed his hand by going after the soldiers, which meant that he could do his crime safely across town. Lex pretends to not know what he's talking about, but John tells the villain that he's so screwed. John returns home, telling his parents that they need to rethink their strategies to keep Luthor on his toes, and while he doesn't know what he did, he made sure to make the villain think that he knew enough, which made Lex pissed. John asks his parents about the pizza in Venice he recommended, but Lois knows that they got a little too busy to get any, telling their son they were busy touring, but John knows for once, Superman's lying to him. Days before, Superman returns to Earth, remembering how home isn't a person or a place or a feeling, and you can have many homes for many reasons, and to him, the Hall of Justice will always be a home to him, since it's the place of warmth, friendship, camaraderie, and support. Superman enters the hall, knowing that even a familiar home can be loaded with surprises. He wonders where everyone is, as suddenly Naomi tackles the Man of Steel with a hug. Martian Manhunter is surprised to see Clark is back, as the hero knows that he's not looking on the past and legacy of the Justice League with John, but its future as well thanks to Naomi being there. The Flash soon arrives, hearing that there was a homecoming going on. Clark is happy to see Wally as the Speedster hugs him, unsure that he would be back. The heroes have much to discuss as Wally reveals he's got breakfast made for all of them. The heroes all sit down at the core bar, sharing stories about Batman making jokes as Naomi finds it awesome that legends like Flash, Manhunter and Superman are just sitting around talking with each other like old pals. Wally knows that they are just heroes who are old friends. Naomi still thinks it's special, so Superman takes her into the museum, knowing that they weren't always like this and they wouldn't have gotten where they are without the League, since at its heart, the League is a place to grow and a legacy that will continue no matter what happens. Superman tells her that her being in the League teaches you a lot, lot, like how to survive and trust each other. He shows her the monuments to fallen heroes, knowing that they have seen loss and sacrifice, but even during their losses and overwhelming odds, they survived and pressed on, and the bonds between them all became stronger, something which carried on in his absence. Superman tells his friends that he needed this, but he needs to go now. Heroes don't want their friend to go straight away, but Clark assures them that he'll be back. He just needs to check in on something. He finds saying goodbye to Wally and John nothing new, but for Naomi it's different, as he assures her that he'll be back, wanting her to think about how this place is a touchstone and a North Star, and she'll be amazed at how much she'll come to rely on it, as the League is a rock to lean on, but most importantly, it's also a home. Superman takes off for Warworld in orbit, but he is suddenly teleported away to aid with the Dark Crisis.